Redshift, Book 1 in the Singularity, written by R.M. Olson, recorded by R.M. Olson. Copyright R.M. Olson. To Grandpa Olson, for all the nights you stayed up late to make sure we got in safe, for all the pancakes and buttered popcorn, and most of all, for showing me what the world looks like when you assume everyone is kind and every stranger a friend. And yes, your chocolate ice cream sauce is still better than a peanut butter parfait. Redshift. This phenomenon, the faint redshift perceptible in virtually all observable galaxies, bears out what scientific observation has already told us, that our universe is constantly expanding. We may not be able to measure it with our eyes, but with each moment that passes, the universe we see is more vast than the one we saw the moment before. From a first-year astronomy textbook, University of São Martim, Vila Nova do Sol, Colorida. Chapter 1. Aran. Aran clung to the thin cable with both hands, swearing loudly and creatively. Beneath him, molten rock from the northern rim mountain's most notorious volcano bubbled and gurgled like porridge mash left too long on the stovetop. As he watched, a particularly large bubble rose sluggishly, then burst, sending a spray of lava into the air with a thick glopping sound. How the hell did he keep getting himself into these situations? Aran! Aran, are you all right down there? Istve's voice crackled through the wavelink. They sounded worried. Then again, Istve was usually worried. And, Aran had to admit, in this case, his friend was probably right. He tried to force his eyes away from the orange, dully glowing death trap 50 meters or so below him. It was harder than it should have been. Something about the simmering, hypnotic lethality of it drew his gaze inexorably. There was a soft, delicate touch on his shoulder over the fabric of his high-temp protective suit, a curious, searching sort of gesture, and he managed a small smile. "I'm all right," he called up through his link, dragging his eyes away from the certain death that waited below him. "I'm fine." Istve would be able to tell it was a lie. Still, Aran had told worse ones. The tentative touch came again, inquisitive and questioning. He reached back, stroking the gently exploring tentacle with his heavy glove. "It's all right, Ani," he said in a whisper. "We've been through worse than this, you and me." It was probably true, even. His makeshift backpack shifted slightly as Ani flattened her bulbous body against the inside of it as close to him as she could get. She stubbornly refused to stay behind, and the familiar weight of her was somehow comforting. She, at least, didn't need protective gear. Her species was notoriously resilient. Tendrils of heat twined insistently around him, searching for a gap in his gear, and the roiling, caustic steam fogged against the plex facepiece of his suit's hood. He closed his eyes, bracing himself, then forced the fingers of one hand to let go of the cable hooked to his harness. Currently the only thing standing between him and thorough, inevitable, uncompromising destruction. He fumbled in his pouch and retrieved his sensor, tapping it against his thigh. It grumbled unwillingly, seeming as unhappy with the conditions as he was, and then, grudgingly, hummed to life. The dial spun lazily for a moment, then snapped to attention, the low hum resolving into a quick beep, beep, beep. He stared at it. Then he stared at the volcano wall he'd braced his legs against, and then once more back at the sensor. It couldn't be. He'd hoped, of course, but he'd never actually dreamed. He shook the sensor to reset it. Again, the dial spun, and he watched it intently, hardly able to breathe. It beeped again, sharp and insistent, and a sudden giddiness bubbled in his stomach, excitement surging through his veins, strong enough to banish any remnants of terror. He squeezed his hand to activate the wavelink and shouted, "Istve! We were right! There's a life form down here! He could picture the look on their face, resignation mixed with cautious excitement, but he couldn't focus on it at the moment because his whole attention was glued to the sensor. Aran, listen, you need to start back up. Istvay sounded distinctly uneasy. I'm getting some readings. Yeah, I'll be up in a sec, Aran murmured. He recalibrated the sensor to a more responsive setting, his hands trembling with excitement, every trace of his earlier terror now forgotten. The dial's rotation was absurdly slow, but he hardly cared, light-headed with exhilaration. And then it beeped again, and he brought it close to his face, peering at the screen through the foggy miasma of the volcanic gases. He squinted, heart pounding quick and uneven. Was he reading it wrong? Could it possibly be... Aran! Just a second. He rubbed the sensor screen against his leg and looked closer. No, he hadn't misread it. He could hardly breathe. It's not something living in the volcano, he called, voice hoarse with excitement. For hell's sake, you can tell me about it when you're back on solid ground. There's something going on with the atmospheric pressure, and it's sending the readers I'm getting from the volcano off the charts. Istvay's voice was sharp with worry. Aran felt a momentary pang of guilt, but it was quickly subsumed by elation. That's the thing! It is the volcano! You know all those stories about this place? They make sense now! Whatever this thing is, it's alive! He was grinning so wide it hurt. Beneath him, the molten rock, or whatever it was, gurgled restlessly, another sluggish bubble rising on the surface and popping with a loud, prolonged belch, caustic steam spraying from it like a cloud of smoke. Well, if smoke would take the meat from your bones in 3.2 seconds. He reached back and grabbed one of Ani's tentacles in delirious excitement. We did it, girl! We did it! We were right! Ani's tentacle probed his glove gingerly, and she gave a small, questioning chirrup. Aran laughed, giddy with happiness, and loosened his hand on the cable, letting himself slide a few meters deeper into the volcano's mouth. His feet, braced against the inner wall of the volcano, slipped just a bit. And under them, he felt, almost imperceptibly, something move. Hardly daring to breathe, he bent his knees, letting himself closer to the blackened surface. Ani made an uneasy sound. It's okay, he murmured. Nothing to worry about. We're just here making a new friend. The volcanic rock moved under his feet again, nervously, the faintest quiver. He smiled. He couldn't stop smiling, honestly. Hello, beautiful, he whispered, brushing his hand across the rough stone. Hello, you beautiful, beautiful creature, you. There was a small shudder beneath his fingertips, and his pulse jumped, his grin almost too wide for his face. Aran! Something in Istvay's tone made him look up, despite himself. If you don't get up here right now, I'm going to drag you up. He frowned. It had been a while since he'd managed to make Istvay that irritated with him. Something about the quality of the light above him had changed, the difference so subtle that he hadn't noticed until just then. He squinted upwards, just in time for a flash of blinding light like a star going supernova to sear across his eyeballs. And then the volcanic rock, or creature, or whatever it was they'd found, that had been vibrating under his hand in a slow, curious sort of way, stilled abruptly. Beneath him, the molten rock bubbled, suddenly more menacing than it had been a moment ago. Far, far beneath him. A quick rush of dizziness washed over him, the terror he'd forgotten about moments earlier returning in a nauseating wave. I think Istvay might be right this time, Ani, he muttered, swallowing back the acid taste of vomit. And then the lava below him exploded upwards in a fiery shower of sparks. Aran! In the back of his head, he could hear the panic in Istvay's voice. He kicked off the rough stone in desperation, just as the section of the wall where his feet had been gaped inwards. Something caught the sole of his boot, sticking to it like particularly aggressive tar, and he kicked against it, struggling desperately. The thing, whatever it was pulling him in. He swore and shoved the sensor back into his pouch, yanking out a short, sharp bush knife. Ani whimpered softly as he slashed down, slicing the sole neatly from his boot upper. Then he was swinging free, the cable cutting into his hands with the tightness of his grip, and the walls of the volcano, or creature, or whatever it was, closed around the discarded boot sole with an unpleasant sucking sound. "Pull me up!" he shouted, but above the noise he wasn't sure Istve would hear him even through the wavelength. "Pull me up, damn it!" Sweat beaded in his hair and dripped down his forehead under his goggles and mask. "Great mystery, sweet red eyes," he swore, squeezing his own eyes shut against the enveloping terror. Beneath him, the gurgling, bubbling sound of the lava was growing relentlessly closer. His right foot, now protected only with the thin lining shield he'd slipped on before stepping into his boots, was starting to tingle from the effects of the caustic steam rising from beneath him. Damn it to hell. He should have thought to say goodbye to Istve or something before he came down. He always meant to, and he always forgot, mostly because he was always fighting back sick, abject terror at the thought of what he was about to do. But this time he really should have done it. He glanced down, then squeezed his eyes shut again. At the rate the molten rock was rising, he gave himself maybe 2 minutes. Ani whimpered again, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to think calmly. He wasn't the only one here. Ani had come along. She was depending on him, and she didn't deserve to be, well, he wasn't exactly sure what would happen to them, aside from the supposition that it probably wouldn't be pleasant. He gritted his teeth, twisted the cable around his gloved hand, and, ignoring the way it cut into his skin, pulled himself up, one painful arm's length. His muscles shook. Pulling himself up hand over hand in this heat with his gear and Ani's weight on his back would be brutal. But it was better than certain death. "Hold on, sweetheart," he whispered to her over his shoulder, trying to keep his voice steady. He fixed his grip on the cable and pulled again, inching them upwards. Below them, the lava danced and spit like an angry tree cat, steam hissing against his protective suit. He could feel it corroding away at the thin liner on his bootless foot, but there wasn't time to worry about that at the moment. "Aran, I'm trying to pull you up, but whatever the hell you found has got a hold of the cable. I can't get it loose." Istve's voice was frantic. Aran risked another glance beneath him. The lava was rising much more quickly than he was going to be able to pull himself up hand over hand. He groaned inwardly, then, dangling from one hand, fumbled in the pouch on his waist. He pulled out a small, heavy cylinder. "I'm going to use the propulsion lift," he called. "Stand back." He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his hand from trembling as he unclipped his harness. He really, really hated this, but the lift had worked, mostly, the last 2 times he'd used it. Granted, he'd been using it to transport specimens up to their camp, not to transport himself and Ani, but thinking about it wasn't going to help. He closed his eyes and hit the base of the thing sharply against his thigh to activate it. It buzzed for a moment, then jerked upwards. He barely managed to let go of the cable with his other hand to grab onto the lift more tightly, and then it was rocketing him and Ani up the cliff face. The air whipping past was the scorching heat of an oven, and Ani had pressed herself all the way down to the bottom of her pack. The boiling lava fell away below him, the small circle of sky above growing larger and brighter. Which was undeniably a good thing, but he had no way of steering the damn lift. There was at least an even chance that when the thing ran out of thrust, he and Ani would be heading back down towards the lava as fast as they'd come up. He'd almost reached the lip of the volcano when the irritating buzzing from the device slowed and stuttered. "Damn you to hell!" he gasped out. Then hands grabbed the front of his jacket, and he was jerked over the lip of the volcano. His body scraped painfully against the sharp rock, then he was shoved bodily away from the edge and onto the knife-sharp, blackened stone surrounding the volcano mouth. Behind him, A thin spray of lava shot 20 meters into the air. He ducked, covering his head with his arms as the drips of molten rock landed hissing and steaming on the ground around him. He scrambled to his feet, touched his back to make sure Ani's makeshift backpack was still firmly fastened, and looked wildly around. "Istve?" Then he caught sight of his friend, and despite the simmering heat of the air, his entire body went cold with dread. Istve was at the edge of the volcano where they'd been leaning over to grab Aran. And the rock, or creature, whatever it was, had caught Istve's legs and sucked them into the solid rock up to their waist. Istve was coughing as the caustic volcanic gases swirled around them, and their eyes through the plex of their protective hood were terrified, but they gestured frantically at Aran. "Take Ani and get out of here," they managed through a coughing fit. "Like hell I will," Aran muttered, slipping Ani and her backpack from his shoulders and placing her gently on the safest bit of ground he could find. He sprinted back towards where the struggling Istve was being pulled ever deeper into the living rock, his mind racing. What did he know about this thing? He pictured for a moment his hand on the volcano's walls, the soft, curious humming under his fingers. "Aran, for hell's sake, get back!" Istve shouted, but Aran ignored them, yanking the sensor out of his pouch. He cranked it to its highest setting, the high-pitched hum of its vibrations setting his teeth on edge. For a bare second he hesitated. The creature would likely feel even worse about it if its low-pitched, natural vibrations were any indication. Then again, it was currently swallowing his best friend alive, so humanitarian considerations would have to take a back seat for now. "Hold out your hand," he called to Istve, and shoved the sensor into it. Istve grabbed it desperately. The rock around them recoiled, but it didn't release its hold. Below, the lava bubbled harder, an ominous grumbling rising from the depths of the volcanic pit. "I don't think it likes this," Istve said through gritted teeth. "Hold it to your chest tight as you can," snapped Aran. That should send the rapid buzz of the vibrating sensor through Istve's body. Hopefully. Istve didn't ask questions, just did as they were told. Abruptly, the rock gave a quick shudder, like a shiver of distaste, and spat Istve free. Istve staggered, falling into Aran and knocking both of them to the ground. There was a great, growling belch from behind them, and another thin jet of lava sprayed into the air. Aran rolled to his feet, grabbed Istve by the hand, and yanked them up. "Run!" he shouted, and the two of them ran for their lives, Aran stooping to grab Ani's backpack as they sprinted past. Molten rock fell around the three of them like glowing, flesh-eating rain, and they ducked, dodging around the livid orange drips that burned through the sparse vegetation at their feet. They scrambled down the rock dome of the mountaintop, heedless of scrapes and bruises, and at last stumbled into the gentle grass of a small mountain saddle outside the radius of the raining lava. Then they collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath. Istve rolled over, pushing themselves up on their elbow, and shoved back their protective hood, grabbing Aran's shoulder. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" They were breathing heavily, dark hair mussed and pulling free from the ponytail they always wore, cheeks flushed, brown eyes wide and frantic. And for just a moment, as he stared into Istve's eyes, the noise of the lava, the sting from Aran's bare foot where something must have eaten through the protective shield, the odd pressure on his back where a disgruntled Ani was trying to move into a more comfortable position, faded. All Aran could see were those brown eyes staring into his with their impossibly long lashes, the concern on Istve's face. He shook his head and pulled his gaze away with an effort, clearing his throat. "I'm fine." His voice came out a little rougher than he'd intended. "Thanks for pulling me in, and, I'm sorry I almost got you..." He trailed off, gesturing vaguely at Istve's battered protective suit, scraped and dirtied from where they'd been sucked into the rock. Istve shook their head and rolled over, sitting up and brushing ineffectually at their suit, then pushed themselves to their feet. "Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're alive. I thought you weren't going to make it this time." They paused, pulling off their heavy gloves and running an unconscious hand along the faint stain of a 5 o'clock shadow on their chin, then held out their hand. Gingerly, Aran pulled off his own gloves and shoved back his hood. He took the proffered hand, and Istve pulled him to his feet. He and Istve were standing, he realized, very close, and Istve's eyes on his were serious and unwavering, and he could see, more clearly than ever, the dark circles under his friend's eyes, the way the skin of their cheeks pulled in around their cheekbones, more pronounced than it had even a few months back, the slight tremble in their grip that hadn't been there a year ago. "Why do you do this, Aran? I mean, I know this is your passion, but these last few months..." Aran tried for a smile. "Come on, Pishti, you know me." Istve didn't smile back, even at the childhood nickname. "I know what you're doing," they said quietly, "and it's not going to work. I'm sorry. People have been looking for a cure for centuries now. You getting yourself killed in..." They gestured behind them. "Living volcanoes, or whatever the hell that thing was, isn't going to change that." Aran shook his head, not meeting Istve's eyes. "Maybe you're right," he said in a low voice, "but I'll be damned if I let you die without at least trying." He turned away abruptly, bending over Ani's backpack. She made a small, discontented noise from the inside as he unclipped the straps and pushed back the covering, but after a moment she peered up at him from the depths with her glowing, protuberant eyes. He smiled despite himself. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered. "I guess you're ready for some fresh air, aren't you?" Ani hooked a delicate tentacle over the lip of the bag and pulled herself out, her coloring gone a deep, disgusted purple. Aran held out his hand, and she twined her tentacles around it sinuously, swarming up his arm and settling her bulbous body onto her preferred perch on his shoulder with a graceful, snake-like motion that he would never tire of watching. Behind him, Istve sighed. "Well, if we're going to..." They stopped, abruptly. Aran glanced at his friend, then followed Istve's gaze upward. He stared. Above them, the late afternoon sky was a clear, brilliant blue like it had been that morning when he and Istve were suiting up to explore the volcano. But now, across a broad, open patch of sky, there was a ragged tear, a rip across the comfortable fabric of the afternoon. It was long and jagged and gaped open like a wound, the color so thoroughly black that it seemed to suck the light into it like a vacuum. Aran and Istve stared at it for a long, long moment, then turned to stare at each other. "What the actual hell," Aran said at last, carefully, "is that?" Chapter 2. Alba. "Madam Chief Justice! Madam Chief Justice, please!" Alba paused, drawing her expression into one of frigid attention. "Yes, Feliu," she snapped. The clerk had known her for far too long, though, and didn't have the grace even to look intimidated. He hurried towards her down the grand, echoing hallway of her front entrance, a bundle of holodisks in his hand. "In case you need them, I put together all the numbers and statistics." She sighed and took the discs from his hands. He looked as if he hadn't slept for at least 3 nights. He was a good 10 years younger than she was, but the dark circles under his eyes aged him far beyond his 60-something years. "There's nothing to worry about," she said briskly. "We've been preparing for this for almost a decade." He nodded, but she could tell by the worry in his expression that he didn't really believe it. "He's dangerous," he said quietly, "and I'm afraid, madam, you have a tendency to underestimate him." Alba gave a derisive snort. "I'd like to see him outmaneuver me." Feliu sighed heavily and muttered something which might have been, "You may just get your wish." Alba slipped the holodisks into her reticule, straightened her stiffly starched collar, lifted her chin, and strode out the door, the heels of her boots clicking loudly off the marble floor. She stepped out of the cool of her home and into the stifling heat of the courtyard. Even this early, she could feel the humidity trying to melt her firmly starched robes, and she crossed quickly to where the private transport waited to take her to the council. As she stepped inside and took her seat, she found herself straightening her collar again. She smiled, a small, wry smile. Perhaps she was more nervous than she wanted to admit. She stared out the Plex windows as the transport hummed towards the council building, barely seeing the graceful old residences and elegant, tree-lined pedestrian walkways as the transport passed over them. Despite Feliu's accusations, she didn't underestimate General Eniko Cavaco. He was dangerous, clever, ruthless, and obsessed with power. And he would be very unhappy indeed when he heard her proposal. But she'd seen firsthand what someone like Cavaco could do with power. 10 years ago, when some of the Rim Mountain settlements had objected to a government proposal intended to ensure the education of their children, a proposal Alba had engineered herself, Cavaco had sent in the military. The memory of the footage from the incident still made her shudder. Morality aside, that type of brute violence undermined the legitimacy of the entire government. And she was determined she'd not see it happen again. The transport stopped in the courtyard outside the council building, and Alba dismounted stiffly. The short ride from her residence seemed to be getting longer the more she aged, the seats of even the private transports growing harder on her aching joints. The door stewards were already pulling the heavy doors open as she approached, tripping over themselves in their haste, and she stepped through into the massive, grandly domed entrance to the council chambers. She paused for a moment before turning down the high-ceilinged corridor towards the council room, where the door stewards once more would leap into action, terrified of making her wait one additional second. She resisted the urge to straighten her collar again. She'd been preparing for this moment for decades. She had gone over every possibility. There was nothing she'd overlooked. At least, that's what she told herself. She took a deep breath and strode down the corridor to the council room. As she'd predicted, the door stewards leapt to attention so quickly they almost stumbled, pulling the doors back with an impressive alacrity and nodding respectfully as she stepped through. She allowed herself a small smile of satisfaction. What was the point, after all, of living 73 years if you didn't take some advantage of the reputation you'd spent those years honing? She walked briskly across the massive rotunda of the council room, the ancient stones of the walls polished to a lustrous reddish gleam and exuding an air of grandeur despite, or perhaps because of, their age. The council chambers had been built in the 1st century after the generation ships had brought their ancestors to this planet, one of the first buildings constructed in the new city. It had been renovated and repaired countless times in the 500-some-odd years since then. It had even been burnt down to its bare stones once, a century and a half ago, but it still bore the ponderous weight of age and tradition. At last, the rest of the council had gathered, and the glowing, ancient screen set in the center of the rotunda showed 9 o'clock. The speaker, a mousy-looking, middle-aged woman, stood and tapped the butt of her ceremonial staff on the floor, its holographic head glowing a deep purple. "We wish to announce, in the presence of the citizens of the Joias System, and in the presence of all those in attendance here witnessing, and in the presence of the great mystery itself, the President-elect and head of the People's Committee, Ander Seguir." She paused a moment for the small, ceremonial tapping of fingers on desks. Alba leaned back in her seat, her hands firmly in her lap. The role of Chief Justice bore with it the role of ceremonial joint head of the Council of Orthodoxy of the Church Unice Veritas of the Sacrament of the Great Mystery, a religious position which, in a modern society such as theirs, was a position in name only, but still carried a satisfying ring to it. And, considering that any representative of the Great Mystery would not be expected to show respect for merely mortal authority, she was not expected to tap her fingers on her desk. She took a perverse and undeniable amount of enjoyment in not doing so, mostly because she knew it annoyed that twit Onder. And joining the President-elect, the head of the Judiciary Committee, Chief Justice of the Joias System, and joint head of the Council of Orthodoxy, Alba Espina, and head of the Military Committee, General Enrico Cavaco. More polite tapping. The general sent a cold glance in Alba's direction as he rose briefly to acknowledge the acclaim. He was in his mid-60s, but his form was lean and muscular, his posture as straight as must have been drilled into him as a young man in the military. He may not know what she had planned for this morning, but their mutual hatred was long-standing and well-entrenched, and rather gratifying, truth be told. The moment the noise ceased, and the speaker had taken her seat at last, Alba rose. "I approach the council and request permission to address them," she snapped imperiously. The speaker bobbed back to her feet, looking faintly terrified, and murmured, "Permission granted, Madam Chief Justice." Alba flipped on the holographic screen at her desk, broadcasting her face onto the screens of all the council. "Esteemed friends and colleagues, I would like to begin today's business with a proposal." She felt the weight of the council's combined gaze, although, standing as she was at the front of the room and facing the speaker, as was ceremonially required, she couldn't see them. But she could hear the buzz of murmurs, some confused, others the low whisper of those waiting with bated breath for the explosion that was certain to follow. She paused, allowing the whispers to die down before she continued. "Our people have a long and storied tradition over our 500-year history on this planet of negotiation, adaptation, and a governance based on the unique circumstances in which we found ourselves. As we fought to survive and thrive upon this planet and then spread to the surrounding planets and moons, we gradually created the system of government we now have. The elected head of the People's Committee, the appointed head of the Judiciary Committee, and the promoted head of the Military Committee, together making up the General Council. In the wild chaos of our beginnings, the vicious animals and inhospitable terrain, and the inevitable conflicts that ensued amongst a group of people thus thrust into a stark struggle for survival, all three branches of the council were indispensable. But drawing on our tradition of peaceful resolution of disputes, and measuring intelligence as more important than brute force, we have evolved as a society. Our most recent conflict, between the Orthodox Church and the Corpus Dei sect, ended almost a century ago." She paused for effect, turning slightly to survey the room. They were hanging on her words, as she'd hoped. "I therefore propose that it is time now to take the obvious next step in our progression as a society. I propose that going forward, the government be comprised of the People's Council and the Judicial Council alone. While the military itself must be maintained, I propose that the Military Council as a branch of government be disbanded." She turned to the speaker, who was staring at her now with an expression of sheer horror. "I thank the council for their attention and resume my seat," she finished, and suited action to word. The room was so still you could hear dust motes fall. Alba allowed herself the small, satisfied smile of a job well done. This explosion was going to be legendary. The reaction was swift and predictable. After a moment of stunned silence, half the members of the Military Council, plus probably an equal number spread between the People's Council and the Judicial Council, leapt to their feet, talking and shouting over each other. Alba sat back contentedly and watched the council's swift devolution into chaos. The poor harried speaker was on her feet, pounding her staff against the floor, but no one was paying her any attention whatsoever. "Silence!" The woman's voice, broadcast over every amplifier in the council room, boomed out with such force that it shocked the squabbling members, for just a moment, into some semblance of quiet. "Silence!" shouted the speaker again, her amplified voice a little softer now. A member has put forth a proposal for our discussion. There was a heavy emphasis on the word discussion. Alba raised an eyebrow, impressed despite herself. There was nothing mousy about the speaker now. If anyone would like to add to the conversation, the woman continued, they may do so in the prescribed manner. She sat. The council members looked at each other sheepishly, then slowly resumed their own seats. With decorum once again restored, General Cavaco stood. No one tried to oppose him. Everyone was almost certainly waiting to see the show. Madam Speaker, I would like to discuss the proposal put forward by my learned friend on the Judiciary Committee, he said icily. The speaker rose briefly and nodded, tapping the control on her ceremonial staff that turned the holoscreen broadcast over to him. You may proceed, she said formally, regaining her seat. Cavaco turned, and although Alba didn't grant him the compliment of turning to face him, she could tell, even through her holoscreen, that he was glaring daggers at the back of her head. Madam Chief Justice has made an interesting proposal, he began. His tone was neutral, but undergirt with a sheer, icy hatred. However, perhaps she has forgotten, or at least left out of her calculations, some rather pertinent information. He held up a hand, ticking the points off on his fingers. First, our world is not quite as peaceful as the Chief Justice wishes us to believe. There have been rumors of unrest in the Rim Mountain settlements, mainly among those who hold to the mountain dialect. There are, as we all know, pockets of old believer fanatics from the Corpus Dei sect, fixated on dredging up 100-year-old grievances from the cleansing. In the Rim Mountains, there are isolated old believer compounds that cannot be called anything but dangerous cults. We have information on the brainwashing they subject their members to, forcing them to watch century-old footage from the cleansing, convincing them that there are plots by the Orthodox Church to reignite a holy war, preaching that their members must arm themselves for what their leaders call self-defense, and we know to be an attempt to recreate the cleansing on their own terms. Between these groups, we're constantly one step away from a new war. If my intelligence is correct, the assassin who murdered Minister de Rosa is a member of one of the cults herself. The assassination could well be the first step of an attempt to destabilize the government in preparation for further hostilities. Second, and perhaps more important, our solar system is light years from the one in which our distant ancestors were born. While we have sporadic communication with our sister generation ships and the planetary settlements begun by them, we have no idea whatsoever whether or not there is other intelligent life in this galaxy. We need a strong military voice in the government against the possibility of hostile non-human life forms. But of course, the Honorable Chief Justice is, as we all know, aging. It's possible this could account for the lapses in the information she presented to you. It was an entirely malicious dig, and Alba could see the speaker shift restlessly, unsure if she should censor the general. Alba simply smirked. If he was resorting to personal insults, it meant he was worried. As he should be. Besides, there wasn't a single member in this council room, whether they loved Alba or hated her, who had any doubt as to her mental acuity. Cavaco paused, probably for effect, but before he could draw a breath to begin his next talking point, Alba stood. Madam Speaker, I would be happy to respond to my colleagues' queries if you would be so kind as to grant me permission. Of course, said the speaker, half rising and tapping her staff on the floor, then flipping the holoscreen to Alba's desk. The woman was wearing a half smile. She clearly saw what Alba was doing and was more than happy to play along. The general had not made himself friends of everyone in the council. As to your first point, Alba began, smiling at the holoscreen on her desk, there have been rumors of disturbances in the Rim Mountains for our entire history. And although there may be hyper-religious enclaves in the mountains, they're few and far between. While fanaticism in any form can be dangerous, it doesn't seem to me that sending the military after them would be an effective strategy to persuade such fanatics that they are in no danger from broader society. Education and time, I believe, are the best weapons against fanatics of any stripe. As far as the murder of the counselor, the woman who killed De Rosa may have come from one of the heretical enclaves, but she appears to have been working alone. In fact, I have already instructed my personal clerk to assign the warrant for her arrest. I don't believe we need maintain an entire branch of government for something a warrant can solve. She was much better at slipping in insults than Kavako was. He half rose, trying to cut her off, but she continued smoothly. To your second point, you are correct. It is a statistical improbability that we are alone in the universe. However, it is the conclusion of our leading scientists and philosophers that greeting an unknown entity or group of entities with a threat of force without knowledge of their technology or capabilities is a good way to get our entire planet destroyed. I am certain the Council will continue to fund the military as required in case protection should be needed. However, the decision as to when and in what circumstances military force will be used should be made by cooler heads. She nodded to the speaker and resumed her seat. Everything she'd said was good policy. She'd studied up on it for years now, weighing the benefits and risks. But she knew, as well as anyone, that what got passed within the Wrangling Council was not policy, but politics. And besides being certain it was good policy, she had made very, very sure of her politics before she presented this. They could argue all they wanted, but at the end of the day, she knew exactly how many votes would go each way. Still, if she'd learned anything from her years in politics, it was that nothing was quite as certain as one might wish. The squabble lasted until well after the time they would normally break for lunch. Alba leaned back in her seat, making herself comfortable as she watched the performance she'd orchestrated. At last, though, the speaker rose, tapping her staff on the floor and shutting off the hollow screens at the members' desks. "It's past midday break," she said, "and while I am inclined to skip the afternoon break, as it seems you all have the stamina to continue for a full day of discussions, I am not willing to cede necessary breaks for food and water. I do not intend to be responsible for members passing out on the floor." She paused until the muttering had subsided. "All are dismissed, and we will reconvene in an hour's time. At that time, the floor shall be recommanded by Councillor Matteau to give her an opportunity to finish presenting her views." Alba glanced around at her colleagues as they rose, stretching and grumbling. Cancelling the afternoon break, when most members dozed in their offices during the hottest hours of the day, would be a hard blow. The speaker had likely done it calculatingly, either as a motivation to finish this fight as quickly as possible, or as petty revenge for the morning's chaos. Either way, Alba looked at the woman with a touch more respect than she had previously. As she stepped out onto the rotunda and made her way towards the door, she cast a glance over her shoulder. Kavako was still standing in the tiered seats, surrounded by ministers and councillors from both the military and the other two branches. No faces that she hadn't expected, but still, something about his face and posture worried her more than she wanted to admit. It made logical sense to dismantle the military branch of the government. It hadn't been needed in a century, and it created far more issues than it solved, but Kavako was the type to seize hold of power and not let go. And since he'd ascended to his position 15 years previous, the stakes had only gotten higher. Kavako's proposals, taken separately, were fairly innocuous, but there was a pattern behind them. He was trying, slowly, to strip the other two branches of any surplus power they might have and consolidate it with himself, the one who was neither elected nor appointed by an elected official. She shivered as she stepped from the rotunda, warm from the midday heat and crush of bodies and emotions, and into the cool hallway. She told herself it was simply an effect of the change in temperature, but it wasn't. Yes, she'd been preparing for this for a decade, and yes, she was confident in her ability to guide the outcome, but not certain. Faced with an adversary like Kavako, it would be foolish to be entirely certain. When Alba returned to her private office, brushing past the nervous steward who pulled open the door for her, she sat at her desk and pulled up the discs Fellew had given her earlier. She scanned quickly through the reports he'd prepared, and paused at one, the warrant she'd mentioned to the council earlier. She pulled up a holographic copy, frowning as she read through it. Recca Soler is hereby authorized by a judge duly appointed to bring the undersigned subject to face a court of justice, if practicable, and if not practicable, to execute the law on said accused who has been, for matters of distinct urgency, tried in absentia and found guilty of crimes of murder and political assassination. The holder of this warrant shall not be liable for any damage or death caused in pursuit of this aim, whether by her actions or the actions of another in her employ. Anyone thus injured may apply to the Judicial Council for recompense. Underneath was a small, rotating hologram of a young woman with a wide, guileless smile, thick auburn hair, brown skin, and an open, friendly face. Her cheeks were round, her body pleasantly plump, and her overall appearance that of someone who had grown up far in the country, unspoiled by the intrigues of city life and politics. She was also the most deadly assassin for hire in the system. Alba leaned back in her chair, her eyebrows raised. Recca Soler. Alba wouldn't have thought of assigning the warrant to her, but Fellew's judgment was, as always, impeccable. Recca had worked under Cavaco before rumors of a job gone wrong. The details had always been too hazy to parse, but Alba was well enough acquainted with Cavaco to know that the young agent had taken the fall for things she couldn't possibly have been responsible for. Still, there were few in government who dared go up against Cavaco. Recca was undeniably the most talented government agent on the roster, but her name was poison in the government ranks these days. Madam. Fellew's neat, careful handwriting popped up on the file attached to the warrant. I took the liberty of assuring Ms. Soler that a successful completion of this warrant would clear her name, as you certainly have the influence to ensure it will. I felt it prudent, considering the likely difficulty of the task, to give her additional motivation. And, if you recall, madam, I believe that the job that went wrong involved the target of the warrant, Savina Moya, which should only enhance Ms. Soler's desire to complete the task in a satisfactory manner. Alba smiled faintly as she closed down the file. Fellew was right. Recca was the perfect tool to stop Savina. And then, from the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of blindingly bright light. She blinked and turned to the tall, narrow old window, its ancient plex faded by age and wear. Outside, the day held the warm, hazy yellow glow of a late morning in early summer. But the entire courtyard seemed frozen, pedestrians, stewards, and clerks alike, gaping upwards. Frowning, she tapped the button on her desk to summon the door steward. It was almost 5 full minutes before he appeared. His face was a sickly grayish, his expression a mixture of terror and shock. "What just happened?" she snapped. "Was there an explosion? An attack?" He shook his head mutely. She could hear faintly over the amplifiers the speaker's voice. "I request that each member of the council return to the council room immediately." "Well?" Alba demanded of the terrified young man. "What was it then?" The boy simply nodded towards the window, eyes wide with fear. Alba glared at him as she stood, ignoring how her joints creaked at the movement, and crossed to the window, frowning upwards. Then she stared. There, in the middle of the brilliant blue of the sky, was a rent, as if someone had taken the sky in their 2 hands and torn it open. "What is that?" she asked finally, her voice cracking just a little. The steward shook his head. "The scientists are saying it's a portal of some sort, a gate, maybe, like a wormhole, something that... Alba stared at him, cold, knotting in the pit of her stomach. Something that someone, or something, could travel through, she finished grimly. Chapter 3. Savina. Savina stood at the Plex windows of the luxury ship and stared out at the gaping rift that cut across the glittering expanse of stars and nebula before her. Her expression was one of frank, wide-eyed astonishment. She'd practiced it enough to be entirely sure. And, truth be told, she was mildly unsettled. Whatever had happened outside, it seemed to be something completely outside anyone's experience. Still, whatever it was unlikely to affect her in any material way in the near future. The expression on her companion's face, she knew without looking, was one of greedy calculation. He'd come around the table to stand beside her, a glass of fine wine in his hand. "My dear," he said at last, the tone of a parent humoring a child, "come, sit. My wavelength will be buzzing in about 5 planetary minutes with people either telling me what that is or asking me to tell them what it is. If you have a business proposal for me, best tell me now." His words had an indulgent ring to them, and she turned her frank, wide-eyed gaze on him. "I'm sorry," she said. "I got a little distracted. It's not every day I see something like that." She let her gaze drift around the luxurious room and laughed, a little breathlessly. "Well, it's not every day I see something like this ship, to be honest. How long have you had it? It must have been quite a project." He waved a dismissive hand and sank languidly back into his seat. "It's one of 7, he said, taking another sip of his wine. "Not the biggest either, but she's a trim little thing and comfortable for shorter trips. Now." He gestured her to a chair, pushing a glass of wine across the desk to her. She took the seat and the wine, and leaned forward eagerly. "All right, Mr. Borges. I know you're busy, and I don't want to waste your time, so let me just—" She reached down, fumbling in her pouch, and pulled out a handful of hollow discs. He'd crossed one leg over the other, and was watching in mild amusement, but she caught the twitch of his face, the small hint of a frown that formed at one corner of his mouth. "Mr. Borges?" she said, looking up quickly and letting her own mouth turn down in concern. Is something wrong?" It was a good thing she had so much practice with her expressions, because honestly, right now, she could hardly keep from smiling. This part of her job was always satisfying. But she wasn't always working with someone who was such an irrefutable bastard. "No, nothing," he said, waving a hand again, but the gesture was not quite as smooth as it had been a moment before. She stood, bumping the desk, and barely catching one of the discs as it tumbled for the ground. "Mr. Borges? You don't look well. Can I—" "It's nothing, my dear." His voice was a little strained now. The frown on his face turned to something closer to a grimace. I'm sorry. Perhaps I'll have to reschedule. I'm not feeling entirely well." His hand groped for the button on his desk, and she watched, perplexed and worried. Or, at least, she looked perplexed and worried. "Carolina," he called, finally hitting the button. I need a medic, I think." He released the button and waited, his pained grimace taking on a tinge of irritation. He hit the button again. "Carolina," he asked sharply. "Damn it! Why won't you—" "She can't hear you," said Savina, smiling her wide-eyed smile. He turned to her, a momentary confusion passing across his face. "What do you mean she can't?" Savina smiled wider. "She can't hear you, because I took the precaution of cutting off all the communication from this room before I came in." The confusion on the man's cultured face was turning ever so slightly to fear. "You—" he croaked. She strolled around the desk towards him, stopping to pick up one of the decorative figurines and glance at it in admiration before replacing it. She paused beside his chair, bending so she was eye level with him. "Yes, me. I'm sorry. Oh, and before I forget, Clara Dinez sends her regards." "Clara?" His expression was a mix of terror and fury and, well, whatever you called it when someone was choking to death on their own bodily fluids. She'd never found a satisfactory term for that one. "Why does she want to hurt me?" Savina hopped up, so she was sitting on the desk, still smiling. "She doesn't want to hurt you." She glanced down at her hands. There was a bit of dirt on one fingernail, and she wiped it off daintily. She doesn't..." His words were barely intelligible. "No, she doesn't." She looked back up at him and dimpled prettily. "She wants to kill you. And I believe she just has. Or, rather, I have." He struggled to push himself upright. His face was now an unattractive mottled color, his muscles shaking, but he managed to bend down, reaching for something in his boot. When he straightened, there was a pulse pistol in his trembling hand. You think you can..." he gasped. Savina slid down from the table in an easy motion, bringing the edge of one hand down on his wrist in a quick, disdainful gesture, and with the other tapping the disc in her palm. A thin, sharp blade slipped out from its edge, and she grabbed him by the hair as the gun clattered from his nerveless fingers. She yanked his head back, so his terrified, bloodshot eyes were staring into hers. "I already have," she whispered. She slid the blade along his throat in a sharp, practiced motion, stepping back fastidiously to avoid the quick spurt of blood. She sighed as he went limp, surveying the mess. They always had to try to fight back these bullying boss types. It would be easier for all concerned if they just go quietly, but no. And now some poor janitor would be stuck cleaning up a, frankly, unforgivable mess. Still, it could hardly be helped. And if what she'd read up on him was correct, any janitor working on this ship would be more than happy to mop blood from the walls in exchange for not having to work for Borges. In theory, there was no indentured servitude in the system, or so they said. In reality, people like Borges managed to find practical workarounds to such petty restrictions. She tipped the chair forward with an effort, allowing the limp body to slide off under the desk. It wouldn't do much for concealment, considering the walls and carpet were liberally doused in blood, but it was something. Then she wiped the tiny spatter of blood she hadn't been able to avoid off her hand, cleaned her concealed knife, and slipped it, along with her other rigged discs, back into her bag. The rigged discs were her siblings' creation, and they'd come in handy countless times. They'd even pull up a holograph, although they didn't store as much memory as a regular disc. An unfortunate side effect of the space taken up by the hidden blade. She paused a moment, then took the glass of wine Borges had offered her. She sipped it, closing her eyes to enjoy the flavor. It was delicious, a delicate bouquet of rare fruits that must have come from the off-planet settlements, and grapes from the southern rim mountains, with a smoky undertone of something she couldn't quite identify. Since the poison she'd smeared on the inside of his glass was completely flavorless, he'd have had a pleasant few moments before death. More than he deserved, really. They didn't pay her to pass judgment on the people she killed, but really, she could hardly help it with Borges. She glanced around one last time to be sure she hadn't forgotten anything, and once again the empty, unsettling rift across the familiar vista of stars and nebula through the window snagged her gaze. She shivered. It was strange, that was all. Nothing she needed to worry about. Still, best get off the ship and away before they closed down the ports or anything. She stepped out of the room, shutting the door carefully behind her. The gray-haired woman at the reception desk gave her a friendly smile. "Are you finished already, dear?" Savina smiled. "I am. Thank you for setting this up. I really appreciate it." She paused, then added in a slightly embarrassed whisper, He was, excited about whatever happened out there in space, and he might have had a little more wine than he should have. Probably best if no one disturbs him for a couple hours." The woman sighed, care lines showing on her wrinkled face. "You're all right, though?" "I'm fine," Savina said, making her voice bright. "I'm used to it. And he was very kind, all things considered." "You got what you came for, at least?" asked the woman. "I did," said Savina, letting her dimples show. "Thank you. You were a tremendous help. I couldn't have done it without you." She started for the door with a slight skip to her step. "Well, you seem the type to bring out the best in people. I hope we'll see you around here again sometime," the receptionist called after her, and Savina turned and gave her a little wave before heading down the corridor. The corridors of the luxury ship were wide and elegant, and the people strolling back and forth had the air of those who were very aware of their own importance. And the servants, scurrying past them, had the air of people who were very aware of exactly how much their job was worth if they inconvenienced any of these very important people. Whatever had happened to cause the rift in space didn't seem important enough to bother the ship's guests in the slightest, assuming their underlings had even briefed them yet. Savina smiled at all and sundry as she passed, receiving more than a few smiles in return as she made her way through the opulent ship's interior and down the sumptuous lifts. 1,500 this job had earned her, and it had been easy as falling asleep. She reached the port deck and found herself a seat in the finely decorated waiting room, glancing at the retinal screen on her wavelink. A transport down to the grubby moonport below them would be arriving in about 5 planetary minutes. A father with 2 young children sat in the waiting room as well. He looked harried, and the children, around 5 and 7, if Savina had to guess, were squabbling noisily. Savina rummaged in her bag and pulled out 2 sweetmeats, glancing at the father for permission. He gave her a frazzled nod, and she smiled at the children, holding the candies out in the palm of her hand. Within a minute, both children were at her side, sucking away at their sweets, and each trying, through a sticky mouth, to be the first to tell Savina their entire life story. They all jumped at the piercing, high-pitched wail of an alarm from behind them in the ship. Savina tried to force her pulse to calm as the children scurried back to their father. It was nothing. Surely it had nothing to do with her. She'd pulled off jobs like this 100 times, and never once... More alarms joined in, and a voice came over the ship amplifier, stern and official. "I'm sorry to alarm you, but everyone must return to their cabins immediately. All staff to the muster stations to be counted." The transport had just pulled up, its doors hissing open. "No one is permitted to leave the ship." Savina's heart pounded strangely. They'd found Borges. Somehow, they'd found him. She pictured again the smiling, gray-haired woman at the reception desk, the sharp intelligence in her eyes that Savina hadn't really taken note of, too busy charming and being charmed. Damn. 2 officers had stepped into the waiting room now, and were standing by the doors of the ship, taking the IDs of the shaken passengers. Savina shot a pleading look at the children's father and whispered, "My kids are down on the station. I need to get down there." He hesitated a moment, then gave a slight nod and pulled something out of his bag. "Which one of you wants this?" he asked, and the kids began to shriek with delight, jumping for the toy. "It's mine! It's mine! You had it last time!" For just a moment, everyone's gaze turned to the children. Savina slipped quickly behind the guards' backs, dropping into an empty seat before they'd turned back to their job. She took a long breath and smiled at the woman beside her, who'd looked up as she sat down. "I was in the back, but I was getting a little airsick. I thought I'd move over to the window. I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind," the woman murmured, turning back to watch the door guards. "Any idea of what's going on out there?" Savina shook her head. "I don't know, but I'm not getting off if there's a problem. I'd rather go back down to port, come back another time." The woman was hardly listening. Savina allowed herself a small sigh of relief as the shuttle started up and purred off back towards the station. She was feeling oddly shaky. It hadn't even been a close call, to be honest, but She'd never underestimated someone like that before. Maybe she was losing her touch. "Savina!" She jerked at the voice in her earpiece. "Benny?" she whispered back, activating her wavelength. "Are you all right?" Savina frowned. Her sibling sounded worried. There shouldn't have been any reason for them to worry. Surely word of the alarm on the ship wouldn't have reached the port yet. "I'm fine, Benny. What's wrong?" "We have a problem." Benny's normally calm voice was tight with agitation. "I've been tracking arrest warrants issued by the government. There was one signed just a few hours ago for you, and it's under your real name." Savina stared blankly out the black of the Plex window in front of her. This day had just gone from bad to a whole hell of a lot worse. Chapter 4. Alba. By the time Alba returned to the council room, it was a scene of absolute chaos. People were talking over each other in tones that ranged from excitement to terror, shouting, arguing, waving their arms as if the world itself had ended. And who knew, she thought grimly, maybe it had. She returned to her seat, ignoring the half-dozen counselors trying to attract her attention, and sank into it. She needed to think. No, she needed information. What did this mean? What it meant for the Joias system was certainly the most pressing question. But she couldn't help but contemplate what it might mean for her proposal. For half a moment, she'd been struck with a wild suspicion that Cavaco had engineered this himself. But looking over at him, the shocked disbelief on his face he'd been unable to hide, she knew he hadn't. This was just incredibly bad luck then, and incredibly bad timing. Worse timing than she really wanted to think about. The immediate prospect of encountering an alien intelligence hadn't been a serious consideration when she'd calculated the timing of her proposal. But had it been something she'd foreseen, she'd have done everything in her power to ensure General Cavaco was off the council before it happened. He held an outsized amount of influence, and she knew exactly what his proposal to deal with the problem would be. That proposal might well get everyone in the Joias system killed. The speaker called them to attention with a thump of her staff against the floor, and, when that failed to quell the noise, her voice, blasted through the amplifiers, at a decibel level nothing less than painful. "Thank you," she said, when order had once more been restored and the counselors taken their seats. "I've taken the liberty of calling in a number of scientists who may be able to explain the unprecedented cosmic phenomenon you have all no doubt taken note of. After they have done so, the council may then debate our next course of action." She glanced around and, when she received no objection, opened her mouth to speak again. A heavy pounding sounded on the door, cutting off whatever she'd been about to say. The speaker frowned, but gestured to one of the door stewards, who stepped to the heavy wooden doors. He pulled them back, and a woman burst through, her expression distraught, her clothing disheveled. If Alba were to guess by her uniform, the newcomer was one of the scientists from the research facility of the São Martim University. "What is the meaning of this?" the speaker demanded, but the woman didn't wait. She strode to the podium in the center of the room and half shouted, her voice ringing through the wall amplifiers. "Something's come through the portal!" If the appearance of the portal had created chaos, this news was the equivalent of setting off a plasma bomb. Even the speaker, it seemed, had given up on trying to keep order as people leapt to their feet, shouting, screaming, demanding answers. Alba sank back into her seat, something cold and numb in her chest. This portal was no natural phenomenon, then, and there was something on the other side. With Cavaco still in power, this was the worst possible development. She noted the arrival of a security guard with only half her attention. The woman entered the rotunda, pausing to whisper something into the speaker's ear. The speaker nodded, and the guard strode to the podium. She tapped the holoscreen controls, then her voice, sharp and worried, cut through the ringing panic and confusion. The security head has determined that council members shall remain in the council room for their safety until we have determined the level of threat that the object sent through the portal presents. This was enough to subdue even the loudest of the shouters. The security guard turned briskly and strode out the door, the click of it locking behind her loud in the sudden silence. Slowly, the councillors resumed their seats. The afternoon was hot. The sun pouring through the tall old windows did nothing to help the ancient cooling system, which creaked and groaned. A fly buzzed noisily somewhere in the rotunda, and in the sudden hush, each clearing of a throat or shifting in a seat was clearly audible. The holoscreens on the councillors' desks showed the security officers standing at stoic attention outside the building. Although the guards' customary briefings were given punctually at 15-minute increments, they were curt and anything but reassuring. Once or twice, a member hazarded a comment. No one seemed in the mood for a discussion, though, and the conversation quickly petered out. Alba watched Kavako. Beneath the worry on his face, there was a glint of calculation. Her proposal of that morning was trapped in orbit until the matter of the portal had been dealt with, and he knew it as well as she did. She should be worrying about the fate of the system. But it was entirely possible that in this instance, the fate of the system and the fate of Kavako were the same thing. It was almost 2 interminable hours later before there was the click of the door unlocking, and a male voice came over the amplifiers. "I will be opening the doors. Please don't panic. The threat, if any, has been neutralized." A moment later, the heavy doors swung open, and a security guard stepped through. He was escorting a young man who appeared to be in his early 30s, with the manner and bearing of someone raised to privilege. In his hands, the man carried a small, black box. It wasn't anything to draw the eye, a long rectangle, battered and scored, perhaps the length of Alba's forearm. But from the way the man held it, Alba knew immediately it was important. And, considering everything that had just happened, she could make an educated guess where the object had come from. The security guard crossed quickly to the speaker and bent over, whispering something in her ear. She nodded and stood, tapping her staff on the ground. "Members of the council," she began into the absolute silence, "this is Emmerich Furtado, one of our lead biologists from the São Martim University. The scientists in his group have spent the past 2 hours analyzing the object that was transported through the portal. They have certified that it is safe, and he has requested permission to present us with a finding that he believes is highly important." She turned to the young man in the rotunda and gestured him to the podium. "Please, explain." The young man strode into the center of the room as the speaker resumed her seat, his posture radiating nervous energy. Reverently, he placed the black box atop the podium, then turned to the assembled council. "Esteemed councillors," he began, a tremor of excitement in his voice, "this object was sent by an intelligent species. From our preliminary examination, they appear to be using, in some cases, technology that outpaces our own. For instance, the technology used to send this object such a distance so rapidly appears to be closer to theoretical quantum teleportation than regular space travel. However, they also demonstrate use of technology we surpassed centuries ago." He glanced down and gently lifted the top of the object, like the lid of a box. As every head in the council strained forward to see, he tipped the podium's holoscreen to broadcast a view of the box's contents. Alba stared at her screen, frowning. Inside the padded compartment were various samples carefully packed, small items, labeled neatly in a language which she'd never seen before. At least, she assumed it was a language, although there was no way to be certain. "There are all sorts of specimens here," the scientist continued. "Sound patterns we assume to be music, and what appears to be a speech sample, although we are unable to discern what message, if any, it conveys. Those we passed on to our linguistics, and their team is working as fast as possible to decipher them. But," he paused, the gleam in his eye almost fanatical, "perhaps the most interesting thing of all is this." He indicated a small test tube in one corner, filled with a suspiciously red substance, his gesture reverent. "It appears to be a blood sample," the man said. "Their method of stabilizing it isn't as advanced as our own, but it was sufficient to permit us to study it. Through DNA analysis, we were able to ascertain that whoever or whatever provided the sample was not human, but certainly related to humans. It was from a healthy individual of around 60 years old. And," he paused just for half a second, "and that individual carried the genetic defect." Alba stared at the young man, almost unable to trust her ears. For a moment, the room went completely silent, as if every person in it were holding their breath. Then it exploded into noise, and the speaker, for the third time that day, was forced to shout through the amplifiers to make herself heard. "Order!" she snapped. When at last the furor had died down and everyone had returned to their seats, she continued in a more modulated tone, "If there are questions or comments, I ask that they be presented with the decorum appropriate to this chamber." An older member of the People's Council, a non-binary individual who, Alba recalled, had a granddaughter with the defect, stood and was granted the floor. "Are you certain of this?" they asked, their voice shaking slightly. "Certain on both counts, the individual's age and the presence of the defect." The scientist gave a wry smile. "It's difficult to be completely certain of anything. However, we are able to say with relative confidence that at the time of providing the sample, the individual had lived the equivalent of around 60 of Colorida's planetary years. As far as the presence of the defect, of that we are certain." A quiet, murmuring rustle traveled around the room. Alba sat in silent shock, her thoughts tumbling over each other. 500 years, and they still hadn't developed a cure for the defect. Early records indicated the defect had been present even on the generation ship that had brought them here. It was an odd combination of recessive genes, making it all but impossible to predict where it would pop up. But two things were quite certain. First, everyone was a potential carrier, and second, the current consensus was that the defect would manifest in about 10% of the population. 1 in 10 children who'd grow up perfectly healthy and normal until sometime in their late 20s. There was no way to predict it. It might skip 3 generations in a family, and then 3 children born to the same parents would develop it. 2 healthy parents might pass it to their child, or 2 sick parents might raise a healthy child to be left an orphan far too young. Even with the best technology science could devise, the longest anyone with the defect had lived was 40. And that had been hailed as nothing less than a miracle. Most people affected died by their early 30s. It wasn't a pleasant death, a slow, agonizing wasting away, skin drooping from cadaverous frames, muscles weakening, heart pumping slower and slower, until it inevitably failed. "Does this mean whoever's on the other side of the portal has found a cure?" asked a woman from the Judicial Council, rising quickly to her feet. "Unfortunately, it does not," said the scientist. "It could be a simple matter of physiological differences between species, like when a virus is lethal in a human and is only a minor nuisance to its animal host. But whatever it is that drives the aliens' resistance, it's possible that with additional samples and studies, we could use it to create a cure of our own." As I said, from all indications, the specimen was in perfect health at the time of giving the sample. President Anders stood as well. If that's the case, obtaining these samples, possibly finding a cure, must be our top priority in any contact we have with these aliens, above anything else. His face had gone slightly pale. Above almost anything else, came General Kavako's sharp voice. What must take overall precedence, I think, is ensuring that we are safe from whoever or whatever is on the other side of that portal. As of this moment, we have no indication whether they're friendly or hostile, nor of their capabilities, militarily, technologically, or otherwise. The president frowned. The young scientist cleared his throat, the noise loud over the amplifiers transmitting his voice. I must agree with the general, he said. Alba turned reflexively to glare at him. A biologist turned politician? But now that she looked more closely, the boy's face was somewhat familiar. Of course. Emmerich Furtado, the son of former counselor Alance Furtado. The boy was a competent biologist, from what she understood, but he certainly owed his position more to his mother's name than to personal merit. And looking between him and the general, she was very, very certain on whose payroll he was currently listed. She rose briskly to her feet. Madam Speaker, as the President has pointed out, this is a matter of absolutely vital import. I suggest that we gather the most capable individuals in order to pursue it. I suggest we summon... She tapped her temple, bringing up the internal retinal screen of her wavelength and scanned the information quickly. Ines Madera and Matin Paredes from the São Martin University to lead the linguistics team. I suggest tasking Duarte Rios and Jacinta Vega to study the implications of the portal itself and to verify whether it is posing any environmental hazard by its very presence. And I suggest that, in the search for the cure for the defect, we call Aran Romeu in from the field. I believe his reputation precedes him. She caught scattered smiles on the faces of the other counselors. Perhaps Aran's swashbuckling reputation and harebrained expeditions were a touch flamboyant for her tastes, and perhaps the holographs of him in the news, with his brown skin sun-darkened to a burnt copper, his rakish black beard, his wavy, perpetually mussed hair, and his soulful eyes, along with his reputation as someone who enjoyed an evening of good company, as the saying went, did nothing to dampen the tales that had sprung up about him. But he was undoubtedly the best field researcher on the planet, and probably in the Joias System. There was also the fact that she was unlikely to run up against argument as to his selection. He was popular and well-liked, and she'd already anticipated the need to forestall the eager young man in the rotunda from being peremptorily placed on the team by Kavako. The young scientist at the podium smiled as well, but the expression was less than genuine. Alba snorted quietly. In her experience, professional jealousy did much less for one's chances than good old-fashioned hard work and talent. And, as much of a roguish thrill-seeker as this Aran was, hard work and talent he clearly had in spades. "And why not Mr. Furtado?" asked the general, rising. His expression was hard, and anger sparked from his glare as he turned to her. "He has clearly shown his ability to analyze samples in a lab," Alba interrupted tartly. It spoke to the urgency of the matter that the speaker didn't even send her a dirty look at her disregard of formality. "I am not, however, convinced that there will be ideal laboratory conditions on whatever alien settlement we find beyond the portal," Alba continued. "If you know of a more well-respected field biologist than Aran, I suggest you present their name to the council for consideration." A woman from the military committee, one of Kavako's closest confidants, stood. "I understand Aran Romeu is currently involved in an important field study. I hardly think we can—" Her words faltered at Alba's quelling glare. The older counselor who'd spoken earlier, whose granddaughter had the defect, rose to their feet. "Madam Speaker, if I may," they said in their trembling voice, At the woman's nod, they turned to the military counselor, their face taking on an expression of barely disguised disgust. If there's a scientific study more important than finding the cure for the defect, please explain it to me. Their voice cracked with age and emotion. But if this is an excuse to express your pique at the Chief Justice at the cost of my granddaughter's life, I suggest you rethink your priorities. The silence in the chamber was answer enough. Alba allowed herself a small, tight smile. In this, at least, she'd outmaneuvered the general, and it appeared he was intelligent enough to realize it. After a desultory discussion, almost brief enough not to merit the term, a message was sent out to the various experts, and at long last the council was dismissed. There had been nothing else said about Alba's proposal to disband the military council. She'd hardly expected there to be, not with developments as they were. But as she stepped through the door from the rotunda and into the spacious, cool hallways of the council building, she couldn't help a quick glance over her shoulder at Cavaco. He hadn't risen to his position by being timid or stupid. He was a strategist by training and by nature. And if he wasn't already thinking up some play to use this new development to grab for power with both hands, and perhaps pull her fangs at the same time, then she wasn't the judge of character she knew herself to be. Chapter 5. Aran. The sleek government ship nosed its way in the passenger shipping lanes that wound through the old section of the city. Aran stared out the Plex windows at the colorful, noisy bustle of the streets below him, fighting back the wash of irrational panic. There was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. He'd been repeating that to himself, under his breath, for the last hour, ever since the transport had entered Villanova do Sol's airspace, and even running through the data he and Istvay had gathered on their most recent excursion hadn't been enough to hold back the choking dread. It hadn't actually helped. It also hadn't helped that he was bloody terrified of flying, and of heights, and of whatever the hell jiggly, gelatinous substance the unmanned government ship had spat out at them in fancy little dishes for their meals. Istvay had eaten it with every sign of satisfaction. Aran had poked at it a few times, and then secretly slipped it to Ani when Istvay wasn't looking, which meant now he was hangry as well as terrified. He sighed, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes, trying to force his muscles to unclench. Cortisol and adrenocorticotropin, obviously, as well as a flood of glucagon and catecholamines. An effective cocktail of hormones, if your future plans included running for your life or fighting off a swarm of carnivorous common prairie snouts. Less effective if your plan involved sitting in a damn unmanned government transport to be brought into the city where you'd grown up and then spent the rest of your life trying to get away from. He could almost smell it, the confusing, heavy scent of cooking food, unwashed bodies, the ozone tang of the power generators, and the dark, smoky fragrance of burning charcoal, all seasoned with the inescapable whiff of rotting garbage. The incessant noise and press and bustle, the feeling of wanting to crawl out of his own skin to get away from it all. None of his long string of foster parents had ever understood it, but Istvay's mother had. And whenever he couldn't bear things any longer and escaped to the streets, the small makeshift shelter in one of the alleys where she and Istvay lived, and where he could take refuge from the chaos, had been the only constant, secure, safe memory of his entire childhood. Until she died, of course. He sighed heavily and squeezed his eyes closed, clenching and unclenching his fists to rein in the growing panic. There was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Istvay had dozed off hours ago, head lolled back against the seat cushions, but now they stirred and blinked their eyes open. "Aran?" Their voice was thick with sleep. "Are we there already?" They sat up, scrubbing at their eyes. I thought you'd be sleeping. Aran looked away, muttering something about not being tired. Istve sighed, still rubbing their eyes. Aran, it'll be fine. We'll get in there, you'll talk to them, we'll leave. Easy as that. Yeah, Aran muttered, stroking Ani's tentacles where she sat bunched in his lap. She gave a little chirruping purr and flattened her bulbous body with pleasure at the touch. Istve blew out a breath. I'm not going to be able to talk you into leaving Ani behind, am I? Aran tightened his hand protectively on Ani's tentacle, then yelped, frowning down at her. Ani, you know better. If you don't like something, we've talked about ways you can let me know. He looked ruefully at his hand, which was already swelling and going an ugly greenish purple where she'd nicked him with a tentacle spike. Look what you've done. Now we'll be wearing a bandage when I go in and talk to the council. Ani had the grace to look mildly ashamed and tightened her tentacles protectively around his wrist. Istve was watching, shaking their head. I suppose it's no use my reminding you that thing is considered an illegal method of biological warfare by the entire rest of the system. Aran rolled his eyes. Ani's perfectly tame and completely harmless. Look at her. She snuggled a little closer to him, her body now a delicate blue, her tentacles curling around his arm, the skin flaps she used for flying wrapped around him like a hug. She just poisoned you, Istve pointed out, a trace of exasperation in their tone. She literally just poisoned you, and the only reason that you're not convulsing on the floor right now is that she's done it so often you've built up an immunity. Aran rubbed Ani's head affectionately, carefully avoiding the venomous line of serrated teeth that marked her second external mouth. She only does that if she's upset, and it was my fault for upsetting her in the first place. Besides, she's very intelligent. She'd never do it to someone else, and she knows it doesn't really hurt me. Istve looked meaningfully at Aran's hand, which had now swollen to almost twice its usual size, and was sending tingling pulses of pain up his arm. Aran rolled his shoulder to shake it off and sighed. And that group of bandits we ran across last summer, Istve prodded. They were trying to kill us, Aran said patiently. The result wouldn't have been any different if we'd been traveling with a protection drone. Istve gave a disbelieving snort. Last I checked, protection drones don't inject their prey with digestive fluids and then suck out the liquid afterwards so there's nothing left but crumpled husks. Ani glanced up at the exasperated tone in Istve's voice and curled herself tighter around Aran's arm. Aran stroked her soothingly. Well, they were already dead. She was just following her instincts. I don't see that it makes any practical difference. Istve muttered something, shaking their head, and dropped back against the seat, glancing out the window as they did so. Well, we're almost there. Then maybe we'll see what all this fuss is about. They closed their eyes, but Aran caught the tension in their posture and the hint of pallor in their cheeks. Perhaps Istve wasn't as comfortable as they were trying to let on, either. The craft navigated the streets of the elegant old quarter of the city, the buildings lining the wide streets, crafted of elegant old stone, surfaces pitted from the centuries, but the soaring lines of their architecture showing the artistry of their construction. Villa Nova do Sol was the oldest city settled when the generation ship had arrived here 500 years ago, and this section of the city was still mostly original buildings. It was an elegant, expensive part of town, entirely different from the dirty, busy, squalid streets where he'd grown up. But somehow it was no less terrifying. They landed gently in a wide old courtyard, the ship touching down soundlessly on the elegant cobblestones. "We have arrived at our destination," said a pleasant male voice over the loudspeakers. "I have unlocked the cabin doors, and you may disembark at your leisure. Thank you for trusting me with this flight." There was a pneumatic hiss as the doors slid open, and the thick, oppressive heat of a summer afternoon wafted into the ship, with all the subtlety of a swamp blight's mating scream. Aran swallowed hard, fighting back the nervous nausea, and stood. Ani slithered up his arm to perch on his shoulder, and Istve eyed her askance before apparently deciding that any commentary would ultimately be a waste of breath. They glanced at Aran, shaking their head with an air of rueful fondness, then stepped forward onto the short loading ramp that led to the courtyard. Aran took a deep breath, gathering his resolve, and followed. It was exactly as bad as he'd been expecting. A line of politicians and a small cluster of people who, he was very sure, were well-known names in the scientific community, and, ranged behind them like an unspoken threat, a swarm of reporters, mixed in with a crowd of gawking people pushing and scuffling for a closer look. He slowed almost unconsciously, but Istve, who'd probably been staying close in case of just such an occurrence, put a hand inconspicuously on his arm. Aran shot them a grateful glance and forced his legs to keep moving, and the two of them stepped out into the courtyard below. "Aran, is it true that the specimen you sent back a year ago... Is it true that you fought off 7 wild harrow beasts in the mountains of... Is it true you're engaged to be married to... Aran!" said the politician in front, speaking loud enough to be heard above the clamor. He stepped forward and clasped Aran's hand, and Aran refrained with an effort from jerking it away. "So glad you could make it. As you can imagine, we were desperate for your expertise in this very exciting development." Aran forced himself to breathe slowly, counting down from 100 in his head. The politician didn't seem to notice. He didn't seem the type of man to notice anything he didn't want to. "And Istve!" He turned, shaking Istve's hand warmly, then turned back to Aran and clapped him on the shoulder in a jovial manner. Aran couldn't repress a flinch, and from his other shoulder, Ani gave a quiet hiss. "Easy, girl," he murmured, glancing back at her. The man followed his gaze, then gave a yelp and leapt ungracefully backward, almost knocking over an unlucky aide. That thing isn't..." He gave an uneasy laugh. "Aran, my friend, you didn't bring..." Aran sighed and held out his arm. "Meet Ani," he said. Ani hesitated a moment, then, body striated with a bright, angry orange, slithered warily down his arm to completely envelop his hand, her long tentacles twining up his arm and over his shoulder. She was making an angry, growling sort of purr, and he stroked her gently. "Come on, Ani, be nice," he whispered, then turned back to the counselor. "As you can see, she's perfectly tame." Ani's growl turned into a hiss, and she shifted a little on his arm, puffing out the pouches under her bulbous eyes to make herself look bigger. The man had a fixed, rictus grin on his face. He gave a forced chuckle. "Aran, that... Surely you don't mean... That thing could..." "As Aran said Istve mildly, stepping past Aran to insert themselves between the insulted Ani, who was now hissing like a tea kettle, and the terrified politician. "This is Ani. Her assistance on Aran's expeditions has been invaluable, and as she's a rare specimen, it's singularly impossible to leave her behind. When you extended the invitation, Aran and I both assumed she would be included, as she is, for all intents and purposes, a member of our party." The counselor's eyes flicked between Ani, Aran, and Istve, but at last he gave a grudging, unwilling nod. "I suppose if it is, a member of your party, and..." He shot a wary look at Aran. "And, as you say, tame enough not to pose a threat..." "Perfectly harmless," Aran managed, tucking his swollen hand inconspicuously behind his back. "Well..." The man was sweating slightly, and he ran his finger under his collar in an unconscious, nervous gesture. "I suppose in that case I'll let my aide show you to your rooms. I'm sure you'll wish to rest and refresh yourself before tonight's gala in your honor." Aran barely managed to bite back a desperate groan. Damn it to hell. Of course they'd have a gala in his honor. Of course he couldn't just come into the city quietly, talk to the council, and leave. Because when in the hell had his life ever been that damn simple? Istve shot him a sympathetic glance. There's no need for a gala, honestly, they said, turning to the man. We have another research expedition planned, and it's quite time-sensitive, so... The politician brushed off Istve's word with a wave of his hand. No, I insist. It's no trouble at all, and the scientific community, not to mention anyone who's anyone in society, is dying to meet our friend Aran. He comes to the city so infrequently. Besides, the council wanted to present a briefing to those who will be in attendance, so it's all arranged. The nerve-induced nausea was rising in Aran's throat in unpleasant waves. Now, Estelle will show you to your rooms, the man continued, turning away. Istve slipped a comforting hand through Aran's elbow, eyebrow raised in rueful apology, and a thoroughly miserable Aran let Istve lead him after the scurrying, terrified aide. They passed through the massive, elegant hotel lobby, up the lift, down a wide, airy corridor, and finally reached the doors of a double suite connected by a common area. The aide gave a respectful nod and all but fled back down the corridor. Istve closed the door firmly, and, at last, they and Aran were alone. Sorry, Aran, said Istve. I did try. Aran sank into a chair and put his head in his hands, then swore at the sharp jolt of pain. He tried again, a little more carefully, this time letting his one good hand support the weight of his chin as he slumped in abject misery. It won't be that bad, said Istve encouragingly. We'll go early, and I'll think up some excuse to get us out as quickly as possible. You're famous enough that you don't have to say anything the whole time. They'll just think you're stuck up. They dropped into the seat across from him. Besides, you might meet someone interesting. You never know. Aran gave a listless nod, not even bothering to look up. It would be that bad. He could already tell. A far too short time later, Aran jerked his head up from his palm screen at the polite knock at the door. The aide's nervous voice floated through, informing them that the gala would be starting in an hour, and she was more than happy to take them down whenever they were ready. Just call her on the wavelength. Damn it to hell. He'd managed, somehow, to distract himself with his data, and he'd been poring over the lines of the genetic readout from the beautiful, fascinating living rock/volcano that had almost eaten Istve the previous day, the intricate details of it compelling enough that he'd almost been able to forget where he was and what was waiting for him. He groaned. I don't suppose we could tell them I died? He called to Istve. Istve's laugh floated out from the other bedroom. Somehow, I doubt that'll work, they called back. Aran closed his eyes for a moment, bracing himself, then stood, shutting down the palm screen, and stumbled into his own bedroom to get ready. He washed quickly, the luxurious warmth of the steam cleanser strange after months of bathing in river water, unevenly warmed by a portable cleanser or sometimes not warmed at all, depending on how hard their latest expedition had been on their supplies. Then he slipped into the most comfortable of the uncomfortable formal wear someone had stocked in his closet, a tailored cerulean blue suit, with a matching vest and a single-breasted coat, slipping the maroon cravat loosely around his neck and tying a haphazard bow. Good enough, probably. It wasn't like anyone actually cared what he wore any more than they cared whether or not he wanted to be there. He stepped out precisely 47 minutes later, just as Istve emerged from their own room. For a moment, Aran stood, blinking. Istve's suit was a deep green, the cut accentuating their shoulders and slim waist, the creamy shirt underneath clinging loosely to their chest. The dark, elegant fabric of the suit brought out the light brown of their skin, and the deeper brown of their eyes, and the smooth shadow of their beard emphasized the shape of their face, with its sharp cheekbones and prominent nose. Their black hair, still glistening from the steam cleanser, was pulled back into its usual ponytail and fell to their shoulders, and they were grinning their crooked grin. Aran found himself unable to look away. Hell, he was hardly able to breathe. "Let me get that for you," said Istvay, their tone amused. They stepped forward, untying Aran's hasty bow and retying it in a practiced motion. Their hands were quick, strong fingers deft and precise, and as they frowned down at the soft cloth, Aran was very aware of how close their face was to his own. An uninvited memory flashed through his mind of another time Istvay's face had been this close to his. The night of their university graduation outside his tiny student dorm, both of them pleasantly drunk and Istvay's laughter sending an agreeable warmth through the pit of Aran's stomach. Istvay had been looking at him, their arm thrown around his shoulders, face centimeters from his, and Aran, caught in that gaze like he always was, had leaned forward impulsively. And Istvay, instead of pulling back, had leaned in as well, laughing softly as their lips met, and they'd stumbled through the door to his room, Istvay shoving it closed behind them with their foot. Istvay stepped back, examining their handiwork critically, and Aran let out a breath, his muscles suddenly far too shaky. Istvay looked up, finally satisfied, and gave him a quick grin. "There. Now every person at the gala will be throwing themselves at you." Their tone was joking, and Aran managed a grin in return, because what use would it be telling them that the only person on the entire planet he had any interest in having thrown at him was standing right in front of him, examining his cravat with a critical eye? He'd woken the morning after graduation to an empty bed. Istvay had avoided his gaze for the next few days, and they'd never spoken of it again. And Aran had never figured out how to bring it up himself, or what had gone wrong. Istvay gave him a sympathetic look. "You'll be fine," they said. They reached out a hand and paused, and when Aran nodded, placed it gently on his shoulder with a reassuring squeeze. "We survived a living volcano 2 days ago. It can't be worse than that, right?" "Yeah," Aran muttered, still unsure of his voice. Istvay laughed. "Well, just bring Ani with. I guarantee you we'll be invited to leave at the first opportunity." This time, Aran's grin in return was a little more genuine. "I've made her up a bed in the hotel room, but if she decided to come, I couldn't leave her behind if I wanted to." "Yes, when your pet is something that's classified as a weapon of mass destruction, it tends to go where it wants," Istvay grumbled. Despite their attempt at an early arrival, there were already hordes of reporters standing eager watch in the darkening courtyard of the grand, old stone building as the city transport pulled to a stop outside. Aran glanced quickly at Istvay, and Istvay shot a meaningful look at the tall stone walls surrounding the courtyard. Aran nodded, grinning a little despite himself, and unbuttoned his suit jacket. Istvay had already strode around to the nearest wall, stripped their jacket off, and slung it over their shoulder, hands running along the rough stones calculatingly. "After the things we've scaled, this is as simple as breathing," they whispered, eyes dancing. "I'd like to see the reporters' faces when they find they've missed us." At the base of the wall inside, they both brushed off their suits, shrugged back into their coats, and, with Istvay trying with a notable lack of success to hide their mirth, blended in with the gathered dignitaries. Even in the few short minutes before the two of them were noticed, Aran was miserable. The suit coat was unpleasantly warm, the cravat trapping the heat around his neck and causing sweat to trickle, itchy and uncomfortable, down his chest. The shifting mass of humanity, the drone and buzz of 100 conversations, the overripe smell of wine mingling with the thick scent of cologne and perfume, started a dull ache behind his eyes and set every nerve in his body on edge, his muscles tightening unconsciously. He stood slightly back from the crowd, trying to keep his breath from coming too quickly. "Aran, there you are! People have been looking for you all night!" He flinched, his hand tightening on the wine glass. A woman who he vaguely remembered from university, Mariana, maybe, was pushing her way through the crowd towards him, and at her words, heads were turning in his direction from all around the room. For a panicked moment, he contemplated turning to run, but she'd already reached him. She tucked her hand firmly through his arm, drawing him towards an admiring crowd. After an eternity of being introduced to people he didn't recognize and whose names he had no chance of remembering, he saw from the corner of his eye someone detach themselves from another group and start over. Aran caught a glimpse of the man's face as he approached and groaned to himself, just when he thought the night couldn't get any worse. Aran, what a pleasure to finally have you grace our company. Emmerich's voice was rich and smooth, his smile as charming and effusive as it had been when they were classmates in university. Maybe, Aran caught himself thinking, it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Maybe after all these years, Emmerich had finally realized this whole thing was a joke, that Aran hated his unwanted fame just as much as Emmerich hated that Aran had it. That they were unconscious, unwilling allies, at least in this. I hear you've been busy, Emmerich continued, his smile almost genuine. 14 new specimens in 6 months. You must be very proud, especially for someone with a background like yours, honestly. It must be nice being the token poverty student. I heard you got called in by the council because they wanted some diversity on the task force. Oh, but you haven't been briefed on that yet, have you? Aran began, glancing around the room in the vague hope of a rescue. I didn't mean to... Emmerich brushed off his protestations with a wave of his hand. Come now, you're among friends. No need to be bashful. I'd certainly like to believe that Aran is among friends, although the current company makes that claim a bit dubious. Came another voice, and Aran's head jerked up at the obvious menace under the words. Istve. Emmerich's tone chilled noticeably. Aran glanced between Istve and Emmerich and noticed with mild dread Istve's small, challenging grin, the way their eyes narrowed. Are you saying you regret trying to kill Aran the last time you two interacted? Istve's tone was light, but they were clearly furious, in a way that only Emmerich seemed able to provoke. Is this an apology, then? Istve, it's fine, Aran whispered, trying to catch his friend's eye. Istve ignored him, smiling at Emmerich with smooth menace. Tell me, Emmerich, how have things been in the research laboratory? Any recent successes? I haven't heard of any, but then maybe it's just that Aran and I have been out of touch. I'm sure the news reports have been full of nothing but your discoveries. But nothing but your discoveries. Emmerich stiffened as if Istve had struck him, the look on his face pure malice. Aran knew, suddenly, that Istve hadn't spent the entire time in the hotel room sleeping either. They'd probably been combing through every single scientific report the news packets had run since the last time they and Aran had been in the city in preparation for this precise interaction. Unlike some of my colleagues, said Emmerich, his tone icy, the research I am doing is delicate and precise. I simply haven't the leisure to announce myself in the news packets at every opportunity. Well, that's a relief, said Istve, their voice amused and dangerous. Of course, nor did Aran. Reporters seem to seek him out rather than the other way around. But then, I suppose when your work is as groundbreaking as his is, that's an unintended consequence of the job. They laughed softly, the sound carrying enough threat that Aran had to stop himself from stepping backwards. But, as you say, I'm certain your work is also... Istve paused delicately. Very important. The glare Emmerich turned on Istve was the functional equivalent of a murder attempt. It was a pleasure to see you again, Aran, he said, pointedly turning his back on Istve. I hope we'll have a chance to reconnect when you're a little less occupied. With a final venomous glance in Istve's direction, he turned and stalked off. Istve gave a low laugh. Good riddance, they whispered. In the brief lull, someone from the front of the room cleared their throat. The sound over the amplifiers, loud enough to cut through the drone of the conversations. Aran and Istve both looked up. A counselor stood in the front of the room, looking somewhat nervous, He cleared his throat again, then said, "Friends and colleagues, I've been asked to inform you of the Council's deliberations. While no final decision as to a course of action has been made, please be confident that no effort is being spared to ensure that this unprecedented development is properly dealt with. In fact, our valued guest, Aran Romeu, has come to the city precisely to assist the Council in their determinations." He droned on, but it was clear he wasn't going to deliver any information of substance. Istve must have come to the same conclusion. They glanced around the room quickly, grinning their familiar, lopsided grin. It would have made Aran's heart jump just a little, even if he hadn't had 2 glasses of wine over the course of the last hour and a half. But he had, and now it made something catch in his throat, a little jolting gasp that he couldn't tell was pleasure or pain. Istve's eyes danced with mischief as they scanned the room, and there was a familiar knot in the pit of Aran's stomach, a warmth of desire that was far too pleasant and far too hopeless. As the counselor finished and stepped down, Istve turned back to Aran, their eyes still twinkling, their grin sending an electric jolt through Aran's entire body once more. "Over there," they whispered, pointing across the room, to where a tall, light-haired man with fair, freckled skin and an easy smile was watching them. "He hasn't been able to take his eyes off you all night." They winked at Aran, their dark lashes, especially after his 2 glasses of wine, almost choking Aran anew. "Go on. I guarantee he'll be more than happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about. And if you don't like the look of him, there's a woman over there who's just about as enamored, if I'm any judge." Aran managed a small smile and shook his head. No, he looks fine." Istve had been intent on Aran finding someone for as long as he could remember. Aran had given up on trying to make up reasons he wasn't interested that didn't involve him blurting out a confession of undying love to his best friend and trampling all over their friendship and, well, he'd never let himself think farther than that because of the static white panic that flooded his brain at the thought of somehow hurting Istve or pushing them away. Besides, well, at least spending the night with the inevitably pleasant people Istve always seemed to find helped Aran push past the hopeless longing that seemed to have become as much a part of him as his own skin. "Go on, then," said Istve teasingly. "Can't be worse than listening to all your colleagues pretend not to be jealous all evening, and I'll bet he'll figure out a way to get both of you out of here as soon as humanly possible, given the motivation." Aran nodded grimly, took a deep breath, and started across the hall towards the man Istve had indicated. The man's expression brightened in delighted disbelief as he caught Aran's eyes, and he quickly excused himself from his conversation. Aran sighed to himself. He looked nice, at least, and Istve was right. It was 1,000 times better than any of his other current conversational options. He glanced back at Istve, who gave him a supportive wink that was enough to almost shut down the flow of blood to his brain. Damn it, why hadn't he remembered what a bad idea getting tipsy around Istve could be? He gritted his teeth and turned resolutely back to his new companion, forcing a smile. The man looked friendly and more than eager to please. At the very least, he'd be better company than a group of envious colleagues, and perhaps, if the evening went the way Aran hoped it might, it would be enough to get the sight of Istve's lopsided grin out of his brain for at least a few hours. Istve was, in fact, correct. The moment Aran telegraphed his intentions, his companion had, with impressive alacrity and creativity, managed to socially disentangle both of them, procure a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, and make their excuses to all and sundry. Now, an hour and another half-glass of wine later, they were sitting around a small table in Aran's hotel bedroom, and Tomas, who was, in fact, just as pleasant as his smile had promised, had a hand lightly on Aran's elbow, leaning in attentively as he spoke, and smiling in genuine delight at Aran's replies. Aran sipped his wine, enjoying the perceptible looseness spreading through his body. He calculated another half-glass, and he'd find Tomas as attractive as the man seemed to find him. A glass after that, and they'd both be laughing, and possibly one final glass before they'd end up in bed together. and the heady, intoxicating rush of testosterone, serotonin, and oxytocin would, with any luck, be enough to clear his traitorous brain of anything but his willing and pleasant companion, instead of a certain lopsided grin, rich brown eyes with a glint of mischief, and the absurd, electric spark that shot through Aran's body every time those eyes turned on him, especially if he had anything less than his full faculties at his disposal. Tomas had finished whatever story he was telling, and Aran laughed. It had probably been funny, honestly, if he'd been paying attention. Now that he thought of it, Tomas was, in fact, more than a little attractive. Aran finished his glass of wine, feeling a pleasant rush of desire, and smiled to himself. Perhaps the evening wouldn't go so badly after all. He reached out, letting his hands slide across Tomas's and linger there for a moment longer than necessary. Tomas gave him a smile that sent a jolt of warmth through the pit of his stomach. "Those formal shirts are always so hot," he said, loosening the top button of his shirt with a wink. Aran grinned back recklessly. "I think it's late enough in the evening we could find a way to get more comfortable," he drawled. Tomas smiled, reaching down for his wineglass. Then he frowned in sudden concern. "Aran, you're hurt. What happened to your hand?" Aran followed his gaze, and it took a moment for his wine-muddled brain to remember Ani's fit of temper that morning. Then, abruptly, he swore as if on cue, something tickled the back of his neck. "Not now, Ani," he hissed over his shoulder. "Aran?" Tomas's voice was now genuinely concerned. "Are you all right? Should I call someone?" Ani, who'd wriggled up the back of his chair to settle herself in her customary place on his shoulder, poked her head up above his collar, and he could feel the gentle suction of her tentacles against his skin. He closed his eyes with a final, hopeless curse. When she was curious like this, she wouldn't be satisfied until she'd gawked her fill. He could tell the exact moment Tomas caught sight of her, peeking out from behind his shoulder. And then, a second later, the moment when he realized what exactly he was looking at. The polite confusion on his face turned abruptly to terror, and he shoved his chair back, jolting to his feet. Aran held up his hand helplessly. "Tomas, it's fine. It's only Ani. She's—" Tomas was already backing towards the door, his expression frantic. He fumbled behind him for the switch, and when the door hissed open, he was through it and down the hallway as if the void itself was at his heels. Aran watched him go, and with him, any hope of an evening filled with anything other than himself and Ani. Ani gave a curious little chirrup as the door hissed close again. Aran sighed and stretched out his arm. It hadn't been her fault. She couldn't have known how badly the sight of damn Istve in a formal suit would leave him needing a night of pleasant oblivion. She crawled down his arm, twining herself delicately around his hand, and he smiled despite himself. He stroked her bulbous body for a moment, then shook his head and pushed himself to his feet, glancing ruefully at the 2 wineglasses and the half-empty bottle of wine. He'd clean up in the morning. "And this is why we can't have nice things," he murmured, tickling Ani under the chin as she purred in contentment. She, at least, seemed perfectly satisfied with the progression of the evening's events. Aran, though, took far too long to drift off to sleep, and when he did, it was to a picture of brown eyes peering at him in familiar concern, full lips, the hint of a 5 o'clock shadow, and impossibly long lashes. Chapter 6. Savina. The moment the shuttle landed, Savina joined the pushing, shoving crowd, keeping herself tucked safely within the mass of panicking bodies as she stepped past 2 officers at the door who were trying desperately to keep order, and out into the station. She kept her walk, the brisk pace of someone with important things to do, rather than someone trying to avoid being picked up by law enforcement, until she was outside the shuttle block. Then, with a friendly smile at the door attendant, she stepped through onto the streets of the grungy, dirty Moonport, glancing around once to make sure there were no officers following, and ran. The moonport was small and utilitarian at best. There was no terraforming outside the shuttle base itself, so the places tourists from the luxury ships could go were limited. It wouldn't be a problem, usually, but if she was being pursued by the police, it would make things a lot more interesting. She kept her head down and forced herself to keep a slow, easy pace. But she couldn't help a slight smile. Let them try to take her. She strolled past the hangar bays, eyes running casually over the ships as she passed. On her retinal screen, each port showed the name of the ship, as well as its schedule and destination. She paused in front of one, the Dolphin, apparently. It was a grungy, battered-looking ship, but it was headed to an outer planet, which was exactly what she needed for now. A place to lie low until the fur with the government agent blew over. With funds coming into her account from the job she'd just pulled, she and Benny would have plenty to live off for the next few months while they planned their next move, and enough to send back to the compound as well. A few months of forced inactivity should convince whoever had sent the agent after her that she was no longer a threat. She'd spent her entire life persuading people that she wasn't a threat, right up until the moment she killed them. A government official couldn't be that much more difficult. A woman who must be the ship's captain stood at the base of the loading ramp, haggling over fuel prices with a man in shop overalls. She looked to be in her mid-40s, with light brown skin and thick black hair pulled into a shoulder-length ponytail, and was dressed simply in slacks and a white shirt. There was a no-nonsense air about her, and she wore an expression of weary resignation, the lines around her eyes and mouth evidence of a life that had aged her beyond her years. Savina waited patiently until the woman came to some agreement with the seller, who nodded gruffly. The captain squeezed her hand closed, presumably activating her wavelength, and the fuel seller paused, eyes going unfocused for a moment as he scanned his retinal screen. He nodded and turned to a handful of small drones behind him. They came to life, rolling backwards on the bay floor, and returning a short time later, loaded down with heavy fuel cubes to deposit in the fuel port in the ship's belly. Savina moved closer, positioning herself so that when the captain turned from inspecting the fuel cells, she couldn't help but see her. "Do you want something?" The woman's voice was rough, like someone accustomed to shouting orders, but her tone, although abrupt, wasn't unkind. Savina smiled, widening her eyes in the innocent expression that had served her so well over the years. "Are you the captain of the Dolphin?" she asked, letting a Rim Mountain drawl lengthen her words. The captain gave a faint smile. "I am. But if you're looking for passage, you picked the wrong ship. I have a full cargo load to drop." Savina dimpled. "I'm not looking for passage exactly. I mean, I guess I am in a way, but I was hoping to work for my passage. I'm a decent mechanic." Considering the records her wavelength had pulled up on the ship, as well as its general appearance, the Dolphin needed a mechanic desperately. "Well," the captain hesitated, clearly torn. Savina smiled again. "I won't be any trouble, I promise. I'm used to rough bunks." She let a trace of desperation show through her tone. "I was working up there on the yacht until last week, sent my wages home to my family because they promised me a passage credit home, but when the time came..." She shook her head and trailed off. The captain sighed. "And you wonder how people like that get so flush. It's by taking money off those who can't fight them for it." There was a hint of bitterness under her tone. She shook her head, looking Savina up and down. "Mechanic, you say?" Savina nodded eagerly. "I can do other things too if you need. I'm pretty handy around ships." She managed not to let even a hint of a smile show. The fact that she couldn't tell a spanner from an inverter torch was irrelevant to this discussion. As long as the captain believed she could do the job, the rest would work itself out. The captain chuckled ruefully. "Well, it just so happens I do need a mechanic. I have some issues with the thrusters, and I was going to pay someone to have it fixed at our next port, but if you're willing to work off your passage..." Savina nodded again, eyes wide and earnest. "I'll work off my passage, I swear. I'm a hard worker. I can get references if you want." "Off the yacht, no doubt," said the captain dryly. "That won't be needed. I prefer to keep out of the way of those people if I can." She looked Savina over carefully and sighed again. "Well, I'd have starved to death half a dozen times if people hadn't given me the benefit of the doubt when I needed it." She shook her head. "You can come. But if you don't earn your keep, I'll drop you on the next planet with my cargo, and you'll have to find your own way home." "Thank you," said Savina, her smile one of desperate gratitude. "I won't let you regret it." These trustful, pay-it-forward types were always the easiest to dupe. "Don't thank me until you see your bunk," the captain murmured wryly. "We don't have much space. I hope your kit isn't too large." "I travel light," said Savina, smiling brightly. "It won't be a problem at all. I just left my things back at the port locker." The captain nodded. "Best bring them aboard, then. We've got clearance to leave in 15 planetary minutes, and I don't plan on being late. If you're not here by then, we'll leave without you." She paused, and as Savina turned away, called after her, "I should warn you. I took on another stray who's working their passage home. You'll have to bunk with them. And they look like they're a little on the touchy side." Savina turned her full smile on the captain. "I get along with most people. Don't worry about me." She rolled her eyes as she walked quickly across the port to the small locker where she'd left her meager bag of belongings. She paid a coin to the grumpy-looking attendant and grabbed her bag. "There!" came a voice from behind her. She turned in time to see a handful of police officers turning in her direction, the one in the lead pointing directly at her. She swore, snatched up the bag, and took off down the moonport's maze of corridors. "Map," she whispered, flicking her eyes to bring her wavelength online. A station map popped up, translucent in the left corner of her eye. She glanced through it quickly, then turned down a narrow street leading to the food court. The officers were hard on her heels. If she was any judge, they'd be spreading out, trying to cut her off. She smiled grimly to herself. If they came all this way for a show, she may as well give them one. She burst out into the food court, knocking over a table and several chairs, and sending their occupants to their feet, cursing. A rough-looking woman grabbed her by the shoulder, spinning her around angrily. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Savina gave the woman a terrified, pleading glance. "Some people are after me," she panted. They're dressed like police officers, but they're not, and I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I don't know what they're going to do to me." She let her voice catch just a little. "Or maybe it is the police," grumbled a man, but she could see by his face that she had him. "Help me, please," she whispered. "I don't care. I'll wait somewhere for the real police to come. She blinked back a tear. From the hallway where she'd emerged, she could hear police officers shouting. The man sighed, shaking his head. "Look, if you go out that back way, we'll send them off in the wrong direction. Should give you maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That should be enough." "Thank you," she murmured, her voice trembling. The man gestured impatiently. "Go on. This won't last forever." She gave him a grateful nod, and the woman released her grip on Savina's arm. Savina ducked down the corridor the man had indicated as the police burst into the food court. She was grinning to herself as she ran for it. The man was as good as his word, it seemed. There were no sounds of pursuit from behind her, although, like he said, it wouldn't last forever. She slowed as she reached the Dolphin's docking bay, straightening her mussed hair and deliberately slowing her breathing until she was able to sound like she hadn't just been running for her life. She pasted on a charming smile and stepped around the corner, almost bumping into the captain. "I got my things," Savina said with a friendly smile. "Do you mind if I bring them on board?" The captain gestured up the loading ramp. "What took you? Get on and get your things stowed. Rafael is just finishing up the pre-flight checks." She shook her head. "After whatever the hell just happened, I'm guessing they'll shut down the port soon enough, and I can't afford to miss this cargo run." For just a moment, Savina felt a sick jolt of panic. And then she realized what the captain must be referring to, the rift, or whatever it was, that had so handily distracted her quarry on the yacht. She'd have to look deeper into that, probably, figure out what the hell it was, but until then, getting out of this damn wreck of a backwater spaceport was as high on her priority list as it seemed to be on the captain's. "I'm sorry," she murmured, stepping past the woman up the loading ramp. "It'll only take me a second to get stowed. Don't wait on me." "Don't worry, we won't," said the captain dryly, but she gestured Savina up the loading ramp. Savina skipped up quickly and glanced around. "Your cabin's in the back," came a gruff voice, and she glanced towards it, blinking in the dim of the ship's emergency lighting. A man stood at the head of one of the corridors, one leg obviously a cheap prosthetic, his belly bulging over his belt and a sour look on his pale face. His face was creased with scowl wrinkles, and his dark hair was going to gray. "Don't know why the captain let you on. She's too soft for her own damn good. But I'm not. You'll work off your passage, I'll see to that." Savina gave him a disarming smile. "You won't have to worry about that, I promise. I know she probably shouldn't have, but I'm so glad she was willing to give me a chance." She let her mountain drawl thicken just a little. The man gave a skeptical snort, jerking his thumb in the direction he'd indicated. She nodded and started off down the corridor. Time enough to get him on her side later, if it came to it. For now, the first item of business was staying out of the way. "You're sharing a bunk with the other passenger," the man's voice echoed down the hallway after her, and she could hear the unpleasant glee in it. "I hope you're as good at making friends as you say you are." Savina rolled her eyes and pulled open the door to what must be her cabin. It slid open, and she stepped inside, blinking at the sudden light. Someone had already taken their place on one of the two cots. They were tall, and a little younger than Savina, their dark hair short and spiky, their features sharp and angular. Their clothes were all black, and they wore iron spite studs through the piercings in every available part of their body: ears, nose, eyebrows, lips, tongue. They turned towards Savina as she stepped through the door, and their face wore an expression of disdain. Savina grinned to herself. No wonder the captain had warned her. She threw her small bag of belongings onto the unoccupied cot with a disarming smile. "Hello. I hear we'll be bunking together. Did you get off the yacht without a passage ticket as well?" The black-clad figure gave her a quick smile. "Glad you made it out, sis." Savina sighed and dropped onto her cot, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. "I always do. What about on your end? Everything okay?" Benny gave her their usual small, genuine smile. "Smooth as always. That man tried to talk the captain out of taking me on. I even heard him whispering something about the fact I'm blind could be a problem, but honestly, the moment he said that, the captain told me it was fine if I came." They chuckled. She sounded furious with him, honestly. Anyway, she seems very kind-hearted. Benny paused a moment. "Vina, do you think she and that crewman are in love?" Savina snorted. "You say that about everyone. Have you been listening to those damn romance audios again?" Benny pouted, and Savina grinned, despite herself. Under her feet, the ship hummed gently as the engine started up, and then there was a small jolt as the mag anchor released, and the ship rose to hover outside the bay doors. Their cabin had no external plex windows, but Savina could tell from the sucking hiss from outside when the bay airlocks opened. There was another jolt that probably would have knocked her off her feet if she'd been standing, and then they were out and into the sky. There was a sudden feeling of weightlessness, and Savina swore and clutched for the edge of the cot as her belongings floated up beside her. Benny laughed. "Forgot to stow your things?" Grumbling, Savina pushed her way awkwardly to the cupboard in the corner, the handle of her kit in one hand, and stowed her belongings as Benny chuckled. But even as Savina rolled her eyes in a gesture her sibling wouldn't see, she couldn't help but smile. She and Benny had both made it. Maybe there was a government agent after her, but she'd pulled the job, and they were both off the station. Everything else she could deal with when she had the leisure. Chapter 7. Alba. The council reconvened early the next morning. Alba arrived at the council room at 7 o'clock, a full 2 hours earlier than usual, to find it already filled almost to capacity. Councillors were gathered in small groups, talking and gesticulating, standing slightly apart, paging desperately through holographic tokens from the newsstands, or with the glassy, distant stare of people reading through the retinal screens on their wavelengths. President Seguir stopped her with a hand on her arm as she pushed her way grimly towards her desk. He looked as if he hadn't slept at all the previous night, and Alba couldn't blame him. Of the 3 branches of government, His was the only one whose mandate could be directly repealed by the system's citizens, which meant the consequence of every decision, good or bad, would be his to bear. She couldn't muster much sympathy. Onder had always been more concerned about maintaining his position than he had about what it might mean 5 or 10 or 15 years down the road. He was still in his late 50s and didn't have the heavy weight of experience, good and otherwise, that had come to color Alba's decisions. "Alba, I know the General's been talking with the others, trying to convince them the military committee is best suited to deal with this, but do you think he might be right on this one?" Onder's face was pinched with worry and drawn with lack of sleep. Alba turned a scornful glance on him. There was a reason why she'd never been particularly fond of the man. "I stand by the statements I made when I presented my proposal," she said curtly. "Now, if you'll excuse me—" She brushed past him, but she couldn't ignore the hard knot of worry in her stomach. If Kavako had halfway convinced the president already, it wasn't a good sign. The speaker called them to order a few minutes later, and the sudden quiet after the deafening buzz of voices was an indescribable relief. Alba leaned back in her chair, aware, suddenly, of the weariness in her muscles, the stiffness in her joints. "Madam Speaker, if I may." Kavako rose to his feet, and the speaker tapped through control of the holodisplay to his desk. He didn't speak immediately, pausing to cast his gaze across his assembled audience. "My friends and colleagues," he began at last, his voice crisp and precise, "we are in the midst of a situation of unprecedented threat. The world as it existed when we stepped into this chamber yesterday morning is gone, irrevocably." He paused a moment, as if to judge the impact of his words, and then, with a sudden involuntary glance at Alba, he continued hurriedly. She smirked. "Only yesterday," he continued, "we were debating a proposal to disband the military committee entirely. Now it appears this very branch of the council may be the only thing standing between our planet, indeed our solar system, and destruction. I've been in consultation with our top scientists, notable among them Emmerich Furtado, who presented the discovery yesterday, and it seems they're all in agreement with myself and my associates. Based on what little we know of these aliens and their technology, our best and perhaps only hope is to attack first where we can maintain the upper hand." He paused again for effect, recalled himself, and tried to hurry on, but he was too late. Alba had been waiting for just such a miscalculation, and she rose and addressed herself to the speaker before he could open his mouth. When she'd been granted the floor, she turned a scathing glance on Kavako. "The scientific community is in agreement with you," she repeated. Her tone dripped disdain, despite the quick pounding of her heart. "Then I assume you'll be more than happy for me to call them immediately to verify. It's always possible for messages to get distorted in the transmission." She made no effort to hide her contempt as she tapped the communication device on her desk to page the door steward. "Would you be so kind as to contact the São Martinho University Research Laboratory and inform them that the Council wishes to speak with them via wavelink?" If she was wrong, she'd just orchestrated her own grand failure. But she was certain she wasn't wrong. Her past 10 years of research couldn't have been upended overnight. A moment later, a holoscreen popped up in the center of the room over the podium. The young scientist from the previous day, Emmerich Furtado, appeared, looking disheveled and uncomfortable. He was flanked by a handful of his associates. "I understand you've been discussing this new development with my colleague, General Kavako, and, in your infinite wisdom, have determined the most expedient course of action for our government," she snapped. The other scientists looked even more uncomfortable, if that were possible, but Emmerich rallied slightly. "Madam Chief Justice, we certainly had no intention of telling the Council its job," he said. "However, General Kavako asked our opinion on certain matters, and we deemed it our duty to—" "You're a biologist, am I correct?" Alba cut in. He stopped, somewhat taken aback. "I—" And your field of expertise is molecular biology. He looked distinctly flustered now. The rest of you. She turned her gaze on the hapless scientists gathered behind him, all clearly unhappy to be there. Have all the molecular biologists in your department developed such strong views on how to interact with alien entities? There was a shuffling of feet. She turned back to Emmerich, who was clearly trying to gather his dignity. Since you alone, out of all the molecular biologists of the research institution, seem to believe that your expertise compels you to recommend a course of action to government officials in matters of interspecies relations, perhaps you will enlighten us as to the information upon which your conclusion is based. He cleared his throat, glancing around in vague desperation. The biological markings on the blood sample we examined indicates what I believe to be a genetic predisposition to aggression, he finished finally. Alba raised her eyebrows with a look she'd perfected over her years on the bench, eloquent enough to send a bloviating lawyer slinking back to their desk, head lowered in shame. A genetic predisposition to aggression, she repeated, sarcasm veritably dripping from her words. That is a groundbreaking discovery indeed. I assume you constructed this hypothesis based on thoroughly peer-reviewed research. He was silent. Come now, I'm certain you wouldn't advise this government to stake the survival of our entire system on a hypothesis not based firmly in data and fact. I'm simply inviting you to refer me to the materials upon which you relied in coming to your groundbreaking discovery. He shifted uncomfortably. The research I relied on was something I intend to publish shortly, and then I'm certain, once it's gone through the peer review process, I'd be more than happy to... She cut off the line with a flick of her wrist and turned back to the room. General, she said, her voice losing none of its ice. It appears the scientist who advised you may have been a touch precipitous in his recommendations, does it not? From the look on Cavaco's face, the young scientist would be hearing from his benefactor that evening. As I stated yesterday morning, from a world that, as the general has so poetically informed us, is gone forever, all the reputable research, she leaned into the word with just a touch of malice, research, that is, done by scientists who are experts in the field, agreed that the method most likely to be successful in initiating contact with an alien species, especially one of unknown technological and military capabilities and uncertain motives, is not to antagonize them, but to attempt to open a dialogue. She turned to face her fellow counselors in the rows of seats rising behind her. Her hands shook slightly. It wasn't that she wasn't confident in her factual position, she was entirely certain of it. But she was not accustomed to politicking without first making sure of her political position. And the stakes of this particular political decision were unimaginably high. Friends and colleagues, she continued, in a voice loud enough to carry without the assistance of amplifiers, I submit to you that following the suggestion of my learned colleague, General Cavaco, and his molecular biologist consultant, would lead to what scientists in the field refer to as an extinction event. She paused a moment, letting the silence settle. The stakes here are doubly high, she continued at last. In the one field in which our molecular biologist friend is, in fact, an expert, we have been told this alien species may hold the key to a cure for the genetic defect. This has been our plague, the silent tragedy that has stalked us since our ancestors first arrived on this planet, perhaps since the generation ship itself, if our records are to be relied on. Millions upon millions of lives cut short, and millions more affected by their loss. In fact, I might venture to say that there is not a person in the system whose life has not been touched by the defect in one way or the other. This contact holds the possibility of a cure. Surely threatening to destroy our potential benefactors is not the way to gain access to such sensitive information. I propose that we send out a diplomatic mission in place of a military one. Linguists, scientists, and above all, ambassadors, negotiators, people trained in diffusing conflict and opening communication. If that should fail, we always have my learned friend's suggestion to fall back on, but certainly you must agree that opening negotiations with a pistol to our counterpart's head is unlikely to lead to a mutually beneficial result. She sat down to silence, marred only by the low murmur of voices as counselors conferred in quiet tones. She could see Kavako bending to consult with his advisors, but he didn't spring to his feet to offer a counter-argument as she'd expected him to. One or two other members of the council stood, almost timidly, to ask a question or make a statement, and from the tenor of their words, Alba judged that her speech had made some impact. Her hands were trembling, and she placed them firmly in her lap, forcing them still. At last, when the silence had stretched, she rose to her feet again. "I call for a preliminary vote," she said. Her heart was still beating too fast, but she managed to keep her voice steady. "The votes may be private and need not be binding, but I should like a gauge of my esteemed friend's feelings on the general's and my respective proposals." There was complete silence on the floor as the speaker sent the tally code through to their screens, and each council member tapped their choice: diplomacy or war. Alba forced her hands to remain in her lap after she'd made her selection, forced herself not to adjust her collar or touch her face. This would play out as it played out. She'd done everything she could to steer it, and she'd lived long enough to know that fretting wouldn't change the outcome. But she'd also lived long enough to know that there were some decisions, the impacts of which would echo through generations. She was uncomfortably certain this was one such decision. At last, the speaker hit the screen on her desk, and the tally flooded through to the counselors' personal screens. Alba drew in a deep breath, almost dizzy with relief. Her proposal had 347 votes to Kavako's 64. Even accounting for those who would, perhaps, choose differently when their names were broadcast alongside their votes, and those who might be swayed to one side or the other by argument, it was a solid count. She'd won this round. Kavako stood. There was a look on his face that Alba couldn't read as he surveyed the room. If it had been anyone else, she'd have guessed that perhaps, faced with a decision of this magnitude, they were willing to put their own position second place to simple self-preservation, that the better angels of their nature, or even just base self-interest, had brought them to agree with her. But this was Kavako, and she knew him better than that. "It appears," he said quietly, "that my respected peers have judged diplomacy our best chance at success. I bow to your collective wisdom." He glanced around again, and still she could read nothing from his expression. The words should be comforting, but a trickle of unease was working its way up her spine. The general was not someone to take defeat lying down. She'd expected more than this. "Far be it from me to attempt again to persuade you. I've presented my position, and you've all heard it." He paused a moment. "However, as a loyal member of the council, I intend to do all I can to ensure the success of this venture. I wish, therefore, to present my recommendation for head diplomat. As I know of no one better at marshalling arguments and turning a clever phrase," the wryness of his tone did nothing to hide the enmity in the glance he sent in Alba's direction, "I suggest this diplomatic mission be led by none other than the Chief Justice herself. As she has so eloquently argued, we can only afford to send the very best on a mission of such importance." The unease crawling up Alba's spine crystallized into something akin to dread. Perhaps it was only a matter of getting her out of the way, buying himself time to unpick the decades of delicate politicking it had taken her to marshal sufficient support for the restructuring of the government. Or perhaps he truly believed his assessment of the hostility of the alien civilization, and assumed they'd make her temporary removal from the council unpleasantly permanent. Either way, there was a reason he wanted her off the planet, and this was a terrible time for her to be absent. And yet, she glanced around the chamber at the terrified faces of her colleagues. If she, who'd advocated for this plan, refused to go, how would she find someone else willing? And forcing an unwilling diplomat onto a ship and into contact with life forms the diplomat was convinced were hostile was a recipe for disaster. No, the general had very neatly backed her into a corner. She took a deep breath and stood. "I am flattered by the recommendation of my learned friend," she said, though her hands were clenched tightly beneath the sleeves of her robe. "It would be remiss of me to send others on a mission that I am unconvinced will be successful. And, as the saying goes, if you want a job done well, best to do it yourself." She paused to allow the small, polite laughter to quiet. "I suggest we put this to a vote, as it is not my individual decision to make. But should the council agree, I would be honored to lead this mission, and will shortly prepare a list of the individuals who I would like to accompany me." She turned to the speaker, who was staring at her open-mouthed. "Madam Speaker, if you would be so kind as to call the vote." She sat gracefully. She was almost certain she'd managed to hide how her legs shook so badly that the only reason she'd stayed on her feet was her hands clutched on the edges of her desk. This didn't mean the situation couldn't be turned to her advantage, of course, but she had a feeling that there was much, much more riding on this mission than simple diplomatic contact with an alien species. And that, in and of itself, was enough stakes for anyone. Chapter 8. Aran. When Aran stumbled out of his room the next morning, Istvay was still sleeping. It was just as well. Aran wasn't sure he was ready to face them at the moment anyway, not with a nagging ache of a hangover pulsing behind his eyes, and the uncomfortable memory of the way he'd stared at his friend, probably for far too long, while they were at the gala. There was a steaming pot of coffee on the side table, and he poured himself a cup, wondering absently whether the hotel servers had guessed what time he'd be up, by taking into account how long he'd stayed at the gala and the number of glasses of wine he'd drunk, or if they simply sent someone to replace the pot every half hour or so. It could have been either, honestly, for as hard as he'd slept. "Time," he mumbled, tapping his wrist, and the AI voice from his battered palm screen said cheerfully, "It's 8:23 in the morning local time. Time difference between here and your previous location is 2 hours, so you'll feel like it's 10:23 in the morning." He rubbed a hand over his face and swallowed a mouthful of coffee hot enough to scald his tongue, grimacing. Taking travel time into account, he had a little over half an hour to get ready if he wanted to make the council meeting at 9:30 local time. He didn't, as it so happened. But the sooner he learned what this was all about, the sooner he and Istvay and Ani could get the hell out of this damned city. He shook his head ruefully, swallowed another mouthful of scalding coffee, and stumbled back to his room to clean up. An hour later, he was being escorted through 3 layers of security drones and a sensor machine on his way into the council building. He'd been here exactly twice before. The first time was when his discovery of the breeding grounds of the Lesser Shriek had taken the scientific world by storm. The second time was when word got out that he'd managed to hatch out the egg of a great tree-dwelling, venomous, tentacled land devil, and instead of immediately destroying it, had tamed the hatchling and kept it as a pet. It had been the first time he'd ever been grateful for his unasked-for fame, since that was probably the only reason Ani hadn't been immediately destroyed, likely by nuclear weapons of some sort. Land devils were notoriously difficult to kill. The decision, however, had not been unanimous, and he'd taken the precaution of leaving Ani in the hotel room this time. At last, he completed the security protocols and was waved through heavy doors. He shivered a little as he stepped inside the council building. It was still early summer in Villanova do Sol, and the city hadn't yet achieved the scalding heat that would come later. But even so, the change in temperature from the warmth of the courtyard to the musty cool of the entranceway came as a shock. It should have been pleasant. It probably would have been in any other context. But in the current situation, the cool felt oppressive rather than welcome. He took a deep breath and followed the two clerks, who'd been waiting patiently, down the echoing corridors. When they reached the massive entrance to the council room, the clerks stepped aside and a door steward pulled open the doors. Just like the last time, the grandeur of the place took Aran's breath away. It was large and spacious, with a domed ceiling of old stone and seats of luxurious dark wood, descending in tiers to the circular floor, in the center of which stood an ornate podium. He stood there staring for probably far too long, before the woman at the door gently nudged his elbow and gestured with her chin to the podium. He swallowed and stepped through. Rows upon rows of faces, framed in various colored robes and collars, which probably all meant something important, stared down at him as he walked the impossibly long pathway to the podium. And while, considering his previous few months, the notable absence of weapons, fangs, claws, or venomous stingers probably should have been reassuring, it was distinctly not. He bit back a hollow laugh. It was always, Aran Romeu single-handedly fights off red-frilled mountain cat. It had been making off with his recently gathered data, and it hadn't really been a fight. He'd mostly just had to convince it that he wasn't a threat, and it would be best for both of them if it would just let go of his leg. And daredevil scientist scales ice cliffs in the Northern Rim Mountains. He'd noticed the odd configuration of the ice caves at the top, which had turned out to be, as he'd hoped, the winter nesting grounds of the ruby-throated dicks, and hadn't really considered the height aspect of it until it was far too late. And well-known scientist, explorer, and his assistant survived 3 days in a cave in the colored desert, in the midst of a once-in-a-generation swarm of spitting tarantula snakes. That one he actually couldn't remember how they'd gotten into, but the point was, he'd been so caught up in the unprecedented opportunity of observing the snake's swarming behavior, as well as occasionally treating himself or Istve to avoid the worst of the venom-induced hallucinations, that he hadn't had time to notice the fact they'd been in actual danger until Istve read the story out loud to him from the news packets several days later. It was never, Aran Romeu barely manages to stave off an actual panic attack at the prospect of standing in front of the damn council. Venomous creatures, extreme conditions, large carnivorous mammals running off with your supplies, those were things he knew how to deal with. But this? Aran Romeu, said a woman, tapping a large holograph-topped staff, probably ceremonial, on the floor, although he could imagine it being used as an effective club should the need arise. She turned to him. The council has asked permission to speak with you. For a moment, he wondered what would happen if he said no, turned on his heel, and left through the doors he'd come in through. In any event, the woman didn't pause for his answer, just nodded to the council members and said, I grant the members the floor, before resuming her seat. Now that his eyes had adjusted to the light, Aran could make out some of the faces on the rows of council seats. One specific face caught his eye, a petite woman in robes of deep scarlet, topped with a stiff, white collar. He felt himself tense, almost instinctively. She had dark skin, white, close-cropped hair, and a severe expression he recognized immediately. He had the vague recollection that the people on the right were the People's Committee, the center was the Judiciary Committee, and the Military Committee was on the left, but he didn't have to know that to know who the woman was. Alba Espina. She looked exactly as foreboding as he'd always pictured her. She'd been behind the legal reforms that had ended up sending him and Istve, the foster child and the homeless orphan, to university, and half of their friends to prison. Apparently, intelligent homeless deserved to be educated, while the less academically gifted homeless deserved to be jailed. Aran, It was the president. He had thick brows, pale skin, sharp features, and an imperious scowl, and for a panicked second, Aran wished desperately for Istvay to interpret. Maybe he'd forgotten some sensitive ceremonial greeting, or maybe he was supposed to have come in a more formal suit. And then the man smiled, sharp features softening into an expression that was probably meant to be friendly. "I'm very glad you were able to come. I'm sure you realize the last few days have been eventful." "If you will permit me, President, I'd appreciate if we could cut straight to the point. Now that the Council has made its decision, time is of the essence." Alba had risen to her feet, an imposing figure despite her diminutive stature. She turned her sharp gaze from the president to Aran, and he had to hold himself from flinching. "Aran, I won't waste your time explaining events you are already aware of. What you don't know, or at least what I hope you don't know, considering how hard we've tried to keep it quiet at present, is that something came through the portal. Something sent by sapient creatures in what appears to be an attempt to communicate. And of what they sent, one thing is likely of the most vital import. A blood sample from a healthy individual, the equivalent of our planet's 60 years of age. An individual who possessed the defect." Aran stared at her. The world around him had gone strangely fuzzy, and he had to clutch the edge of the podium with both hands. "The genetic defect," he murmured finally, his voice coming out strange. Alba nodded. "It's not a cure, unfortunately, but it holds the possibility of a cure." Aran was still staring. He could see Istvay's face from the evening before, the hollows in their cheeks that even the flush and color of excitement hadn't been able to disguise. The way Istvay's mother had looked when she died. "The scientists who analyzed the sample, they're confident they read the results correctly?" he asked, when he could trust his voice. "So I'm told," she said, "although I shall ensure you have access to the sample should you wish to verify." Aran tightened his fingers on the edge of the podium, his stomach clenched with something between hope and nausea. "What?" His words came out slightly unsteady. He cleared his throat and tried again. "What do you want me to do?" "The Council has decided that I shall head the diplomatic mission to attempt to open contact with the aliens," said Alba briskly. "There were what appears to be star maps in the container they sent, and our linguists are, as we speak, broadcasting messages through the portal in as many dialects as we know of to alert them that we would like to establish friendly relations. However, I am no scientist. Therefore, I request that you accompany me on the mission if you are willing. If there is a potential of a cure among the aliens, I would hope that a man of your reputation would be able to discover it, or at least inform the rest of the diplomatic party whether anything they presented to us was worthwhile." Aran was still staring. He felt like he'd been pricked by half a dozen of Ani's tentacle spikes, his legs going weak, his head spinning, a wave of nausea rising in his stomach. A shock reaction, he found himself thinking absently. His thoughts were whirling far too quickly for him to make sense of any of them. A cure for the defect. It was impossible. People had been searching for a cure for 500 years. He'd been searching for a cure with every damn breath in his body, ever since he'd noticed those first telltale traces of gauntness in Istvay's face. "There would be other scientists as well, correct?" he found himself asking. He wasn't sure if he'd decided to say it or if his mouth had simply given up on his brain and was saying whatever it liked. "Yes, we'd provide you with assistance, but you'd be the head scientist. They'd follow your lead, as you have by far the most experience with research in the field." She spoke as if she thought he'd appreciate the sentiment. He felt like he was choking. They'd follow his lead. He'd be the head scientist. It would depend on him. Everyone in the damn solar system who was suffering from the defect would depend on him to save their damn lives. Istvay's life would depend on him. He could see Istvay's mother's face, her sunken eyes staring out of her hollow face. She tried to smile at him as he knelt beside her makeshift cot, sobbing, a bottle of medicine shattered on the ground where she dropped it, her weak fingers unable to hold its weight. He hadn't even been able to help. He couldn't even make her death easier. Istve was dying. They had a year, maybe 2. And now this. The first real possibility of a cure. And she wanted it all to depend on him. I'll have to think about it, he managed at last. Alba nodded. I know this is unexpected, she said crisply. However, as I'm sure you will understand, this mission is of urgent and vital importance. We will be leaving first thing in the morning in 2 days' time. I need your answer by 8 o'clock tonight in order to prepare an alternate choice should you decline. She paused a moment, and her gaze sharpened, so it felt like she was looking right through the center of him. There are other scientists I could ask. But believe me when I say not one of them has your qualifications. I requested your presence specifically because you are the person I believe will give us the highest chance of success, and I don't think I need to explain to you how desperately we need this to succeed. Aran gave a brief, stunned nod. I needn't remind you, I'm sure, that what's spoken within these walls must remain confidential. You may tell those who you are obligated to inform, but that is all. She turned to the woman with the staff with a peremptory nod. I yield my time. There were a few scattered questions from a few other counselors. Aran answered, but he couldn't have explained what he'd said. He knew he was breathing, but he couldn't seem to get enough oxygen to allow his brain to function properly. At last, the woman with the staff turned to him. Thank you, Aran. We won't take up any more of your time. He nodded again and stumbled from the council room. Chapter 9. Aran. When Aran reached his hotel suite again, somehow, he locked the door firmly behind him, glanced around, and grabbed the coffee set off the table. He was swearing, muttering a litany of curses under his breath like a damn Orthodox prayer. He stepped into his bedroom, locked that door too, then, hands shaking, poured the still scalding coffee down the drain in the small bathroom sink. Then he picked up one of the coffee cups, made of a smooth, fine porcelain as delicate as an eggshell, and threw it as hard as he could against the far wall. It shattered with a satisfying tinkle, and he picked up a second cup. By the time the third cup had met a similar demise, Istve's voice drifted through the closed door. The meeting went that well, did it? Their tone was wry. Yes, said Aran shortly, picking up another cup and throwing it with all his might. A couple of delicate shards stuck in the wall, which now glittered with fine porcelain dust, and the rest slid to join the growing pile of fragments on the floor. Is everything all right? Aran threw another cup. It's fine, he said through his teeth. All right, said Istve. They paused. Tell me when you want to talk about it. Aran picked up the last cup, weighed it in his hand, then hurled it after the others. Damn it to hell. He'd been so discombobulated in the council meeting, he hadn't even considered the additional fact that this would, of necessity, mean going into space. Of course, it had to involve getting on a damn spaceship and going out into space. He hated crowds, and he hated heights, and he hated closed-in places, and he hated space with a visceral, stomach-clenching dread, something cold and lifeless and foreign, something waiting patiently for a chance to kill any organic life form with the temerity to venture into its domain, a place where everything he knew and everything he was remotely good at would be completely irrelevant. And this mission, it wrapped all his personal nightmares into one neat package. He picked up the empty coffee pot, hefted it in his hand for a moment, and sent it after the cups. Then he closed his eyes and sank into a chair, dropping his head into his hands. Damn it, damn it, damn it. There was a small, soft chirrup, and he glanced over in time to see the tips of Ani's tentacles and part of her bulbous head, flattened comically, poking through the crack under the door. "Sorry, Aran," came Istve's voice from outside. "I tried to tell her you wanted to be alone, but you know how well she listens to me." Aran found himself smiling, despite his irritation. Having wriggled her way through the narrow space, Ani's body resumed its normal shape, protruding eyes blinking at him in a look of such innocence that he shook his head, smiling ruefully, and held out his arm. She raised delicately up on her tentacles and skittered along the ground until she reached him, then swarmed up his arm and settled herself on his shoulder. Her nervous coloring told him she'd picked up on his distress, although she had no idea of the reason for it, and she was ready to kill whatever was causing him problems. "It's all right, sweetheart," he whispered, and she gave a little grumble and settled further down on his shoulder. He could feel her tentacles suctioning down on his skin, and he clicked his tongue reprovingly. "Ani, gentle," he said in a stern voice, and she loosened her grip reluctantly. Just as well, he didn't actually have the time to spend the probably 24 hours in a coma that being jabbed by multiple tentacle spikes on his torso and neck would entail, even with the immunity he'd built up. "Why, Ani?" he whispered, stroking her. "Why space? Why this? Why me? What the actual hell did I do to deserve this?" Istve tapped on the door again. "Look, Aran, take as much time as you want, but I'm going out to get some food. You want me to bring you back something?" Aran mumbled something and Istve chuckled. "Well, I'll bring you something anyway. You'll feel better after you've eaten." Their footsteps faded and the door clicked shut behind them. Aran stared at his own closed door in abject despair. If only eating something would solve a fraction of the damn problems that Istve seemed to think it would, his life would be a hell of a lot easier. It wasn't 15 minutes later that there was a tentative tap on the outside door. Aran sighed and pushed himself to his feet. Istve had probably bought out the entire street vendors market in an effort to find something that would tempt him, which honestly was very sweet, but also mildly exasperating. "Ani, stay here," he said in his sternest voice, placing her gently on the seat he just vacated. "I don't need you stealing Istve's food again." She grumbled to herself, but obeyed, bundling herself into a sulky heap in the corner of the chair. He shot her a warning look, then unlocked the door to his private suite and crossed to the door of the suite's common room, pulling it open. "Istve," he began, "you didn't have to—" He stopped abruptly. The man outside the door was not Istve. "Aran," said Emmerich. He was dressed more casually than he had been at the gala the night before, but still far more finely than Aran could ever have hoped to emulate, even if he'd wanted to. "I'm sorry to intrude. May I come in?" Aran watched him, contemplating simply closing the door in his face and pretending he couldn't hear the insistent knocking that was sure to follow. "It's about this morning with the council," said Emmerich delicately. "The mission they told you about." Aran sighed and pulled the door open wide enough to let him through. Emmerich stepped inside and took a seat on one of the two overstuffed armchairs, gesturing graciously to the other, as if Aran had come to visit him rather than the other way around. "I see they put you up in decent lodgings for once," he said, glancing around. "Must have been a bit of a shock, I imagine. Not really the side of the city you're used to, is it?" Aran remained standing and glared at Emmerich. "Why are you here?" He didn't bother to hide his annoyance. "Straight to the point, as always," said Emmerich with an indulgent smile. "That's something I always liked about you, Aran." "If I remember right, you liked it so much you tried to kill me a few years ago," said Aran. Emmerich laughed, leaning back in his chair and crossing one leg over the other. "Don't be absurd. I wasn't trying to kill you. I was just trying to give you a leg up. You've been listening to Istve too much, I think." "In fairness, Istve's never tried to kill me," Aran pointed out. Emmerich laughed again. "Well, I'm not going to convince you I didn't either, so I guess this is one of those things where we'll have to agree that reasonable minds can differ." He glanced around. "Aren't you going to offer me coffee? This place is famous for its coffee." He frowned. Don't tell me they forgot to bring you any. I finished it off, Aran muttered. Emmerich gave a philosophic shrug. I suppose down to business it is, then. He leaned forward, face serious, and rested his forearms on his knees. Listen, I know what the council talked to you about this morning. He waved a hand dismissively as Aran opened his mouth. I know, they probably swore you to secrecy, but the reason I know is that I headed up the group of scientists analyzing the alien artifacts. He sighed. They told you they wanted you along, I know that, but I've known you since college. You're skilled at what you do in your own way, but I also know your reputation is a bit larger than your work deserves, and I know how much you hate space travel. He leaned a little farther forward. I'm not trying to disparage you. You've done some good things. But do you really think that you're qualified to head up something like this? You've been out in the field for how many years now? Since we graduated college, essentially. This isn't like that. This is working with people. Collaboration, negotiation, and I don't think you need me to tell you that that isn't a strong suit of yours. I know Istvay thinks you drink rainbows and piss gold, but you and I know better. You're an adventurer, I suppose, but not really a qualified scientist. And how much time have you spent keeping up with all the latest advancements in the scientific community? I read as much as I can, Aran mumbled, but Emmerich cut him off. You know as well as I do that's not the same thing as the hours of studying that those of us who are more centrally connected put in. He shook his head. If you go on this trip, the life of every person in this solar system with the defect depends on you. And if you mess it up, or you don't know what you're doing, how often do you collaborate with other scientists, Aran? How much of this sort of work have you done? Aran stared at him, teeth clenched. Istvay would have been offended on his behalf. Hell, Istvay would probably have picked up one of the egg knives and tried to stab Emmerich in the throat by this time. But Emmerich hadn't said anything that Aran's own brain hadn't been telling him, painfully and in depth, since he'd listened in stunned shock to Alba's offer. Listen, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I think I can trust you to keep a secret, continued Emmerich. If you turn this down, I'm the next one slated for them to ask. I tried to tell them why it might be a better idea for me to go in the first place, rather than drag you back from whatever research you were in the middle of when they sent for you, but he shrugged. They're not scientists. They don't understand how these things work, so I thought I'd talk to you. He looked Aran straight in the eyes, his expression as serious as Aran had ever seen it. You decline, Aran. I'll go, and then you don't have to worry about any of this. I'll take care of it. I have a team all picked out, and they know me. I've worked with them. We'll find this cure and get it back here and develop it, and you can go back to whatever it is you were doing. I know you want to. I know how much you hate this, the people, the noise, the close quarters. It'll be 1,000,000 times worse on the ship, but that's exactly the kind of environment I thrive in. I'll be good at it, and you'll be free. Aran watched him for a long moment, then finally sank down into the chair opposite. The offer was like a cold drink of water after a day in the colored desert. But he knew Emmerich, had known him since they'd been in college together. I assume you have some financial backing for this? He asked at last, cautiously. He always felt slightly awkward asking these questions, but awkward or not, it seemed to be expected practice in his field. Emmerich grinned, leaning back in his chair again. Is that what you're worried about? You don't need to be. I have a very well-connected backer, and I'm certain they'd pass on any excess funding to put towards your pet projects if I spoke a word in their ear. Aran frowned. There was something about the way Emmerich had avoided saying his backer's name. That's generous, he said cautiously, feeling out the words as he spoke them. But I need a little more security before I'd be comfortable with something like that. Who's backing you? Emmerich glanced around. I don't like to say. I'm sure you appreciate the delicacy of the situation when I haven't officially been signed on to the expedition. He hesitated a moment, watching Aran's face, then shook his head. Listen, I always trusted you. I'll tell you, but you can't breathe a word of it. He leaned forward. It's Eniko Kavako. Aran looked at him, puzzled, before the pieces clicked together and he half jumped from his chair. General Kavako? Emmerich frowned, clearly not expecting the reaction. I wouldn't think his name would mean much to you, he said. I didn't realize you followed politics. Is there a problem? Aran shook his head. No problem, he said quickly. He stood. Look, Emmerich, I appreciate you coming. Give me some time to think on it, and I'll let you know. Emmerich was still frowning and still ensconced in the chair. Is something the matter? Nothing's the matter. I just need some time to think. At last, Emmerich stood, still watching Aran carefully. If there's anything that's bothering you, anything I can do to reassure you... No, it's fine. Aran practically shoved him towards the door. Emmerich went, finally, with many a backward glance, and when he was gone, Aran shut the door firmly behind him and sank down in one of the chairs. General Kavako. He should have guessed. With Emmerich's family connections, it wasn't exactly unexpected, and Emmerich was right. Aran didn't keep up with politics, generally. But he knew General Kavako. He kept his ears open for news of the man, in the same way as in the desert he kept his ears open for the soft rattle of a tiger snake. It didn't do to ignore something that could kill you. Even before he'd become head of the military branch, Kavako's name had been an unspoken threat, hanging smoky and insubstantial over Aran's life. Kavako had been the one who'd backed the proposal to reintroduce the ban on the mountain dialect. There'd always been an uneasy relationship between the people who spoke mountain dialect and the rest of the planet. A ceasefire, maybe, after centuries of outright hostility, but not really a peace. The rest of the planet saw people like his mother, like him, if he hadn't learned to hide his accent and never speak his childhood language, as slightly subhuman. But it had been General Kavako who'd reignited the tensions. He hadn't realized as a child it had been that which provoked such violence from his foster families. He'd been small and alone and bewildered, and it was only when he'd met Istvay out on the streets, where he'd run to escape yet another beating and was crying from hunger, that someone had finally explained it to him. Istvay's mother, who'd known a few words of mountain dialect, had made him feel safe, shared her and Istvay's meager meals, told him he'd always have somewhere to run when he needed to get away, warned him that people could be cruel and that until he learned to hide who he was, he'd be hurt. She hadn't liked teaching that lesson. He'd seen it in her face, but he'd needed it nonetheless. And he'd learned to pay attention whenever General Kavako's name was mentioned. If General Kavako was funding Emmerich's bid, whatever cure the mission came back with wouldn't be used for people without names and connections. People like Istvay. The general would never waste resources like that, and cure or no, Istvay would still die. He felt shaky and slightly sick. It had been a long time since he'd thought about Kavako or about his own childhood. The memories weren't ones that quieted easily. He took a long, deep breath and squeezed his palm to activate his wavelength. "Hello?" he said, when the hotel receptionist answered. "I need a message delivered to the council." He received a message back a short time later containing a copy of the data they'd retrieved from whatever had come through the portal. He took a deep breath and opened the file. If he was going to do this, he may as well get started on the data. He wasn't sure how long it had been when there was another tap at the door, this time followed by Istvay's voice. "Hey, Aran, open up. My hands are full." Aran blinked, then shut down his palm screen and pulled open the door, feeling like he was walking in a daze. Istvay stood there, grinning their lopsided grin, their arms full of bundles from which seeped a plethora of mouth-watering smells. "I didn't know what you were in the mood for, so I thought I'd..." They broke off, frowning. "What's the matter?" Aran shook his head and took some of the parcels from Istvay, depositing them in a heap on the table. Istvay followed him in, dropping the rest onto the table beside them. Did something happen while I was out? Aran hesitated. Emmerich stopped by, he said at last. Istve's face clouded, their expression growing sharp with anger. You didn't let him in, did you? Aran, for hell's sake, he is not a good person. He tried to kill you. That should be a bigger deal to you than it is, I feel like. Aran shook his head wearily. He just wanted to talk. About what? Istve snapped, pulling a chair around angrily and dropping into it. About what happened in the council meeting this morning, Aran said at last, in a low voice. Istve, something came through the portal. Some alien artifacts and a blood sample. Istve was still frowning, but they just watched him, waiting for him to continue. Anyway, the point is, they analyzed the DNA and they think the aliens might hold the key to a cure for the defect. Istve's face went bloodless. They began at last, their voice a whisper. Aran nodded. The DNA sample was from an individual who had the defect, a healthy individual, about 60 years old. Istve's hands were clutching the arms of the chair tightly enough that their knuckles were white, but they didn't say anything. They're sending out a diplomatic mission to try to find the cure and bring it back, said Aran. They asked me to come with as head scientist. Istve shook their heads slowly. They looked stunned, almost sick. You said no, of course. We both know how much you hate space travel. Their voice was strange and quiet. Aran gave a quick, sharp shake of his head. I'm going. I already sent back word. I'm leaving in 2 days. Istve was still shaking their head. No, Aran, I can't let you do that. You'd be miserable. I know you'd only be doing it for me, and Aran stepped over to the chair and grabbed Istve by the shoulders. Istve, he said through his teeth, just shut up for once and stop being such a damn idiot. He closed his eyes for a minute, letting his hands drop to his side. They were shaking just a little, and it wasn't going to help matters for Istve to know. But Istve just sat in silence for a few moments, their face looking suddenly much older than their years, and inexpressibly weary. At last they stood. When are we leaving? They asked quietly. It was Aran's turn to stare. I'm leaving in 2 days. I thought you and Ani could... Istve shook their head, the trace of a wan smile appearing on their face. I'm not going to be able to talk you out of this. I know how damn stubborn you can be, but you're not going by yourself either. They paused a moment. I know I complain about Ani sometimes, but the fact is, she's the best protection you have. And as for me, their grin widened just a bit. Well, if you try to leave me behind, I'll hide myself in your suitcase and smuggle myself aboard. If you go, Ani and I are coming with you. Aran stared at Istve, their face still drawn with shock, their eyes deadly serious, despite their joking tone. A lump was forming in his throat, and he tried to clear it away, but Istve shook their head and stood, placing a hand on Aran's shoulder. Whatever you're going to say, don't bother. They straightened, suddenly all business. If we're leaving in 2 days, I guess we better get packing. Have you started on your list of what equipment you'll need? I'll put one together as well, since I usually do the shopping for our expeditions anyway. And will Ani be all right with the food they'll have along? I assume so, but let me know if there are any nutritional supplements I should ask for. They half-turned, then turned back to the table with a forced grin, pulling open one of the bags of street food. Before I forget, both better eat, since it looks like we'll have a busy day ahead of us. Their tone was light, but Aran could see the expression on their face that they were trying to hide, a painful hope mingled with a sort of dread. Aran took a deep breath. He couldn't say he blamed them. He felt almost the same way. Chapter 10. Savina. When she was sure they were well away from the moonport, Savina made her way out of the cabin and through the ship's corridors to the main deck. The vessel was apparently too small and too old to have artificial gravity, but she found she could move easily enough using the handholds that had been placed for the purpose. The captain was on the flight deck, along with the irritable man from earlier. She looked up at Savina's entrance and gestured with her chin to the pair of clunky boots on the deck. "Use the mag boots. It'll make your life easier. Guess you're not used to flying on a ship too small for its own gravity generator." Using the handholds, Savina somehow maneuvered herself into the boots. When she was finally able to stand, she straightened, smiling winningly at the captain. "So," she asked, "any word on what was causing all the commotion this morning?" The captain gave Savina a wry look, jerking her chin towards the Plex window. Savina crossed over to it with some difficulty in the unfamiliar mag boots and glanced outside. That long, ragged gash in what looked like the fabric of the universe itself, the thing Savina had seen on the yacht, still stretched across the vastness of space, a gaping hole of inky black that should have been filled with the bright pinpricks of stars. The sight, now that she had the leisure to study it, was disconcerting in a visceral way she hadn't expected. "Quite the sight, isn't it?" the captain said softly, coming up beside her. "It's all they're talking about through the news packets. It appeared out of nowhere, and no one knows who made it or why." Savina turned quickly. "Who made it? Not what made it?" The captain gave her trademark reluctant smile. "They're saying it's a who. The unofficial chatter is something's come through it." Savina turned back to the Plex window, unable to draw her eyes away from that empty gash of nothing. The captain sighed. "We keep standard ship's time, which means I'll expect you to be up at 0600 in the morning with the rest of us. You may as well get some sleep while you can." Savina nodded silently, unable to pull her eyes from the rent in the sky. It didn't matter. Whatever this was, it was irrelevant to her current situation. But she couldn't help the uneasy spark of something between curiosity and dread as she watched it. "Did they say what came through?" she asked at last. The captain raised an eyebrow. "The government's keeping it quiet, I hear. There's supposed to be an announcement sometime tomorrow, but rumor has it the announcement has something to do with the genetic defect. I'd guess whatever came through the portal might suggest a cure. It's not like it hasn't been the holy grail of science for the last 5 centuries. I suspect that's enough to keep everyone interested, if the portal itself wasn't." Savina turned abruptly to stare at her, trying not to let the sudden fear show on her face. "That's what they're saying?" The captain shrugged, turning away. "Right now, it's only rumors, but we can always hope." Savina nodded again, not trusting her voice enough to speak. She pulled her feet from the mag boots, unlatching them with trembling hands, then made her way down the corridor back to her bunk, a cold, sick knot in her stomach. Benny was waiting for her back in the cabin. "Did you find anything interesting about our captain?" they asked. "I pulled her records, but there's not much, just cargo shipping, nothing special." They paused. "And she's not married, so it's possible that she and the crewman—" Savina sighed and shook her head, strapping herself to the seat. "Nothing. She's close-mouthed." "She seems nice, at least," said Benny. "Tell her who you are and see how far nice gets you," muttered Savina. Benny raised an eyebrow. "What, that we're an assassin for hire and her accomplice?" Savina scowled, even though she knew her sibling couldn't see. Corpus Dei, old believers, heretics. She couldn't hide the bitterness in her tone. Benny shook their head, but didn't say anything. The two of them had had this argument 1,000 times. But then, Benny had always been sheltered. Even when the two of them were home in the compound, Savina's reputation ensured that people left Benny alone. Benny hadn't experienced the things Savina had. Benny hadn't done the things Savina had. Which was the point, after all. Savina could still see the flames licking up the roof of the small farmer's cottage, hear the screams from inside, feel her fingernails digging into the flesh of her palms as she watched the fire take hold. She'd only been 12, but it wasn't something you could ever forget. "Did you find out what everyone was so upset about?" asked Benny at last, when the silence had begun to stretch. Savina sighed, unease sitting heavy on her chest. "The news packets are saying it's some sort of portal, and that something's come through." "What's wrong, Vina?" Savina shook her head. She'd never been able to hide anything from Benny. Maybe her sibling couldn't see her expression, but they could hear in her voice and in the way she moved. "There's rumors. Whatever came through the portal made people think there might be a cure for the curse." "Is it true?" Benny asked at last, quietly. "I don't know," snapped Savina. "It's only rumors. It might be nothing." That would be a good thing, though, right?" Savina took a deep breath, pressing the heels of her hands into her eyes. "Benny, if the officials of the High Mystery in the Orthodox Church think they can prove that the curse is just some natural phenomenon with a natural cure, do you think they'll let it go? They've been looking for an excuse to wipe out people like us for centuries. You don't believe the curse is actually a curse?" "That's not what matters," said Savina through her teeth. "If they have proof the old believers are wrong, they can take that to their high council, the one the Chief Justice sits on. They want us dead, and all they need is an excuse. And when they find one, do you think you and me can just say, 'Oh, we never believed that, honest'? You think that would save us? Nicolao's alive because we got him out, and no one knows where he came from. We're safe because no one knows who we are, that's all. Don't mistake their ignorance for kindness." The two of them were silent again for a long moment. Benny's grin had faded, and Savina's conscience twinged. "Maybe it's nothing," she said finally. "It's just rumors right now, anyway. We'll find out what's happened in the morning, and we can figure things out from there." She sighed, maneuvering herself into position on the cot and strapping herself in. "I'm going to bed. We'll worry about it when we know more. It's probably nothing." But the thick knot of worry in her stomach and the unease buzzing in her brain told her she didn't really believe it. She didn't sleep well that night. Judging by the rustling from the cot across from her, she doubted Benny had slept any better. The tingle of an alarm buzzing through her nervous system from her wavelength jerked her awake. She groaned, blinking owlishly, and unstrapped herself from her cot, kicking off to grab the handhold on the ceiling. Benny was already up and dressed. "I'll meet you in the mess hall," they said over their shoulder as they made their unerring way out the door. Apparently, the echolocation function in their wavelength worked as well for finding handholds in a zero-grav spacecraft as it did for navigating the mountains around the compound back home. The captain was leaving the mess hall as Savina arrived. "Good morning, Savina," the woman said. She, at least, didn't seem to have lost sleep. She had no reason to. "I've asked Rafael to show you what needs repair later this morning, but I thought you might want to orient yourself to the engine room first." Savina nodded, trying to smile. "I'll head down after breakfast," she paused. "Have you heard anything about the portal?" The woman raised an eyebrow, her weathered face softening slightly. "You have someone you care about with a defect. I guess most of us do." She paused a moment. "They did say something on the packets. Good news, I think. They're sending out a diplomatic mission to go through the portal. And they confirmed that what was sent through the portal does hold out the possibility of a cure." Her face twisted in the hint of a wry smile. "And you'll never guess who they sent as head diplomat. The Chief Justice herself." She frowned. "Savina? Are you all right?" Savina gave a faint nod, trying to paste a smile back onto her face. "I'm sorry, it's just—" "It's a lot, I know," said the captain softly. 2 days ago, we were alone in the universe, and the defect was a death sentence. Now we have company, and they might be bringing the cure." I think you're right. I'd better go down to the engine room to get familiar with it, Savina managed, turning away. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the captain watching her in mild concern, but she didn't have the attention to care. Benny met her in the engine room a few minutes later. "Vina," they said in a tight voice, "I have bad news." "So do I," said Savina, not looking up. "I heard it from the captain. They're sending a mission through the portal, and they sent the Chief Justice to head it. The joint head of the Council of the Great Mystery, the one that the Book of the Heretics says should preside over the heretic trials." There was a long pause. Benny was facing away from her, but she could see the tension in their posture. "What did you want to tell me?" Savina asked at last, when the silence began to stretch. For a moment, Benny was silent. "I found out who issued that warrant and who accepted it," they said at last. "There's a government agent after you." Savina's hands stilled on the spanner she'd been turning over and over. "A government agent?" Her voice shook just a little, despite her best efforts. Benny nodded. "Yes, and not just a low-level agent. They sent Rekka Solaire." Savina stared at them, then swore. "Rekka Solaire, are you sure?" Benny nodded again. "You know her reputation, right? She's never lost a warrant. 7 years with the agency, and she's their top agent. She has a reputation for bringing home bodies." "I know," said Savina in a low voice. "Who signed the warrant?" Benny frowned, and for a moment Savina wasn't sure if they'd answer. But at last they took a deep breath and released it slowly. "The Chief Justice, Alba Espina." Savina thought for a moment she might throw up. "She's a government official, too, not just a religious leader," Benny said finally, breaking the silence. "It's not that strange for her to sign a warrant. Besides, we spent plenty of time outside the compound ever since..." They trailed off. "And no one seemed to care what religion we were. Maybe back in the compound. Maybe they're wrong." Savina leaned forward and rested a hand on her sibling's knee. "Benny," she said quietly, "you can't honestly believe that. You know the stories. You've heard about great-great-grandmother Miriam and her family, 3 of her children burned alive, one of them thrown into boiling water while she watched to force her to deny her faith. That was 100 years ago," said Benny. Savina shook her head. "Do you honestly think anything's changed? Do you think they sent the judge of heresy into the portal by chance? Do you honestly think that her signing the warrant for me, the only warrant they've issued in my real name, is chance? They're biding their time, waiting for their opportunity. She paused a moment, not wanting to speak the words that seemed to lock up in her chest. "I've seen what they do to old believers, Benny. I've seen it on the recordings. They want you to believe no one cares how you worship. They want you to believe the holy war is over. But those memorials, those statues, those fine words about tolerance, they're a trap. They want you to let down your guard, and then, when they're ready, when they finally made their preparations and found their excuse, they'll kill us all." She broke off abruptly. Something ached and burned in the corners of her eyes, and she had to blink it back. Benny was silent. "They've found their excuse," Savina said finally. "And now they're coming. They're coming for all of us. Rekka Solaire is only the beginning." "What do we do?" Benny's voice was soft, and for just a moment Savina's heart gave a small, painful stutter. Benny was her baby sibling. Benny hadn't asked for any of this. They came along because Savina was their sister and they'd never leave her alone. And in return, Savina had protected them as best she knew how. But if this agent caught her, she'd find Benny, too. And with the DNA tech the agents carried, it wouldn't take her long to figure out that she and Benny were siblings. And more than that, it was possible that if Rekka found Savina and Benny, she'd find Nicolau as well. Savina had stayed in the compound her entire life, made Benny stay as well to keep him safe. She'd killed to keep him safe. Savina took a deep breath. "We go back to Colorida. It'll be easier to hide there, and we'll have options. We can split up to confuse the agent if we have to. We'll warn the others back at the compound. but we can't afford to waste a single moment." Her parents had always told her this day would come. They'd beat it into her from when she was too young to remember. She hadn't believed it at first. It had seemed too absurd that whether or not the great mystery had a corporeal body was an idea worth fighting over. But then they showed her the footage from the cleansing, the heresy trials, the gatherings to watch the sentences being carried out. They'd forced her to watch it over and over. An infant's screams from a cauldron of boiling water, her great-great-grandmother sobbing and screaming, like it was she along with her child being murdered. Savina wasn't sure she believed in the great mystery anymore, embodied or not, but she'd learned soon enough that you didn't need to believe for people to want to kill you for who you were. She ran her hand over her thick hair, glancing at the dark stain it left on her skin. She couldn't use permanent dye without risk that a security sensor would pick it up, but shoe black worked just as well. Even if she didn't believe, she was marked. The combination of dark skin and red hair, some genetic fluke that 150 years ago or so had sprung up in the colonies of old believers. This was who she was. She could choose to believe or disbelieve, and it wouldn't matter. "Will they even listen to us?" asked Benny. Savina glanced up. "They're going to have to," she said brusquely. But Benny's words made fear tighten in her stomach. What she'd done to save Nicolau, what they'd both done, although Benny had mostly just followed her lead, Savina had always told herself it was worth it. But if everyone in the compound was killed because of it, because they wouldn't believe her after what she'd done? She took a deep breath, pushing the thought away. She wouldn't regret it. The memory of her baby brother's tiny, chubby face, tear-streaked and covered in mud and dirt, his small body cradled in her arms, the soft fuzz of black hair on his tiny head, wouldn't let her regret it. She'd get away from the agent. Government agents weren't omnipotent, and surely if she made it hard enough for the woman, even Recca Solaire would give up. And then Nicolau, at least, would be safe, no matter what happened to the rest of them. "They'll have a record of you on the yacht. A government agent will be able to check the records of every ship that left the moonport since then. Even if we catch another ship off the next port, they'll be able to track us." Benny was suddenly businesslike, and Savina breathed a small sigh of relief. She could handle this if they both treated it like another job. She wasn't sure she could if she stopped for even a moment to consider what it really was. Maybe things had gone sideways badly in the last 24 hours, maybe more sideways than she'd experienced in a while. But she didn't trust to luck. She trusted to her wits and her weapons and Benny. And despite everything that had gone wrong, she still had all three. Slowly, she smiled. "Benny, I know what we'll do." Benny frowned suspiciously. "Savina," they said, "you can't solve all your problems by killing people." Savina raised a skeptical eyebrow. "It's worked pretty well so far." She grinned at Benny's expression. "Besides, I don't necessarily need to kill anyone yet. We still need someone to fly the ship." Benny gave a long sigh. "Fine, but no killing. I like the captain." Savina's grin widened. "No killing, unless absolutely necessary." The captain looked up as Savina stepped onto the flight deck with mag boots firmly fastened on her feet. "There you are," the woman said, rising with a small, friendly smile. "I was just about to send Rafael down to—" "I do appreciate it, Captain," Savina broke in, "but I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We need to head back to Colorida immediately." The captain frowned. "I'm sorry. I told you when you signed on I've got a cargo drop to make on Rochessa. When we get there, if you need a ship that can take you back, I'm sure you'll find something, but—" Savina pulled the gun from the pocket of her sundress, still smiling. "I don't think you understand. That wasn't a request." The captain froze, her face going suddenly completely still. When Savina had started this job as a teenager, she might have felt a pang at the woman's expression. But she'd learned better by now. The captain was drumming her fingers together, and suddenly Savina remembered and cursed under her breath. The captain's wavelength was a wrist implant, the kind people without the money for a decent temple implant wavelength used. "Benny," she called, raising her gun and leveling it at the captain's head. "Watch the crewman." She turned back to the captain. "One move from you or that other idiot, and there won't be enough left of either of you to send back to your families." A moment later, Benny stepped into the cabin, pushing the paunchy man in front of them. He had his hands over his head and a deep scowl on his face. "Smart of you," said Savina, still with that friendly smile. "And now, I think it's time the ship has a change of ownership. And then it looks like we'll be plotting a new course." Chapter 11. Alba. It was late in the evening by the time the council disbanded. Alba made her slow way out of the council room and into the courtyard, fixing an expression on her face that would hopefully keep away any well-wishers or questioners. But it appeared it wouldn't be necessary. Her colleagues, the young clerks, the door stewards, all avoided her in the vaguely respectful manner they might avoid someone with a defect, whose sunken face and wasted muscles told all and sundry they wouldn't live to see another season. Someone around whom it would be not just impolite, but impossible to speak without some reference to death. There was a reason, she thought grimly, that their ancestors had viewed a death's head symbol with cautious superstition. No one wanted the reminder that they could be next. And now, in the course of a single day, she'd become a death's head, a grinning reminder of their own mortality. It was just as well. She was exhausted and in no mood to speak with anyone, least of all some curious gossip who wished only to pass her reactions on to their friends. She felt numb. 73 years. She'd lived on this planet for 73 years. A long time for anyone. Surely she couldn't begrudge death at this age. She allowed herself a wry smile. Apparently, she, too, was convinced that this was more a death sentence than a diplomatic mission. She sighed. It was late enough in the evening that the oppressive warmth of the day had faded, and the cool of the evening air was comforting. She hailed a transport, and on the ride home watched the city pass below her. This city was where she'd grown up, made a name for herself, become who she was. Madam Chief Justice, head of the Judicial Council, perhaps the most influential woman on the planet. She'd made her mark on these streets, subtly shifted the shape of the entire system over her 40-odd-year tenure. Villa Nova do Sol, for all its changing, was as familiar to her as her own name. But now she watched the streets slip past, the old stone buildings fading into each other, the confusing, noisy, beautiful, colorful, fascinating cross-section of life, from the beggars at the street corners, their guttering hollow tokens broadcasting their pleas and accepting pledges, to the well-dressed and wealthy, taking the air on the pedestrian walkways in old city parks, jostling to see and be seen, as a stranger might, as an alien unfamiliar with their civilization. She found herself smiling slightly. Humans, for all their unpredictability, their intelligence, their scheming, were just another animal, really, preoccupied with status, with mating, with food and shelter and protecting their young. She sobered. It would be her task to convince whatever lay on the other side of the portal that these noisy, squabbling, colorful animals were worth saving. This diplomatic mission was their best chance. The best theoretical minds on the planet all agreed. But now, with the outcome of their theories become not theoretical at all, Alba found herself more nervous than she'd imagined she'd be. By the time the morning dawned on the day they were to finally depart, neither she nor Fellow were in a state to be spoken to. The council had set a transport, and the poor woman piloting it looked thoroughly beleaguered as a company of movers and transport drones loaded her craft with enough bundles and boxes to suffocate the entire crew of them. Alba had a reputation, she knew, a reputation of someone who did not lightly suffer fools, but even she was not brave enough to reprimand Fellow this morning or to question the quantity of items he'd arranged to be packed for them. Fellow was accompanying her. She'd offered him the chance to decline, and despite the fact she wasn't quite certain how she'd function without him, she'd almost hoped he would. He'd been looking more and more weary these last few years. But he'd given her that icily formal glance of his and said stiffly that he was sure his ability as a clerk wouldn't be entirely useless on a diplomatic mission. She hadn't had the heart to say anything more. When they were all on board at last, the driver informed them, meekly, that she had been instructed to bring them to the council building prior to their departure so that Alba could address the citizens of the system. She handed Alba a holographic disc, commenting deferentially that it contained the speech Alba was to give. Alba snorted, giving the woman a look so sharp it almost brought her to tears, and dropped into her seat. Her bones ached. She was feeling every one of her 73 years this morning. She opened the disc and gave its contents a desultory glance. The speech had been written by Anders' speechwriters, almost certainly, and was full of maudlin platitudes and vacuous, vaguely hopeful assertions. She tapped the disc off and dropped it onto the seat next to her. If she was going to speak, she was going to use her own damn words. They came to a halt in the courtyard of the council building, and Alba stepped down onto it with a strange sense of unreality. She'd stepped into this courtyard almost every day for the last 50 years of her life. Now she found herself wondering if she'd ever set foot in it again. There was a crowd of gathered reporters and government officials, standing as if they'd been hastily gathered for show. As Alba disembarked from the transport, someone started a nervous cheer. She turned the full force of her glare on the cheerer, a middle-aged man who she knew vaguely by sight and nothing else, and he stopped abruptly, shrinking under her withering gaze. A podium had been set up, and 2 nervous assistants herded her gingerly towards it. Waiting behind it were a handful of others who she assumed would be her diplomatic retinue. None of them looked particularly promising. She recognized a few as government officials and aides, and some bland-looking young people who were probably scientists. Aran, the head scientist she'd specifically chosen, was not present. Instead, the individual who apparently acted as his assistant was standing in Aran's place, scowling, their expression forbidding enough that Alba almost allowed herself a smile. It appeared, then, she wasn't the only one who didn't relish the prospect of being paraded in front of the news cameras. Although, unfortunately, she, unlike the young scientist, had not been able to browbeat someone into coming in her place. Perhaps, rather than Chief Justice of the entire Joias System, she should have been angling for the position of wandering itinerant biologist, since apparently that gave one a clout that she still did not possess. She took her place in front of the podium. From the row of seats, Ander cast an imploring glance in her direction, his eyes darting towards her bag, then back to the podium, as if wondering where she'd put the holographic token. She gave a grim smile. This may be the last time she stood in this courtyard in front of this podium facing this audience. If she was going to use it to raise a figurative middle finger to the president, she doubted anyone would try to stop her. A hush fell over the gathered crowd as she activated the holoscreen on the podium and glanced around with her most quelling stare. Every eye in the crowd was fixed on her, their attention focused like a laser beam. She cleared her throat. "Friends, colleagues, and citizens," she began, "today I leave on a ship headed towards the unknown." She caught the faint flash of panic on Anders' face as he realized she had no intention of following the script he'd laid out, and she had to bite back a satisfied smirk. "I volunteered for this mission because I believe in our chance of success," she continued. "As all of you are aware, over the past few days we've gone from being, insofar as we knew, alone in the universe, to being one among a potentially countless number of intelligent beings. We've received communication from something not human. What they are, and what their intentions may be, we do not know. But I, for one, am optimistic." She paused, looking out over the crowd, trying to judge the impact of her words. This could be the last chance for influence she had before her voice was muffled or silenced entirely. "I am optimistic, despite the unknown, because it is my belief that our best hope for humanity is, as it always has been, our ability to cooperate, our intelligence, our curiosity, our willingness to step forward into the unknown without giving in to fear. We have a unique and unparalleled opportunity to open a dialogue with a new intelligent species, an opportunity which has not come in the history of our presence in this solar system." She paused again. "And we will take this opportunity," she continued at last, each word deliberate, because our progress, our innovation, perhaps our very survival as a species, depends on it. She glanced around again, and this time her eyes found Kavako. He was scowling, and she was suddenly very certain he'd influenced the direction of the speech that Onder had prepared for her. She raised her eyebrows at him in slight challenge and continued, loudly and slowly enough for the news recorders to pick up every word. There are those among us who believe that the answer that will best serve us is violence. There are those who believe that when faced with a new challenge, an opportunity that could lead us to new heights, new understanding, new knowledge, we should meet it with fear and hatred. There are those who wish humanity to live in constant dread, constant suspicion, constant wariness, a grinding daily terror that wears us down until we are no more than crawling worms. But I believe we are better than that. Kavako looked as if he'd like to step across the podium and strangle her, which was gratifying, considering it was his maneuvering that had led to her standing behind this podium in the first place. I believe we are better than that, she repeated. But that is not the only reason I believe this mission to be our best chance. Because if our first instinct is to attack rather than talk, to fight rather than cooperate, to give up the one thing that raises us above mindless beasts, what happens if the unknown has sharper teeth than we do? Those who advocate for force will tell you they are advocating caution. I say they are advocating wanton destruction. They are advocating a self-immolation that will echo through the annals of our history if, at the end of it, there are any left to keep that history. Remember this. We may not always be the strongest. And those who advocate for that course advocate for a path that will lead inevitably to destruction. They were watching her, hanging on her words. She shook her head brusquely. What I have said behind this podium is something I believe in, enough to place my life behind my words. I don't ask for your gratitude for what I'm about to do. I don't ask for sympathy or for accolades. I merely ask that you remember what I've said here today, and I ask that you beware of those who would wager your lives to back their words instead of their own. She stepped down from the podium, and the crowd parted silently for her. Onder rose and addressed a few words to the reporters, followed by some clearly irritated words from Aran Romeu's assistant. Aran himself must be meeting them at the docking bay, and again she wondered, with a hint of jealousy, how he'd arranged that. She managed, only just, to keep her legs from giving out under her until she was back inside the transport and could collapse into the relative comfort of the seats. The others joined her soon afterwards, and Fellow shepherded two of the least likely-looking individuals from the courtyard in her direction. "Madam Chief Justice," he said stiffly, as the shuttle lifted from the courtyard, "I would like to introduce you to your newest members of staff." Alba cast an unimpressed glance over the two of them. "This is Ines Madera," said Fellow, gesturing to a young girl with dark skin and a halo of black hair, wide, timid eyes, and a nervous expression. "She will be acting as linguist and your personal translator." Alba frowned at the girl. She'd heard the name, of course. She vaguely remembered recommending an Ines Madera to head up the attempts to translate the alien markings. But this girl looked like she'd need a permission slip to be absent from her prep school. Fellow must have noticed her expression because he cleared his throat. "She is among the most talented linguists in the department, and her study has been entirely focused on theoretical languages. She has an immense amount of practice in deciphering unknown communication methods, and has been the lead on the team attempting to decipher the alien artifacts." "And have you been successful?" asked Alba sharply, turning the full weight of her glare on the girl. The girl swallowed visibly. No, Madam Chief Justice, not yet, but..." Alba gave her a repressing glance, and she fell silent. "And this," said Fellow, gesturing, "is Josip Coelho. He will be acting as your diplomatic advisor." He was an older man, with light brown skin darkened by the sun and a grey bristle of hair shaved close to his head. Alba couldn't tell his age at a glance, but it was likely near her own, possibly even older. His face was friendly, creased with smile wrinkles, his eyes mild and good-humored. He was looking at her with unabashed curiosity, and when he caught her gaze, he gave her a friendly smile. "Madam Chief Justice," he said, with every indication of pleasure, "I'm happy to meet you in person at last." Alba narrowed her eyes. "Yes, well, I'm certain they warned you about me," she snapped. For some inexplicable reason, she wanted to see that cheerful quirk of a smile wiped off his face, replaced with the mixture of respect and apprehension she was accustomed to provoking. His smile broadened. "I don't generally believe warnings." The twinkle in his eye felt almost as insolent as a wink might have, and she found herself momentarily taken aback. But of course he hadn't actually done or said anything that she could object to, so she was forced to retreat into a silent glare that seemed to have no effect whatsoever. "I assume, then, that you have diplomatic experience," she said, her tone cutting. He smiled. "In alien diplomacy, no more than the rest of us, but in human diplomacy, I've accompanied a number of ambassadors to the Rim Mountain settlements, as well as the outer planets and moons." "He is, in fact, in high demand as a diplomatic advisor," Fellew put in. "I had to work very hard to get him for you." "And I was delighted to be asked," said Josip, still smiling. He was disturbingly, disarmingly friendly, and the kind twinkle in his eye seemed the most genuine part of him. He seemed the type of person one would expect to find leaning on a plow on a farm in one of the Rim Mountain settlements, aged and wrinkled, but satisfied with the hand life had dealt him. It must be a front. No one could be that open and friendly, and also be a diplomat. She nodded brusquely. "Thank you. I shall look forward to working with you." She allowed her tone to communicate her heavy doubt. As they left, though, she saw Josip give the girl, what was her name, Ines, a small, encouraging wink, and she saw how the girl's shoulders relaxed perceptibly at the kindliness of the gesture. Fellew stood beside her, watching after them. "They're not much to look at, I know," he said in sotto voice, "but I can assure you I went through every record of every candidate, and these two are by far the most qualified." "Thank you, Fellew," she said, her voice less curt than usual. He sighed, his shoulders slumping, his posture slack with weariness, now that he wasn't trying to hold his usual formal posture. "Do you think it will be enough?" he asked quietly. She looked over sharply. He must be very tired indeed. It had been a long time since he'd addressed her so informally, but then perhaps he was thinking the same thing she was. If they were all to die in a matter of days or weeks or months, it hardly mattered any more. She glanced out the Plex windows of the shuttle, watching the streets she'd grown up on spool past beneath her, and was hit, suddenly, with an unexpectedly sharp pang of regret. For all the things she hadn't done, all the things she'd neglected, all the things she'd put off for a more convenient time. She sighed and turned away, straightening her shoulders. At 73 years old, she should be used to the possibility of things changing, irrevocably and without warning. "We shall simply have to hope that it is," she said. They reached the loading dock, and a predictable bustle and confusion ensued. They had to unload the passengers and cargo from the shuttle into the transport ship that would take them out of atmosphere, and get said passengers and cargo arranged properly. In the harried confusion and noise and shouting, she almost didn't have time to take note of the moment the ship left the docking bay. The sudden acceleration was offset by the interior ship systems, but still enough to make her stagger slightly, and there was the rush of air past the ship that she hardly noticed until it fell abruptly into silence as they broke through the atmosphere. But when at last they'd transferred to the massive ship that would be their home for mystery only knew how long, and she was finally alone in her cabin, seated on her cot, the small, neat room nothing like the comfortable, ancient townhome she'd left, she let herself slump, her head dropping into her hands. "We shall simply have to hope that it is," she whispered again, to no one in particular. Chapter 12. Aran. There was a sharp, insistent tapping on the door to the tiny ship's cabin that would be Aran's home for the foreseeable future. Aran contemplated ignoring it, but he'd run out of both despairing swear words and things to throw. So instead, he turned from where he'd slumped hopelessly on his cot and called, "Come in a hollow tone. "You have to unlock it," said Istvay, a hint of amusement in their voice. Aran groaned, rolled over, and fumbled for the controller to unlock the door. Istvay stepped inside. They stood, hands on hips, and surveyed Aran with a mixture of sympathy and exasperation. "So," they said, "you plan on spending the entire flight curled up on your cot?" Aran glowered at them weakly. That was the idea, yes. The realization that all around him, outside the fragile shell of the ship, was nothing but a cold, blank, lifeless vacuum had sent the walls of his small cabin closing in on him until he thought he'd scream. Istvay cracked a smile. "How about this? I'll bring you lunch. You eat it. I'll leave you alone for another planetary hour. Then I expect you to at least come look around the ship with me. You owe me after I showed up at the damn reporters' meeting for you this morning. The president was furious." Aran groaned again, and Istvay laughed. "Come on, it'll be good for you. Get your mind off things." "You do realize," Aran grumbled, "that we're currently both hurtling through a frozen vacuum designed specifically to be lethal to organic life forms, and also completely surrounded by people." Istvay laughed again. This from the man who just got back from abseiling down the inside of a living volcano. "That was different," Aran muttered. "It was research." Istvay gave him a skeptical look, and Aran sighed heavily. He'd agree, sooner or later, because he couldn't damn well out-stubborn Istvay, so he may as well save himself the hour of badgering. "All right," he said, "I'll eat the damn food, and I'll go out afterwards, but you promised me an hour." Istvay nodded, grinning. "An entire hour to mope around and contemplate your upcoming demise." They stepped out the door. "I'll be back in a shake with lunch." Istvay was true to their word. After he finished eating, Aran had an entire hour to stare at the wall in hopeless despair. But exactly an hour later, Istvay's cheerful tap sounded once more on the door. "Aran," they called, "you promised." Aran sighed, pushing himself heavily to his feet, and unlocked the door. When it hissed open, Istvay stood behind it, an expression of repressed delight on their face. "I have a surprise for you, grumpy pants," they said. They stepped back to reveal a woman, maybe a little older than the two of them, with long, wavy black hair and striking light brown eyes. Aran stared at her for a moment, then at his friend. Istvay was always trying to set him up with people, but surely they hadn't thought that the midst of an existential crisis was a good time to introduce a new date. Istvay was laughing, softly at first, then hard enough they had to bend over and brace their hands on their knees. "Aran," they said at last, wiping their eyes on the back of their hand. "Your face." They brought their expression into seriousness with an obvious effort. "Aran, this is Gilda. She's one of the assistant scientists for the mission." The woman smiled at him, a friendly sort of smile. He nodded back, still faintly confused. Istvay knew him well enough to know that the idea of working with some stranger would hardly fill Aran's heart with joy. The woman cleared her throat. "Aran, as this expedition was put together in a rather hurried fashion, I'm not sure you were briefed on all the parameters of the mission." She smiled at the confusion on his face. "I see I was correct. Our first and most important task is, of course, to bring back anything that could help us develop a cure for the defect, but it would be rather a waste to spend an entire mission of an unknown duration without at least attempting to gather additional data." Aran looked up with a faint stirring of interest. "You're planning on running experiments on board the ship, then?" She nodded, her smile widening. "We are. To begin with, we brought several different species aboard to see how they react to various conditions inherent in space travel. Although we've run such experiments within our own solar system, it's entirely possible that the results will be dramatically different when traveling through the portal and in the space on the other side. We simply don't know what's out there, so we want to take every opportunity to observe. Some of Aran's earlier panic was dissolving as she spoke, curiosity taking its place. Could you talk me through the variables you're studying? He asked cautiously. I'm fairly familiar with fieldwork, so I may be able to add something. Her smile broadened. We've all been hoping you'd stop by the laboratory once you were settled. We wanted to get your insights on some of the experiments we had planned, although I know you're probably extraordinarily busy with work of your own. He began lamely, shooting Istve a poisonous glare. Istve shrugged innocently, grinning. He cleared his throat. I'd very much enjoy going down to the lab. As always, now that his brain was focused on an item of scientific curiosity rather than his impending doom, the noise and bustle of the ship was much less overwhelming than it would have been otherwise. And when he stepped inside the lab, which sprawled across half the third-floor port deck, he forgot everything else. He'd always been a field scientist. Not only did he prefer studying nature in its proper setting, it also meant he could avoid the internecine politics he'd never really understood, no matter how hard he'd tried. But this lab, with its smooth, clean surfaces, its pristine, state-of-the-art equipment, its scales and timekeepers that were accurate to the microgram and the millionth of a second, instead of the rough counting and guesswork he usually had to resort to when his equipment inevitably failed under whatever conditions he'd happened to subject it to, was like something from a child's wonder tale. Istve stood back with a satisfied smirk, but Aran was too interested to spare them a scowl. The woman, Gilda, he should probably remember her name if he was going to be working with her, led him to a remarkably genuine terrarium in the corner, where various small creatures and insects had been placed in simulated habitats. They were arranged so everything from the oxygen the creatures consumed to the most minute fluctuations in weight and caloric consumption could be measured constantly, with remarkably minimal disruption to their living patterns. At his questioning, she began walking him through the parameters of the experiments. It wasn't long before he was surrounded by eager scientists, all engaged in a hearty conversation about variables and the best ways of measuring them, and potential additions to the experiment. And here, said Gilda at last, leading him towards a desk upon which sat a mass spectrometer that looked to be even more powerful than the ones at the university, is the other experiment I was hoping to get your insight on. She smiled. Whatever opened the portal was fueled by an extraordinary amount of energy. They did tests back on Colorida, and it appears that space debris from behind the portal was pushed through into our solar system when the portal opened. Some of us have posited that there's a potential for remnants of organic matter within the debris. It's not certain, of course, but there were traces of something that may have been carbon-based on the scoring on the outside of the container that was sent through the portal, and from the score patterns, it's likely the fragments were accumulated on the trip through space rather than from the box's point of origin. Aran stared at her, then down at the mass spectrometer, a delighted grin forming on his face. And if there are, he said slowly, then they may well belong to life forms none of us have ever encountered before. She nodded. Have you found anything yet? He asked, glancing down at the collection boxes on the table. She shook her head. We're having issues with the equipment. We can send our harvesters a short way from the ship, but they're not strong enough to withstand an impact from any larger debris, and we can't risk ruining them in the collection process since we have no idea when we'll be in a place to get more. Aran bit his lip, frowning down at the small containers. I think, he said slowly, I might have an idea. From the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of movement, and at the same time Istve shouted, Aran! He looked up, just as a scientist, who'd been lifting a stack of crates to pack into a storage cupboard, stepped back, tripping over the hem of his trousers. The crates tumbled out of his arms, and Aran recognized the label on them and leapt to his feet. He caught Istve's eye, and Istve gave a quick nod, stripping off their jacket and starting at a sprint towards the fallen boxes, which had begun to hiss dangerously, smoke seeping through the edges. Aran yanked his shirt up over his mouth and nose, and his goggles down over his eyes, and grabbed the scientist, who'd landed on the floor, lifting him bodily to his feet and shoving him out the door. Out! Everyone out! he shouted, turning back to herd the rest of the panicked people to safety. What are you going to... Gilda began, coughing, but he grabbed her arm and shoved her through the door, slamming it after her. Aran! He spun. Istve had thrown their jacket over the boxes and turned, grabbing a handful of lab coats to add to the pile. The med cupboard is by the door. I'll get the terrariums, don't worry. Aran turned to the cupboard, yanking the door open. He scanned through the labels on the boxes inside, then grabbed an armful of laxatives and antacids, yanking off the lids. Istve was leaning against the terrariums, coughing, but they'd managed to cover the cages with a couple lab coats, which hopefully would protect the delicate creatures inside for just a few more moments. Aran started forward, then staggered at the wave of lightheadedness. Aran? I'm fine, he managed. He took a deep breath and held it, then sprinted the last 3 steps to the boxes. Istve pulled back the pile of coats and shoved the tip of their bush knife under the lid, their other arm covering their mouth and nose, and pried it open to reveal the cracked hydrogen fluoride canister inside. Aran poured the contents of the bottles over the mess, then he grabbed Istve's arm, dragging them backwards. The canisters steamed and smoked, and leaning on each other, Aran and Istve staggered to the door. Istve yanked it open, and the two of them fell out into the corridor beyond. Hit the ventilator, Aran gasped, kicking the door shut behind them. One of the scientists, who'd been staring dumbly, jumped to attention and stepped over to the controls. We can't ventilate that, it'll... Gilda began sharply, but Aran shook his head. We neutralized it with magnesium hydroxide. It'll be fine. She was staring at them. How did you... The laxatives and the antacids from the med cabinet. This isn't the first time we've dealt with a hydrogen fluoride leak, said Istve, raising their head finally. Like Aran said, it'll be fine. They turned to Aran, looking him over. You didn't get splashed, did you? Aran shook his head and straightened, still trying to catch his breath. You? I'm good. There was something in their tone, though, that made Aran glance at them a little more closely. Gilda's voice was heavy with concern. I'll talk to the people who packed this. All the dangerous chemicals were supposed to have been padded and protected, although, with the rush to get everything on board... She trailed off, shaking her head. Why don't you two head into the med bay, get checked out? We won't be able to do anything in the lab for a couple hours anyway. Istve and Aran exchanged glances. We should probably head back to our cabins and wash up, said Istve. I still haven't finished unpacking, and Ani's probably missing Aran by now. Their words were light, but there was something forced in their tone. Gilda nodded reluctantly, and the two of them started down the corridor, Aran trying to ignore the admiring, slightly odd glances the other scientists were shooting in their direction. When they were out of earshot, Istve stopped, catching Aran by the arm. Aran turned, startled. Listen, Istve said in a low, strained voice. There's something wrong. Before the hydrogen fluoride spilled, I saw a note tucked in between two of the boxes. The handwriting on it, I'm sure it was Emmerich's. Aran stared, not quite sure he'd heard right. What? Istve's scowl deepened. Emmerich? You know, our former classmate who hates you? You remember him? Look, Aran, do you know these scientists? Any of them? They shook their head. This is too much of a coincidence. He could have... I don't know. He could have had something to do with choosing who was assigned to the mission, or with choosing the supplies that got sent along, right? I guess it's possible, but I don't see why he'd want to... Aran! Istve was speaking through their teeth. He wanted to come on this trip instead of you. He tried to talk you into trading places with him, but couldn't. He clearly has some personal stake in this, and I cannot emphasize this enough, he has tried to kill you before. They looked like they were on the verge of a stress-induced cardiomyopathy. Aran hesitated. Istve, he said at last, cautiously, you just saw a note, right? It's been how long since either of us have seen Emmerich's handwriting? Are you sure? Istve sucked in a long breath. You're not even trying to take this seriously. I heard you talking to Gilda before the accident. You said you had a suggestion. What was it, exactly? Aran frowned in confusion. I thought of a way to collect samples. Istve's eyes narrowed. They don't have equipment durable enough to survive the conditions out there. We don't know if Emmerich has tampered with anything. And you bloody well intend to put on a spacesuit and go out there yourself. That was your plan, wasn't it? To collect samples, said Aran patiently. Istve rolled their eyes in utter exasperation. Why the hell do I think this is ever going to turn out differently than it does? They muttered. Look, I'm sorry, but Pishti, if we find something, some life form, some fragment of a creature that no one has ever seen before... He couldn't keep the excitement from his voice, although he felt slightly guilty about it. No, Aran, I don't know. I haven't spent the last 7 damn years since we both graduated university tagging along on your bloody expeditions trying to keep us both alive, snapped Istve, turning away. Aran frowned. Even for Istve, this was a bit of an overreaction. He hesitated, then put a hand on Istve's shoulder. Pishti, This time, Istve did look up, and for just a moment their eyes met Aran's. There was an odd, pained expression on their face, and Aran dropped his eyes abruptly, suddenly very certain that whatever had been about to come out of his mouth was something that was probably better left unsaid. I'm sorry, he finished lamely. You're right, we should probably both get unpacked. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. Then Istve gave him a small, forced grin. Come on, we should go before Ani gets impatient and decides to come looking for you. They turned away, and Aran let out a long breath. He wasn't sure what was wrong with him these days. Istve was quieter than usual as the two of them walked down the corridor, and Aran glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. They looked thinner than they had, even though he knew they were eating. Maybe Istve was right. Maybe there was something wrong and he should be more careful. But he was going out to collect samples regardless, because if there was organic matter, and it had come from behind the portal, it was just possible that it would give him a head start on looking for a cure. He'd spend the rest of this damn trip outside the ship in a spacesuit if that's what it took. How much time did they have left? It had to be enough. It had to be. The universe couldn't be that unfair. Chapter 13. Savina. Savina saw the small slump in the captain's shoulders, the way her eyes flicked quickly to Rafael, as if to be certain he was unhurt. When she turned back to Savina, there was something weary and beaten in her eyes. I'm not going to fight you, she said quietly. She gave a small, wry chuckle, as if I had anything to fight you with in the first place. Savina nodded, but didn't holster her pistol. Then I'm sure you won't mind signing the ship over to make it legal, she said. I'd hate to be stopped by someone and have some incongruence in the paperwork cause a misinterpretation as to who's the ship's rightful owner. That would be unfortunate, said the captain dryly. She hesitated, then sighed and reached into her jacket, pulling out a disc Savina recognized at once as the ship's official papers. Toss it, Savina instructed, her smile never wavering. The captain's answering smile was grim, but she tossed the disc in a light underhand, and Savina caught it neatly. I'm so glad we could come to an understanding, she said pleasantly, tapping the disc open. It appeared she'd judged the woman correctly. She wouldn't risk her crew's life, no matter the cost. Savina scrolled quickly through the documents, pulling the retinal filter over her gaze with a quick flick of her eyes. The documents scanned as genuine, and she tapped her fingerprints into the owner's panel and let it scan her face. When she finished, she smiled at the captain. I just need your signature. She glanced back at the papers. Yaska, and then we'll be done. The captain, Yaska, nodded again, and Savina tossed the disc back to her. The woman added her fingerprint and facial scan, and after a moment, the disc whirred, beeped, and flashed the green of a successful transmission. There, said Yaska quietly, tapping the disc off. The ship's yours. No need for your friend to point their gun at Rafael anymore. Every database in the system will have you registered as owner as soon as the ship's system sinks in. Savina took the disc, tapping it on and examining the documents to be sure the captain was telling the truth. She was. Savina tucked the disc into the front of her jacket with an insincere smile. I appreciate your cooperation, Yaska. The captain's smile was unreadable, and Savina frowned. Yaska might be kind-hearted, as Benny put it, but she wasn't stupid. She'd taken defeat with a suspicious amount of calm, and there was something about her expression that made a hint of unease twist in Savina's gut. Still, the woman didn't try to fight when Savina clipped a restraint around her and Rafel's wrists. And when Savina tapped the disc into the ship's control board and the retinal scanner scanned her, everything in the ship came online at her command exactly as it should. Savina clipped herself into the captain's seat and smiled up at Yaska. I have you on restraint, but I'm no sadist. I have no interest in hurting you as long as our mutual goals align. So what I suggest is you agree to pilot my ship under my direction. Once Benny and I reach our destinations, I'll be more than happy to sign the ship back to you for a small price, perhaps, but what's that between friends? The captain was still watching her with that small, unreadable smile. And as you've gathered, I'm no masochist, she said dryly, so I agree to your proposal. She paused a moment. I assume I won't be talking you into making my cargo drop before we head off to wherever you plan to go? Savina gave a delighted laugh. I admire your sense of humor, Captain. The captain nodded in resignation. Very well. Send through the coordinates of where you'd like me to take you. Savina leaned forward. Of course, but to avoid any embarrassing misunderstandings, you may be tempted to try to send word ahead. I've asked Benny to encrypt the communication lines. Anything you send out will be unintelligible, so don't bother. Yaska nodded again. I understand, she said quietly. Savina dimpled prettily. I do appreciate that. She blinked to activate her wavelength and said, Coordinates for the Colorado ports, please. A line of text scrolled across the retinal screen at the corner of her eye, and she flicked her eye to adjust down to the coordinates she was looking for. A port about 3 hours transport journey from the compound. She could bring them down closer, of course, but this port was more central and would make it less easy to guess why she and Benny had chosen to put down there. Send the coordinates through, she murmured, and the captain tapped her wrist to accept the transmission, glancing down at the screen on the pilot's dashboard. I assume you'll have no problem getting us there, said Savina. The captain studied the display. When she looked up, there was the slightest quirk of amusement in the corner of her mouth. I can pilot us there easily enough, she said, but since you're the owner of the ship, I think it's my duty to brief you on a few items. Savina narrowed her eyes, her hand reaching inconspicuously for her gun. The captain reached into the ship's controls and tapped something twice, bringing up a list on the ship's main screen. Getting into the port itself shouldn't pose a problem, she said, but as you see here, the ship's 2 port thrusters are almost gone. We can make it to Redshift, where I was planning to drop the cargo, but we won't make it much farther than that without new thrusters. I don't have the funds to fix them, and I was hoping that this cargo drop would give me enough left over to at least give them a temporary patch-up. But for the length of trip you're suggesting, I'm guessing you'll need to replace them completely. And since you're the captain, she shrugged. Shouldn't take more than a couple thousand, I would think, if you got some good quality used ones. Savina glared at her. Why the hell would I put a couple thousand credits into this floating junk pile? She snapped. The captain shrugged again. Your choice. But if you don't, I'd lay a wager we don't make a week's travel before we're stranded, right in the middle of deep space. And if we do get stranded, it'll take at least a day or two before someone can get out there to tow us, and the towing fees. She shook her head. Cost you more than a couple thousand, that's for sure. Savina shot the woman another glare, then tapped her wavelength. Interface with the ship's database. Give me a reading on the thrusters. The thrusters are currently working at 5% of capacity, said the friendly male voice into her earpiece. How far will they take us? She snapped. The only planet within an acceptable flight range for the thrusters is Rochessa, the wavelength answered cheerfully. At distances farther than that, you will run an exponentially increasing risk that the thrusters will fail. I can send you a graph of the likelihood of failure over distance, if that would be helpful. Savina's scowl deepened, and she avoided the captain's eyes. Inventory the supplies, check for the ability to repair the thrusters, she growled. There are materials for basic repairs, but not enough to change the analysis, her wavelength responded. Savina held herself back with an effort from swearing and forced her mouth into a thin smile. "Well, Captain," she said finally, "it looks like you get your wish after all. We'll stop at Rochessa and put down. I'll unload my cargo from my ship, and I'll use my profits to offset the cost of the thrusters." The captain nodded, but there was still that hint of a smile playing about the corners of her mouth. "As you say," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "but I should mention, too, that funds have been a bit scarce, so I'm about 18 months behind on my permits." She gave a small chuckle. "Some ports will let you unload anyway on credit. At least, they would on my credit, because they know it's good, but they don't know you, so I doubt they'll be inclined to be accommodating. They'll read the ship's registration, see the fees are behind, and impound the whole thing, cargo and all." She gave a small shake of her head. "The fines are a bit exorbitant, I think, but what can you do? That's the government." This time, Savina couldn't hold back a curse. "And how much are these 18 months' worth of fees?" she asked through her teeth. The captain tapped her palm screen. "Looks like about 1,500 plus interest." 1,500 plus interest, repeated Savina icily. "Are there any other surprises you'd like to spring on me?" This time, the captain couldn't hold back a smile that lifted the corners of her mouth. "None I can think of at the moment, although, with you being 18 months behind on permits, they'll probably ask you for the next year of permits paid in advance when you go in." "Let me guess, another 1,000, said Savina in an acid tone. The captain shook her head. "Prices went up as of last month. It'll be 1,200 for the year, but no interest, at least." For a long moment, Savina glowered at the captain. The woman's smile in return was polite and friendly, but it had an unmistakable overlay of amusement. She could try to sign the ship back over to the captain, although looking at the woman's face, Savina doubted she'd agree to it, even if Savina were to offer. And Savina knew better than to offer. If Yaska had command of the ship again, it would take no effort at all for her to unencrypt the ship's wavelink, send off a warning, and then idle them outside the docking bay on Rochessa, far enough back to make it next to impossible for Savina and Benny to get away until someone came to pick them up. She could use the restraint, see if watching Rafael scream in agony was enough to make the captain volunteer to pay, but she checked the ship's register. From the records, the captain was exactly as broke as she proclaimed herself to be. The ship had shown some profit 5 years back, but then it had taken massive damage in a space storm. When it was towed back to the nearest port, every credit of profit had been sunk into fixing it up. Savina ground her teeth, swearing quietly. There was nothing she could do. She'd walked into a trap, as neat as any she'd set herself. Even docking the ship and sneaking off, trying to wheedle a passage on another ship, would be ultimately unsuccessful. She was registered as the Dolphin's owner now, and while she could change aliases, changing fingerprints and facial features was more difficult. She wouldn't get past the spaceport. She drew in a long breath. Yaska would live to regret this. Or perhaps she wouldn't. That would be infinitely enjoyable as well. For a moment, she enjoyed her small fantasy of the captain begging for her life as Savina stood over her, pistol in hand. Either way, the bastard certainly wasn't getting her ship back now, even if Savina had to blow the damn thing up to make sure of it. But in the meantime, with an effort, she forced her face into a pleasant expression. "Well," she said, "I appreciate you briefing me." She stood. "Set a course for Rochessa, please. If you deviate from it, or try to send off a communication, or do anything else other than what I've specifically ordered you to do, I've programmed the restraint to send you a level 10 shock." "Of course, Captain," said Yaska, still with that hint of a smile. Savina turned on her heel and left the bridge, swearing savagely under her breath. Chapter 14. Alba. Alba was exhausted, bored, and thoroughly cranky. "If the captain tells you again that he cannot receive the news packets from the planet, tell him I shall come speak with him myself," she snapped. "Yes, Madam Chief Justice," said Fellew, his posture stiff, but still reluctantly respectful. He was as cranky as she was. He moved towards the door, irritation in every line of his posture, but as he reached it, it opened of its own accord. Fellew paused a moment, then gave whoever it was a brief nod and stepped out into the hallway. Josip stood in the doorway with his eternal twinkling smile and bright eyes. "Madam Chief Justice," he said, "I have the latest diplomatic briefing that the staff has put together." He paused a moment, glancing around, and she felt the sinking dread that he'd suggest they go over it. She wasn't certain she could keep a civil tongue in her head at the moment. But instead, he smiled, his expression much too perceptive. "I'll leave it here for you to study at your leisure." "And why not go over it now?" she snapped, suddenly irritated. She might be exhausted, yes, but she certainly didn't need some old fool insinuating it. He raised his eyebrows, his mouth quirking good-naturedly at the corners. "We could, but I'm a little tired, and I'd take it as a kindness if you'd give me some time to wander the decks and recover." There was nothing she could say to this, since his words were perfectly polite and sensible, and it seemed almost too petty to scold someone for a smile. Besides, she wasn't sure how exactly she'd go about that in the first place without making herself look the fool. So instead, she gave a stiff nod. "Very well, but I'll expect you first thing tomorrow morning. We'll finish up then." He nodded in agreement, his eyes bright with good humor, and turned to the door. She watched him leave with a strange mix of irritation and gratitude. He was the only person in her acquaintance who was not intimidated when she snapped at him, and she wasn't entirely sure how to take it. Was he truly that oblivious? Certainly not, or he'd hardly be a highly sought-after diplomatic aide. Perhaps he was trying to outwit her, play her in some way? That was the most likely option, but in his quirk of a smile, his dancing eyes, she'd never caught a hint of either the cunning or the malice that she'd expected. Instead, every word and every action seemed glossed with an unfeigned and entirely unexpected kindness. She sighed. The thought of the diplomatic briefing had only driven home her lack of information on the parties with whom she'd be negotiating, not for a political advantage, but possibly for the lives of everyone in the system. The thought weighed more heavily on her every day. If she'd admit it, that was the most likely source of her recent irritation, not Fellew, despite his aggravating mannerisms. She shook her head, glancing around. The small cabin felt suddenly far too confining. Fellew would be furious with her for wandering about the ship. He'd probably make some stiff comment about the dignity of her position or some such thing. But honestly, at this point, she was about to lose the dignity of her position anyway, by dint of going out of her mind with sheer boredom and pent-up anxiety. The sterile hallway was empty as she stepped out. 2 cleaning drones, humming busily to themselves, were the hallway's only occupants, although she knew there were security guards posted at regular intervals. The corridor itself was clean and swept, completely void of any personality. Perhaps the entire ship was, honestly. But, she realized, she wanted very much to find out. When she was very young, long before she'd decided to go into law, she'd been fascinated by ships. And yes, that had been 60-something years ago, but she couldn't somehow remove the hint of romance the image still brought to her mind. She raised her chin. If she couldn't, as Chief Justice of the system and head of the diplomatic mission, explore the ship if she so chose, she wasn't sure who could. She activated her wavelength as she walked. "Ship schematics, please," she said crisply, and a moment later a map of the ship's decks appeared on her retinal screen. She flicked her eye upward to reorient the map and said, "Direct me to the main deck." A small dotted line appeared on the map, indicating the most direct route, and a translucent indicator superimposed itself on her vision, pointing the direction she should go. After 3 lifts and several minutes of walking, the corridors she was traveling down began to take on an entirely different character than the ones outside her cabin. They were undeniably older, with an air of use about them, the paint peeling slightly, the dents in the walls not fully covered, crew hurrying past on some errand or another, far too busy to take note of her. But there was an undefinable flavor to the place that the cleaner, quieter, diplomatic section of the ship lacked. It was the sort of thing she was accustomed to when walking the old quarter of Dosol. The marks not only of age, but of joy and sadness, triumph and sorrow, conflict and worry, the small building blocks of day-to-day life that seeped into the walls and floors and left a mark as indelible as the coal fire smoke from outdoor cooking fires. Each individual instance completely unremarkable, but cumulatively enough to change the color of the buildings around them with its residue. She was arguably the most powerful woman in the Joias system, and her influence couldn't be overstated. But she wondered sometimes about the lives of the people on whose behalf she made the laws, the women and men huddled by the charcoal cook fires, almost identical to the ones their great-grandparents may have sat beside, sweating in the full-bodied heat of summer or shivering in the damp winters. Or crews on ships like this whose entire lives sometimes, from childhood, were spent in the deep reaches of space, and who, after decades of travel and back-breaking labor, could hardly return planet-side at all, their bones become so brittle that they scarcely could hold them up in full gravity. She'd been told they often died longing for space, for the very weightlessness and radiation that had slowly killed them. She'd done her best to do well by them, but sometimes she felt their lives were as foreign to her as these aliens with whom they were going to speak. When at last she stepped out onto the main deck, her breath caught for half a moment with a sudden, unexpected rush of wonder. The scene was everything she'd imagined as a child, the crew bustling back and forth across the open space, redistributing fuel cells, organizing the carrier drones and the cleaning drones into workforces, shouting orders or obeying them, or else clustered in small groups laughing and talking loudly. "Excuse me," said a voice from behind her, and as she half turned, someone stumbled against her, knocking her out onto the main deck. She barely managed to keep her feet, her heart pounding at the unaccustomed casual violence that had almost sent her sprawling. The man who'd pushed her stepped around her without a glance back, and for a moment she was almost speechless with anger. "Out of the way!" someone else growled, and despite her outrage, she stepped back quickly against the wall to catch her breath. She became aware, gradually, of the quiet conversation from the group of crew nearest her. "Sending us on a bloody suicide mission is what it is," someone muttered. "Maybe if I was raised somewhere like that damn judge with everyone bowing to kiss my kneecaps, I'd feel the same way she does," another of the crew responded. "Never mind, she's not the one who will be thrown to the aliens if things go sideways. Always have an escape plan for the important people." Alba frowned and listened closer. "I don't think it's all bad," said another, a young man with bright auburn hair and brown skin. He had the cheerful exuberance of the young who still believed firmly in their own invincibility. "Like she said, better to talk than to fight until we know what we're going up against. You remember when Bennett tried to take me on when he first joined up?" There were scattered chuckles at that. "Be that as it may, have you heard what they're saying on the news packets?" another of the crew put in. "They're saying we're being sent as some sort of sacrifice. There's no way we're coming out of this alive. We should have shot a phaser missile through the portal, not sent a crewed ship." Alba leaned against the wall, trying to process what she'd just heard. No one should have had access to the news packets yet, at least not for a few more hours if her information was correct. But the crew members were talking as if they were up to date on the latest packets. "And who might you be?" Alba turned, startled, to find a woman glowering down at her. She had a fuel cell propped on one broad shoulder, her muscles showing clearly through the thin undershirt, but there was something about her bearing, a straightness to her posture that set her apart from the crew members Alba had been listening in on. Alba gave the woman a haughty stare. "I'm sorry, but I don't see that it's business of yours. Surely you have other duties besides asking unnecessary questions." The woman's eyes narrowed, the hint of an unpleasant smile playing about her mouth. "Don't worry, I know who you are, Madam Chief Justice," she said softly. "I know that you're responsible for tying General Cavaco's hands when he was the only person who could possibly protect us against whatever the hell is out there." She glanced around the deck at the group of crew members who'd broken off their conversation and turned to watch the show. "Shall I tell these others that the person who sent them all this way on a suicide mission is standing right here behind them?" Alba narrowed her own eyes, although her heart was beating faster. She'd never really stopped to consider, until this moment, the possibility of physical danger here on the ship. "I would thank you to get back to your work," she snapped. Another of the crew came up behind the woman, a middle-aged man with skin creased from radiation. "What's happening here?" he asked gruffly. The woman turned and shot him a quick grin. "Unauthorized person on the main deck," she said, her voice lazy with confidence. The man looked closer at Alba. "Who are you?" he asked. "That's just what I was asking," said the woman, and there was a purr of menace in her tone and triumph in the glance she shot at Alba. Others of the crew were gathering as well, forming a small semicircle around them. Alba forced her breathing to steady, but her palms were damp with sweat. This was ridiculous. If the crew knew who she was, the most likely thing to happen was that they'd stammer out apologies and escort her safely wherever she wished to go. But she'd heard the way they talked when they didn't realize who was listening. The way this woman had spoken of Kavako. "Go on," said the woman. "Why don't you tell us?" Alba took a deep breath. There was nothing to be afraid of, surely. And yet, the rapid pounding of her heart told her she didn't really believe that. She braced herself, opening her mouth to speak, when a sudden commotion came from the back of the crowd. The man facing her turned, frowning, and then she saw his eyes light up. Alba followed his gaze and saw a pleasant-looking young man who appeared to have just stepped out on deck. He had dark, wavy hair, a close-cropped beard, and a dreamy expression, and it took her only a moment to recognize the young daredevil scientist she'd earmarked for the mission. He looked surprised and not particularly pleased at the attention. "Aran," the man said with a broad smile. "I was hoping to run into you. I wanted to tell you how much I admire what you do." Thank you," Aran muttered, the smile on his face obviously forced. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm just looking for some calcium carbonate. My pet she needs something to settle her stomach, and I thought..." "I can get some for you," said an eager-looking young woman. "Come with me. I have a friend on mess duty. He'll get you sorted." "I'll come along," said the young man with the auburn hair. "There's half a dozen of us who'd like to buy you a drink anyway." Aran had a desperate look on his face, like he'd rather be anywhere else in the system at the moment, but he gave a hopeless sort of nod. "I have to get back to my work, but..." "Just one drink, then," the young woman proclaimed, slapping him on the arm. He flinched, but tried to smile. "One drink, then," he said. I appreciate your help." "It's nothing," said the man who'd been speaking to Alba, grinning. "Our pleasure." Aran's eyes suddenly stopped on Alba, and he frowned slightly. She caught his gaze and shook her head firmly, hoping she didn't look as shaky as she felt. He raised an eyebrow, but gave a faint nod and turned away, allowing himself to be led away by the exuberant crew. At last, it was only Alba and the woman who'd confronted her. "You're lucky, Madam Chief Justice," the woman said in a low voice, "but I suggest in the future you stay where you belong." She turned on her heel and strode off, her straight, formal posture contrasting sharply with the comfortable slouch of the rest of the crew. Alba frowned after her, too shaken to feel properly outraged. By the time she reached her cabin again, Alba was exhausted. Her heart still pounded strangely, and a sudden lightheadedness made her sit down abruptly on the edge of her cot. Her joints ached, and her feet ached, and the muscles in her legs ached. She should call for that woman to be disciplined, probably, but she didn't know her name, and the obvious disrespect in the woman's eyes had shaken her more than she cared to admit. A short time later, Feliu arrived, tapping lightly on the door before stepping inside. "Madam," he said, "you were right. I was able to receive the news communications." "Good," she said shortly. "Thank you. If you'd see fit to give them to me?" He nodded, handing over a small stack of holodisks, then frowned. "Madam, are you quite well?" "I'm fine, thank you. That will be all," she said. He was watching her with faint concern, but at last he nodded and stepped out of the cabin. She glanced down at the holodisks in her hand and closed her eyes for a moment, trying to slow her racing heart. Then she tapped the first disc open, pulling up the news packets for the last week. As she paged through them, though, the unease that had started at the crew's overheard conversations sharpened into a sort of dread. Alien threat of unknown proportions. Military potential unknown. Technology sent through the portal indicating the alien culture is almost certainly developed for war. No wonder, listening to all this, the crew had been terrified. She would have been too, in their place. This couldn't be accidental. This, then, must be Kavako's strategy. Stir up the populace, frighten them, terrify them, turn the whole system into a simmering reactor. And then the first small thing that went wrong on the diplomatic mission would be the catalyst, the excuse for war, and the citizens would swallow down the burning results like strong liquor. When she'd finished going through the reports, she sat on the edge of her cot for a long, long time. The numbness gripping her had spread through her body until she could feel it in her fingertips. She couldn't afford to let anything in this mission go wrong then. Not one single thing. Perhaps once she would have stated with confidence that nothing would go wrong, that she was perfectly capable of carrying this off flawlessly. But that was before the portal had opened, before her grand, legacy-making proposal had been derailed, before Kavako had made his move and forced her into leading this mission. She could still feel the sudden, sharp realization from earlier that day on the main deck, that moment where she'd been facing the tall, muscular woman and realized with a sudden, hard certainty that if the woman wanted to, she could hurt Alba. And there was nothing at all Alba could do to prevent it. Chapter 15. Aran. Aran pulled the fasteners closed on his spacesuit, trying to keep his hands from trembling. He was cursing quietly to himself. Istve was right. They'd always been right. He was stupid. Why the hell was he doing this? Except the last time he'd gone out, the samples he'd collected had shown traces of something, a fragment of organic material with a DNA sequence he hadn't been able to identify. And so, of course, he had to go out and collect more. And, of course, he had to insist on going himself because he was a damn idiot and had no sense of self-preservation, just like Istve said in their more exasperated moments. He closed his eyes, trying not to think about what would come next, stepping into the airlock, watching it close behind him, hearing the click of the lock sealing him in to the small, airtight space. The hiss of the outer door as it opened, the sudden weightlessness, a sense, all around him, of a grinding, icy vacuum, an implacable nothingness that wouldn't rest until every piece of organic matter it could touch was obliterated. "Are you ready?" asked one of the scientists, a normally quiet young woman with pale skin and straw-colored hair. Normally quiet, except when she looked at Aran, when her expression took on a tinge of giddy infatuation. He groaned quietly to himself. If only she could hear what he was thinking. "Aran?" He managed to smile. "I'm ready." His voice was muffled in the stifling confines of his helmet. "The airlock's ready for you," she said, "and Gilda's waiting there with your equipment." He gave a sickly nod and made his way forward, his movements awkward and constricted by the suit. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he forced himself to breathe. This would be fine. He'd done it before. It would be fine. Gilda handed him his collections equipment at the entrance to the airlock. He fumbled with it for a moment, then gave up and tapped the controls, loosening the seal on his gloves. He pulled them off and dropped them beside him while he stowed the equipment on his belt. Gilda smiled, retrieving them. "I suppose when you're as experienced as you are, you need everything just so," she said, holding the gloves in place while he resealed them. He shook his head in despair. Why in the hell? "Good luck," she said. He forced himself to nod, grateful that the helmet at least partially obscured his expression. Then he stepped into the airlock and waited for the sick finality of the door sealing shut behind him. The external door hissed open, and, biting his cheek so hard it hurt, Aran forced his hands to let go of the handholds and stepped out into nothing. The abrupt sense of weightlessness that came when he left the ship's gravity field was an odd shock, and for a moment he found himself struggling to remain upright, as if upright was a concept that had any meaning in space. With shaking hands, he tapped the small propulsion unit on his suit, pushing himself farther out from the ship. The farther out he could get, the more likely he'd find particles undisrupted by the ship's path through space. But the sight of the ship shrinking behind him, his only connection to it a long line that looked terrifyingly delicate against the vastness surrounding him, was enough to make him swallow hard to avoid being sick. Then the line went taut, and, tapping off the propulsion, he carefully unclipped one of the collection canisters from his supply belt and clipped it just as carefully onto the edge of his glove. Then, holding his arm out in a way that would have been exhausting if he'd been somewhere there was actual gravity, he settled back to wait. Around him, the stars burned tiny and brilliant, glowing specks in the vast void surrounding him. From the opposite side of the massive ship, Colorita glowed as bright as a moonrise. He sucked in a long breath, trying to force his tense shoulders to relax. He was out here for research. There were particles out here, particles that had come through the portal, possibly fragments of life forms. Once he got back in, he'd get the samples in the centrifuge, then feed the screens into the mass spectrometer, and maybe this time he'd get some solid readings. He felt his panic slowly draining away as his mind slotted into the familiar, comfortable rhythm of research. If he found something... The genetic sample, at least, had proved there was a species behind the portal, similar enough to humanity that, with any luck, whatever resistance the aliens had developed to the genetic defect could be recreated in humans. There was a familiar tightness in his stomach at the thought, a mix of desperate hope and abject terror. Hope that perhaps, just maybe, there might be something, somewhere, that could save Istve. And terror that, after everything, he'd fail. That he'd watch Istve die the same way he'd watched Istve's mother die when he was 10 years old, and she and Istve were the only safe and happy things in his frightened, confused, miserable young life. He frowned, pulled out of his thoughts. There was something tickling at the back of his spine, something that wasn't simply nerves. He stayed very still, focusing on the odd sensation. His mind ran rapidly over potential causes. Nerve damage, obviously, but he hadn't suffered the sort of physical trauma that would induce something like that. Pressure applied at the wrong place for a long enough time could do the same thing, but the crawling sensation had moved up his spine now to his shoulder. He risked a quick glance. He couldn't see anything through the suit, obviously, but whatever it was seemed to be crawling up his neck. He tilted his head to one side and craned his eyes. And then he felt suddenly very, very cold. He couldn't see the insect's entire body, but the two brightly colored antennae, with their distinctive orange and purple patterning, told him everything he needed to know. He let out his breath very, very slowly, holding his body completely still to avoid alarming the creature. He'd seen, in the experimental tanks, the male speckled death mora, and in the next room, under protective watch, the creature herself. If he were observing her in the wild, he would have been stilled with sheer admiration for her beauty and deadliness. One bite could inject enough poison to kill a full-grown adult within minutes. But death moras were shy, quiet creatures, and generally, seeing one in the wild, he'd have no fear. But they were highly, highly sensitive to changes in pressure or to changes in temperature, and he was acutely aware of how the discovery had sent his heart pounding, adrenaline pumping through his veins, the temperature in his suit rising as his body prepared to fight or flee. He took a deep breath and let it out carefully. She was probably just as frightened as he was, bewildered and confused by her new surroundings. "Hello there, sweetheart," he whispered, hoping his voice didn't shake. The waving antennae paused for an instant, then resumed their slow movement. Speaking would, he hoped, let her know there was another creature in here with her, show her that he didn't intend to be a threat. Of course, he'd worked with venomous creatures long enough to know that their perception of a threat could be very different than his own. He couldn't blame them, honestly, but that wouldn't make him any less dead if she happened to put him in the threat category. The creature hesitated, then started delicately up the side of his neck. He could feel the hooked spears of her legs on his bare skin, every sensation amplified by the adrenaline pumping through his body. Her steps were slow and cautious, and he closed his eyes for a moment, trying desperately to slow his heart rate, steady his breathing. The coloring of her antenna suggested that she was almost ready to lay her eggs, which would make her exceptionally sensitive to potential danger. He couldn't see her now, could only feel the slight scrape of her legs on his skin as she explored, the occasional brush of her antenna. From the feel of it, she was at least 10 centimeters long. There were some insects whose venom was more potent the smaller they were. Speckled death moras, though, the larger the specimen, the more venom available to pump into their hapless prey. The insect climbed slowly along his neck and paused at his hairline. Then he felt the brush of its legs against the corner of his jaw. He closed his eyes, hardly daring to breathe for fear of pushing her against the plex of his helmet face guard. He had to get back to the ship. She'd be far too agitated by these unfamiliar surroundings and far too easily frightened by any movement on his part. but turning on the propulsion unit would mean a sudden hum and a rapid acceleration which would almost certainly frighten her as well. At least she was in his helmet. At least here he could keep an eye on her and perhaps get some warning if she became alarmed. Moving with almost glacial slowness, he reached out, grasping the anchor line carefully in one hand. Very, very gently he pulled, dragging himself a fraction of a meter back towards the ship. She didn't react, and he almost breathed a sigh of relief before catching himself. Another grip, agonizingly cautious, another pull. His movement towards the ship was so slow he could only judge the distance he'd traveled by the loose tangle of anchor line behind him. She seemed to have settled now, her legs gripping his cheek, her waving antenna brushing almost at his eyelashes. But at least he knew where she was. There was no danger of... There was another small, unmistakable tickle along his left hip. He stopped himself, barely, from jerking in surprise and swore quietly through his teeth. "So," he said, in the calmest voice he could muster, "you brought your boyfriend along." There was a chance it wasn't the male speckled death mora. It could be any number of venomous creatures. It could even be a non-venomous creature, but that possibility seemed almost laughable, considering how things had gone so far. The male wasn't as venomous as the female, but he was still venomous enough to put Aran in a coma, or paralyze him permanently. And if there were two of them in here, there could be another, hiding in his gloves or his boots, or... He fought down his rising panic. He was pretty sure they'd only brought along 2 specimens. "I'm just going to keep moving slowly," he murmured in the same voice he used on Ani when she was in a particularly bad mood. "I'm just going to pull us in. You two probably don't like it out here any more than I do, and if you kill me, they'll drag me in when my vitals flatline, and you'll get smashed in all sorts of different ways." The ship was definitely closer now than it had been, but still much too far away. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he took a long, shallow breath, trying once again to slow his racing heart. Anything, even something as innocuous as a trickle of sweat, could be enough to set off his nervous guests. He could see the female's slender, speckled body from the corner of his eye, distorted by nearness, and he had the half-hysterical thought that he was lucky to have her to look at. The males were a drab, grayish-brown. Reach, grip, pull. Reach, grip, pull. "Aran!" Gilda's voice through his earpiece almost made him jump, and he cursed quietly. He could feel the creature on his cheek stir uneasily at his inadvertent movement. Very, very gently, he pressed his wrist against the inside of his gloves, activating his wavelength. "There's been a bit of a problem," he said quietly. "I'm on my way back in. Nothing to worry about, but please don't..." "I'll get you in right away." Her tone was suddenly concerned. "No," he said quickly, "just get Istve." Istve was the only one he could think of who'd trust him to come up with a solution instead of trying to come up with one for him and getting him killed for it. I have the situation under control," he said, praying it was the truth. "I just need you all to make sure that no one accidentally interferes. Reach, grip, pull." He was getting closer, almost imperceptibly. And then, to his horror, he felt a faint vibration as the automatic line winch activated, snugging the line back into his suit and pulling it tight. He could feel on his hip the quick, darting half-charge of the male death mora, now clearly perturbed, and the female was dancing her front legs from side to side, body reared up in alarm. And maybe he was close enough that if he got bitten and they dragged him in, they'd still be in time to use the antivenom stored in the laboratory, but he could see from the corner of his eye the female's bright body, her markings, a glorious celebration of color, the nervous twitch of her movement. These two were only trying to do the same thing he was, stay alive. They were the only 2 death moras the scientists had brought along to observe, and the unique way they metabolized sulfur was a trait none of the other creatures in the menagerie possessed. He might survive, possibly, but the death moras would die. If they weren't crushed against the inside of his suit by his senseless body, they certainly would be once anyone on the ship pulled the helmet open and saw them. The female's head was weaving in a rhythmic, snake-like pattern that meant she was about to strike. He took a deep breath and pulled the bush knife from his equipment belt, flipping it open against his leg. He was a damn bloody idiot. Before he could think about it any further, he sliced the blade cleanly across the vibrating anchor line, cutting himself loose. The anchor lines, of course, were heavily reinforced, threaded with fortified steel, but the honed blade of his bush knife was tougher still. For a moment he sat frozen, watching the cut anchor line drift away, but at least the vibrations had stopped. Slowly the female's nervous dance slowed, and at last she came to rest again, tucked against his cheekbone. The male's movements, too, grew slower, and finally stopped altogether. He forced himself to look ahead at the ship from which he was now completely detached. He was drifting, however slowly, towards it. The anchor line pulley had started him forward, and with no atmosphere or gravity to check his momentum, he was still drifting in the right direction, slowly, yes, but that wasn't important as long as he was getting closer. Then he bit back another curse. What did matter was the fact that he'd been nudged off course somehow. He wasn't going to hit the airlock door straight on. And somehow, without an anchor rope or mag boots, he'd have to make his way into the airlock, all without disturbing his 2 passengers. Damn it to hell. Carefully, he scrabbled in his supply belt for something, anything, and at last pulled out a magnetic wrench. Not much, but it just had to be enough. His body bumped up against the ship, and he slapped the wrench against the hull. If the magnet wasn't strong enough to hold... The slow drag of his body's momentum pulled his weight against the magnet of the wrench. He sucked in a quick, panicked breath. It held. He let out the breath in a sigh of relief that came from the very depths of his soul. "Aran?" Istve's voice through his earpiece was sick with dread. "I'm sure you're busy dealing with whatever the hell is happening out there. For the love of all that's holy, can you please let me know that you're alive and conscious?" They sounded like they were on the verge of donning their own spacesuit to come out after him. Aran wasn't sure if the realization was touching or horrifying. "I'm fine," he said quietly, through his teeth. He pulled out a second wrench and very carefully placed it along the hull a little closer to the airlock, then pulled himself forward. He pulled a little too enthusiastically and managed to break both wrenches free. He slapped both back on again, his heart pounding. They stuck, and he let out a shallow breath of relief. "Get the outer airlock door open, please. And make sure no one comes into the airlock until I tell them it's safe." "Got it," said Istve, voice tense. There was a hiss as the airlock door gaped wide before him. They didn't usually leave doors open like this, but he could picture Istve's face, the stubborn set to it, as they argued with whoever was in charge, informing them that the damn door was going to stay open until Aran got in, and if anyone didn't like it, that person could step out the airlock themselves. Aran had been on the other side of that stubborn expression more than once in his life, and he knew how hopeless arguing was. And then he was there, clinging on to the external handholds of the airlock. Now that he'd made it, his muscles had gone shaky and weak. And then something twitched against his face, and he remembered that he hadn't made it. Not yet. In his thoughtless relief, he'd let himself slump inside the suit, and the female Death Mora was now pressed between his cheek and the plex visor of his helmet. He waited, hardly breathing, for the sharp sting that would kill him. But it didn't come. He squinted one eye half open and realized, with a mixture of relief and panic, that she hadn't struck because her stinger was pressed up against the plex, which meant, for the moment, he was safe, or at least relatively safe, considering the male was still perched on his knee. But the moment he shifted, even accidentally, he was a dead man. Very, very gently he pulled himself along the handholds and into the airlock, and very, very gently he raised a hand and tapped on the airlock door, in the code that he and Istve had developed as children, while with his other hand he held the helmet in place. Istve must have been listening, because the airlock door slid shut behind Aran, the room repressurizing as the gravity from the ship's grav control kicked in. He'd been bracing himself for this, but even so, the abrupt change in the pressure around them made the male move uneasily. With trembling fingers, Aran unsealed his helmet with his free hand. He felt the hiss of the normalizing pressure, felt the creature squirm against his cheek, but he was holding her steady with one hand, pressed up against his face like they were lovers. The male danced uneasily on his knee for a moment, then settled. Very, very gently, Aran bent his right knee enough to allow him to unzip the front of his suit. It wasn't actually designed to be taken off before the helmet, but now seemed like a damn good time for improvising. From the corner of his eye, he could see the entire group of scientists, their faces pressed against the plex of the airlock, as they watched him, and behind them, Istve, their ferocious glare probably the only thing keeping everyone else out. For a wild second, Aran almost laughed. What this must look like to people who didn't know what was going on. He got the fastenings undone and carefully, with one hand, peeled the suit off his shoulders and down his arm, trading hands for just a moment to get the sleeves off. Then, with infinite care, he slid his left leg with its passenger out of the suit. From the corner of his eye, he could see the sudden furor among his assembled audience. He leaned down and very, very gently pulled one of the collection bins from the supply pouch on the crumpled suit. Moving with glacial slowness, he brought the container's opening up to the feet of the insect on his leg. It waved its antennae at it in an uncertain fashion, but made no move to go inside. Gritting his teeth, Aran gave his leg a sharp twitch. The creature, startled, made a mock charge directly into the collections bin. Aran flipped it up neatly with his free hand, slamming the port shut against his hip. Legs so weak with relief he wasn't sure how he remained standing. But he didn't have time for relief just yet. He still had to survive the next phase. He stooped, placing the collections bin on the floor beside him carefully, so as not to jar it. The poor creature had been through enough trauma already. Then moved his free hand to the lip of his helmet. This had to work. It absolutely had to work because even if they got to him with the antivenin in time, a sting this close to his eye would leave him permanently blind and possibly paralyze his vocal cords as well. And that was assuming the antivenin would work quickly enough to save his life, which wasn't a given considering the way his airways would immediately swell up. He took a deep breath. Then, in one swift movement, he yanked off the helmet and gave a quick shake of his head, and the insect, whose grip on his face had been loosened by her unwanted confinement, went flying across the room to land in a corner. He grabbed for a collection bin, holding up his hand as he saw Istve moving for the lever that would open the door, and sprinted across the room towards her. She was still dazed, but she was hissing, her tail raised in threat. Before she had time to regain her equilibrium, he slapped the open collections bin over the top of her, scooped it up in one practiced motion, and slammed the lid shut. He placed it gently on the floor, then leaned back against the wall, his legs too shaky to hold him. He could still feel the ghostly touch of her rough legs on the skin of his cheek, the anticipatory twitch of his skin against the painful venom. When he'd recovered enough to manage it, he squeezed his hand to activate the wavelink, the familiar tingle spreading up the nerves of his arm and shoulder, and said in a shaky voice, "You can open the door now." Then he dropped back against the wall again and tried to remind himself to keep breathing. The door hissed open, and then there was a confusing, noisy chaos as at least a dozen people tried to shove into the room at once. One of them, he saw, was headed towards one of the collection bins, and he lurched to his feet, grabbing at it. "No!" he snapped. "It wasn't her fault. They must have got free somehow and gone looking for a dark, quiet place. Just put them back in the habitat, please, carefully, and check to make sure they can't get out again." There was a fair amount of looking at feet and awkward shuffling before one of the scientists finally stepped forward, gingerly, and took the two collection boxes as if they contained live explosives. "Those were in your suit?" one of the older men asked, his voice awed. "How are you still alive?" And then everyone was surrounding him, asking questions, wanting to touch him or clap his shoulder or shake his hand, and he had to focus very, very hard to keep from losing his actual crap. He wished desperately for Istve, and then, from across the press of bodies, he saw the look on Istve's face. It was unadulterated fury. Angrier than Aran had seen them in a very, very long time, and suddenly he wasn't entirely sure that seeing Istve would be a net positive at the moment after all. Istve waited until the other scientists had finally left, or at least until Aran had made his excuses loudly enough and frequently enough that they stood back to let him pass. Aran hesitated for a moment. Then, with almost the same feeling of dread as when he'd realized there was a speckled death mora in his spacesuit, he stepped forward. Istve's face was grim. They caught Aran by the shoulder and marched him down the hallway towards his cabin. They didn't say anything, and after a look at their face, Aran didn't either. When the two of them reached the cabin, Istve shoved Aran inside, slammed the door, and grabbed him by the shoulders, looking him up and down. "Are you all right?" they demanded in a harsh voice. "You got out without getting bitten or stung or anything else?" Aran nodded wordlessly. Istve closed their eyes, face going slack with relief, and pulled him into a rough embrace. Aran was too startled to react. Then Istve let go of him and stepped back, arms crossed, glowering. "What the hell happened out there?" Their voice was low and so furious that Aran almost found himself flinching at the words. "There, was something in my suit," he said stupidly. "That's all. I had to..." His words trailed off. Istve sank into a chair and dropped their face into their hands. When they spoke again, their voice was trembling. "Aran, you almost died. You were almost killed. When I saw you'd cut the anchor line..." They broke off. Without really thinking, Aran put his hand on Istve's shoulder. They looked up, and without meaning to, he met their gaze. Their eyes were dark with concern and more frightened than he remembered seeing them in a very long time. And he knew how to work with Istve and push his feelings aside. He'd done it his whole damn life, but there was something about the unaccustomed vulnerability in Istve's expression, the worry, and damn it to hell, he forced himself to look away, suddenly as shaky as he'd been back in the airlock. "It's fine," he managed. "Not that big of a deal, just an accident." Istve stared at him with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. "I saw the cages those things were kept in," they said at last. "There's no way they just accidentally got out, and even if they had, there's no way in hell they ended up in your spacesuit by accident." Aran frowned. Istve threw up their hands in exasperation. "Aran! Someone is trying to kill you! Someone on the ship wants you dead, and whoever it is, I have a pretty decent suspicion who might have put them up to it." Aran stared at his friend. "Emmerich?" he asked at last, incredulously. "You honestly think Emmerich would..." Istve let out a heavy sigh. "He wanted to come on this expedition himself. You took his place. And, as I keep reminding you, he has tried to kill you before. This isn't unprecedented." The idea was so absurd that for a moment Aran almost argued, but the memory of the feeling of those legs on his cheek was far too clear in his mind. And now that he had time to think about it, Istve was right. It should have been next to impossible for the creatures to escape. "And you wonder why I didn't want to become a lab scientist," he muttered, dropping down onto his bed. For the first time since Aran had made it back to the airlock, Istve cracked a small smile. "Of course, it's because you're so damn risk-averse, right?" Aran rolled his eyes, and Istve managed to chuckle, but there was something forced in their laughter, and the stark panic of earlier still lingered in their expression. And a small trickle of unease crept up Aran's spine, as prickly as the legs of a speckled death mora against his skin.